brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. What?
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We are without Greg today. He is off today, back tomorrow, Lord willing. But Rick, Bubba, Adler are all scheduled to be here and join the two of us. I'm talking about myself, Speedy, and Helmsy. And that will complete the staff today, and looking forward to it. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. It is going to be a great week. Friday, speaking of Rick, he is speaking down on the Gulf Coast. You can go to rickandbubba.com and click events to see that. You can also go to the Man Church, Burgess Ministries. It's all there under events, and you can kind of catch that. We'll continue to be talking about that throughout the week. All right, so here we go. Speaking of Mr. Helmsy, he's right here over to my left. How you doing, buddy? You doing all right?
I am good. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
Emotional day for me.
Uh-oh.
A couple things I want to get out of the way.
All right, then.
Happy birthday to my mother today.
Happy birthday, Mom. How about that?
Alicia Helms, happy birthday. Love you, Mom. The biggest, that's not really why I'm emotional. I'm excited that it's her birthday. But today, my 11-year-old, soon to be 12, is starting middle school.
Good
And
night.
you think, okay, Helms, that's, but you know what? I got a senior starting today, too, in Caroline. And it really hit home yesterday when her and all her friends were posting all the senior pictures. And I'll tell you when it really hit me is, and listen, we've talked about this. I've been through this with a boy. Braden graduated last year. We're moving him to college this week. Another emotional moment. We talked about that yesterday. But when I walked outside today, her car had like shoe polish all over it, seniors and all this, and I'm like, wow, so this is real.
This
is real.
Yeah.
And so all I could think about, and we talked, her and I talked last night for a few minutes about, senior year and stuff like that, and of course Maddie moving up to the middle school. But wow, a lot going on.
A lot going on. Yeah.
So,
And see, I can't help you with girls because I know that hits different.
It does. It does hit different.
Because I've you having Braden, you've done the senior thing, and I've done 3 with mine. Yeah. But I can't even explain. I can't even get into the daughter thing because I know I've talked to guys and they said it's different.
It's different and it's tough. It's a tough one.
Yeah. So I feel for you, but and it's crazy because it's like they hit middle school, back to Maddie, and things get busy. Then when they turn freshmen, they might as well be a senior because you blink and it's just time. But cannot believe. Yep. Maddie is that old, and then Caroline being a senior is insane to me.
It is.
That is crazy.
So
and, old Braden going to Wallace.
I know.
That's awesome, man.
We'll move him in on Friday. Friday after the show. We'll go do that. So a lot going on in our world. It's real different.
So years ago with JC, I did the exact same thing because that's where he started, and I know everything was, but it's funny that move. And whenever you're moving somebody in, I know is he dorms?
Yes.
Right, so it's a little different. He doesn't need quite as much.
Yeah.
But you're always going, okay, what all do they need? What do they not need? And we always do just the cargo pull behind closed trailer because that's basically all you need. Fill your truck up, fill that up, takes the weather out of the equation, and then head on up. But hopefully it won't be too crazy for y'all. But that'll be an insane day.
Yeah, it will.
And look, Rick said it yesterday. You need to act like you're just as upset as Amanda.
I know. I can tell it's weighing on her pretty hard. And listen, the good news is we move him in Friday, but he technically doesn't have to. I don't think he has to be there till like the 13th or 14th. So we'll have a few days with him after we get him moved in.
Gotcha.
He'll come back home, hang out for a couple of days. So
that'll
probably.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago on the break,
okay.
and I think. I stepped into this thing at prime time.
No, it was just that was your voice.
I know.
And I'm thinking to myself, if Greg was here, he would do this.
Sure.
It's one of those teams you don't know if you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's...
You had that serious voice?
No, look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono's
I'd rather see a dog-eater puppy.
Yeah, I'm just
wow.
glad that Chaz Bono and Greg wasn't here, and Chaz Bono didn't pop up on the TV. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's
you just had
it.
you
That's
just
it.
got that out, and no interruptions from Greg on what he saw on TV.
Sure.
Because there was one
Sure.
thing that popped up, he would have commented on.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
So it's real, buddy.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So
But
you
it's,
say
it's good
so-
times,
so
happy
you-
times.
So you say Braden goes this weekend or
So
next?
we'll move him. Yeah, we'll move him in this weekend
Okay.
or on Friday, and then he'll come back home for a couple of days and then start next week.
Okay.
So yeah, I can tell Mama's struggling.
Sure.
I don't like it either, but we do handle it different, especially with boys. All I can think about is next year with Caroline. Like, I'm like, wow, so that's going to be like you saw her car this morning, the seniors written on it, and you nearly crumbled. What are you going to do next year when she
Right.
goes to college? Like, goodness
Has
gracious.
she decided what she's going to do?
No,
Not yet?
That is a. I think Auburn's at the top of her list. I think
Okay.
that's where she'll end up. I've heard, and you're not going to like this at all,
What?
but I have heard Ole Miss a lot, and so I think right now it's Auburn, Ole Miss, or Alabama, in that
Okay.
order.
Okay.
And I think Alabama's. I think she's
Hold on.
just doing that.
Hey, hang on just a second. We're getting a live call. Hello? Is this what?
Hey, this is Brett over at Westwood One.
Uh-oh.
Just wanted to let you know there was a little bit of a silence. You guys are back on air, but there was about a minute and a half of silence
Oh.
at the top of the show.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness. Okay. Is that on us or y'all?
Yep. That's what we're going to take a look into. It's
Okay.
a couple of different shows, so I'm assuming it was on us because
Oh, okay.
it was a couple different shows.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that.
Only
No problem.
Okay, bye-bye.
only we would do that.
Okay, well,
Right there.
Greg's not here, so I
I know.
and if I didn't answer that, I'm thinking,
Are we even on?
are
at
we
all?
off?
I know. Are we?
so
on
I
at all?
apologize for that. Was really behind the curtain there. Westwood One is who we send to, and then they uplink everything to all of our affiliates, and that's how they get their feed. And so whenever you see that phone call,
Yeah.
you answer it because normally it's a problem, and it was, but it was resolved.
Panicked me for a minute.
It
because
did.
I went in there a minute ago
Uh-huh.
to make sure
You thought
everything
you
was started.
touched
I thought,
something.
did I touch the wrong thing? So
Oh man. So yeah, sorry, that was a little behind the scenes. I'm live. Normally one of us can dive into the production room and then like disappear for a second and whisper and figure out what's going on, but we didn't have that extra guy today. So so we had to go live. Apologize for that. But back to Braden. So he'll go, move him in, then
Yep.
go back. So
Yep.
everything's there. That's
Yeah.
good.
yeah.
That's good.
So-
But yeah, it's real now, buddy.
It is.
It
It's
is
real.
real. I'm starting to see pictures too of all the little girls that are going and getting their rooms set up, and they're all dialed in. And then it's funny with the guy; they just take a picture outside wherever they are, like with a truck,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Yeah, here's all my stuff." But it's just different with when you have a daughter. I guess.
Are you gonna? Does it bother you when I say things like Caroline's really looking hard at Ole Miss?
It's it's okay. I don't I don't like it. I think that.
And I've pushed Starkville on her.
Yeah, it
I
depends on what her interests are in her major and what she wants to focus on in college, I think. But if she's undecided and she wants to figure it out and she goes there, yeah, I'm upset with that.
Before we go to break, I do want to answer this guy's text, okay? Because this is funny how this even started.
Uh-huh.
He said, "Do you see the bottom text?"
I
It
do.
said, now it says, "Please tell me JSU doesn't start classes today. I'm making that delivery to the stadium."
Uh-oh.
So this is what's funny about this show, okay?
All right.
Is this gentleman that just texted
On the
us,
text line at 866-932-3244.
Jacksonville State is putting new turf on their football field.
Right.
And there's a process they're going through. Well, that guy right there that just texted is delivering the turf. And he, instead of going to Jacksonville State to find out where he delivered it, he emailed me
Uh-oh.
and wanted to know
That's funny.
where I've got a bunch of turf. Do you have any idea where it goes? And I said,
Stop it.
probably.
Are you serious?
Yes. I said, probably the football field.
Just said the tennis court.
So I forwarded his email to the athletic director, and I said, I'm assuming he wants to drop this off at the football stadium.
Yeah.
And the athletic director said yes. And so I've let this guy know. And so to answer your question, sir, no, it will not be as busy today. We have not started classes yet. So
Right.
you
So
go
you
go
picked a good
deliver
day.
that turf.
You
Yeah.
picked a good day. Now, if you picked a Friday afternoon or Saturday morning when the stadium suites and all that are
Yeah.
everybody's loading in, yeah, you might have a traffic jam. But
all good today.
It's funny that he emailed
Went
you.
through Rick and Bubba to figure out where he needed to deliver
there
the
you
turf
go.
for the football field.
There you go. That's awesome. All right, so we're off and running. So we got birthdays. Happy birthday, Miss Helms.
Yes.
And then we got
Love you, Mom.
Maddie starting middle school. Caroline's a senior, and Braden's going to go to Wallace Hansville to play tennis and go to school, and you got to move him in too. So you got the old Helms are busy.
Wow.
Huh?
Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix sleep quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the hour IRS receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen. In moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As we get back, we have got, of course, the text line that's very active today, 866-932-3244. That same number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can call that as well. Of course, rickandbubba.com is the website that you go to for everything Rick and Bubba, and that's available for you as well. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. Greg is not here today. He's back tomorrow, so I apologize to all you minions. Everything's fine. He just needs a personal day, and he should be back tomorrow. So 2 quick updates, and then we'll –
what is
and
that
then,
noise?
I don't know.
Is
Is it me?
Okay.
Let me see.
I thought it was me, and anyway.
I'm not really sure. Real quick, 2 updates that we had yesterday we talked about, really mainly one. The White Sox finally snapped their skid, and they avoided a record 22-game losing streak, and they beat Oakland. They beat the A's. That was an update that we had Tuesday night. They snapped the record-tying 21-game losing streak because, they were going into now going to 22. But they had 6 strong innings and a 5-1 victory over the Oakland A's. They actually started scoring some runs, which that helps. So there's a quick update. And then in the Olympics, I think the 2 dudes boxed.
They did.
Yeah.
The Algerian and
then the one that beat the Italian.
The 2 dudes boxed in the female boxing.
You're right.
Yeah.
Only now, current news, can we say it like that. You just hear what you said?
I know.
Okay.
I know.
And so that's an update there, and I think the dude that beat the Italian boxer won that one, I believe. I'm not sure. So just some quick updates is all. And then last night, I didn't get to see any, but I was looking at it today. But I saw where Cole Hawker won the 1,500.
That was incredible.
Men's in the track and field Olympic gold, and he beat the 2 that looked to be the I guess the 2 that was going to fight off and to see who won.
Yeah.
And they did. As they turned the corner, they were in the lead, and Cole was in third. He got trapped, and then he had to go around him. And the other American, is it Yarn, I believe? I don't know what his full name, but I saw where he won bronze. So 2 Americans haven't been on the podium of the men's 1,500 at the Olympics since 1912, and they did it last night.
That was amazing. Gabby Thomas winning the 200 meter was amazing.
That's cool.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
Really?
Yes.
See, I'd missed that.
She almost pulled up at the end. It was so she was so far out in front. So congratulations to her. And then I know we don't cover soccer, but I think the women's soccer team is in the finals.
They are
for gold.
And they beat Germany or something 1-0.
Yeah,
I did see that. I was looking at a bunch of. The reason why I didn't get to see anything yesterday was a Huntsville trip.
I want to know more about that. I've got some questions. Just whenever you're
okay.
All
right, no problem. So those of you around the country, we're based in Birmingham, syndicated nationwide. Some of you go, I know it's big. Well, some are coming in and they're like, they don't know where we call home, and so Huntsville is about, hour and 45 to 2 hour and 15-minute trip north. Depends on what part you're going to. And so I was going to southeast Huntsville, and Dad had a doctor's appointment, who, by the way, Dad turns 84 Friday. I'll be doing a best of that day, but he turns 84 Friday, so that's crazy. But I was trying to pull something off, and I wasn't sure if I could.
I know
okay?
this is where I wanted you to go, because I don't know. When you said it, I thought, listen, I know we're breaking records right now with Olympics and all that, but this may be a WR for you.
Yeah. So
it'd be definitely a PB.
Yeah.
Personal best.
Yeah. So the Huntsville trip, whenever I go up, I try to get more done than just taking somebody to the doctor. I mean, let's get some things done besides that.
Yeah.
And so my parents have someone that cuts and manicures and takes care of landscaping of the front yard. But we've talked about the backyard is, it's like a nature preserve that my mom, she even stood out there yesterday when I was out, and she said, I did this. And so, you fast forward 20 years later, and it looks like a jungle. And so the landscaping company said there's really nothing back here for us to do, and so nobody will really do that. So it kind of falls on me. And so whenever I go up, I normally throw weed eater, blower, weed kill, a lawnmower in the back of my truck and try to knock that part out. But if you let it get too bad, then it's a jungle. I mean, like straight up.
Yeah.
So what I was going to try to do is leave here. He had a 2:45 appointment with his hematologist, okay? And just for the checkup, keeping it, make sure all blood work looks good and all that. So I was going to try to get there by 12:30.
Yeah.
Spend about an hour and a half in the yard.
Getting there by 12:30 was tough, and
It
that
was
the tough.
It was.
That was the first thing I thought. Wow.
Especially when they asked me if I could make a couple of stops. That hurt a little bit, but that's how you know what we got there. 12:26 is when I pulled up.
That's impressive. Especially that's impressive if you made 2 stops.
And they're just standing there waving. Hey, how y'all doing? And so the neighbors were out. It's a nice little neighborhood there in southeast Huntsville. And so I get out, and hey, I love y'all, but if I get behind, we're in trouble. Okay, well, get these. So I changed from work clothes and what I had here, knowing I was going to put that back on, right? And so I go out, and I was a little late. I worked till about 2:15, but got it done.
Okay.
Ran at 2:05 actually. So I ran up, took about an 8-minute shower.
Okay.
Got clean and put my clothes back on that I wore there.
Okay.
And threw Dad in the car, literally, and peeled out. And I want you to know, we pulled up at the appointment at 2:43 for a 2:45 appointment. And the reason they want you there, it really is a 3, but they want you there 15 minutes early so they can do blood work, get all that done. Then you see, shout out to Dr. Rosa Ortega, who is just awesome, and Dad loves her, and she's been with Dad for a couple of years now, and so we got to see her. It's been a minute since we've done that. So, and then we go back, and my sister pulled up. She's going to be there for a few days. And when I pulled up in my truck and I opened the door, I could smell spaghetti from the truck. It smelled that good. And you're just starving.
Love a good plate of spaghetti.
Of course, it wasn't quite ready, and I had to leave. That hurt a little bit, but I was able to call Reese, who sometimes will stop on the way home from work because he's staying with them right now while he works up in Huntsville. I said, buddy, I have got great news for you. Aunt Lynn is here, and I can smell the food from the driveway. So I got to tell you, if it was a ball game, I won going away.
You did.
Yeah.
World record, gold medal.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Our Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice OX. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox. BIGVOX. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG and then V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we're rolling back. It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Hey, I had a situation this morning. I was kind of in a handle. So when I take my field of greens every morning, it sits kind of on the counter, and for some reason Terry doesn't want it there, even though she can put stuff on there. But that's another thing. So I normally put my field of greens in the corner of the counter by the refrigerator. Yeah. And on top of it, I have a shaker. And it's one of those shakers that you can get and put your proteins in and all this kind of stuff.
Has it got the little metal ball in it?
Yeah.
The spiral, the thing, it helps it shake.
It does, and shakes it up. And I normally grab it, put some water in it, shake, and then the dogs wake up and they're like, "What are you doing?" And then I drink it, I clean it out, and I place it back. Yeah. That's kind of my routine. Yeah. Well, this morning I woke up and the top was missing to my shaker.
Here we go.
And that has J.C. Wilburn written all over it. Like he was mixing a protein shake after training or something and needed a top and took my top. That son of a gun. And now I don't know that to be true, but that's where I first went. Yeah. So now I have a top. I have a shaker with no top. And I'm like, well, how am I going to shake my field of greens up? So do you know those little things that you can hit a little button and it spins and mixes things?
Yeah, we got
one
of
little
those.
mixer.
I love that for coffee.
Yeah.
To throw
for some reason,
stuff in there and get some foam going.
Right. So I'm like, you know what I'll do? I'll just get a cup, fill it up halfway, pour my field of greens in there, and, mix it up.
What do you call those things?
I don't know.
I don't know the proper name
electronic mixer.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called. But anyway, we had a sure enough good one. Well, for some reason, Terry ordered another one, and it sucks. It doesn't do anything. So next thing I know, I got a spoon, and I'm trying to mix it up. And anyway, that was my life this morning, and I stood there for 5 minutes.
Stainless steel battery operated whisk.
Yeah. And had to pee real bad, and I was trying to get that done, use the bathroom, take a shower, and let's go. That's really me. I mean, I'm really telling you about my life now.
Well, it involved field of greens.
It did, and you need to check them out right now. We encourage you. It's whole organic fruits and vegetables with no extracts. It's not lab-made stuff. Just one scoop a day gives you simple, real nutrition, and that's what I do. Field of Greens feeds your body with fruits and vegetables, medically chosen to support your heart, vital organs, and immune system. So check them out right now, fieldofgreens.com, and when you do, get 15% off plus free shipping. That's rush shipping, too. Go ahead and give it a try, fieldofgreens.com, and use promo code BIGVOX to unlock that savings. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX, fieldofgreens.com with promo code BIGVOX to save 15% today, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I wanted to wake him up, but I was really behind JC, or go to his car and see if there was just a nasty shaker on his floorboard or something, where he grabbed my top. And I don't know where the tops go, but they disappear, and so that was my situation this morning.
Your dad just texted me.
He did?
Yeah. And we wish my mom a happy birthday, and I love her.
No,
so
I don't
much.
pee in the shower. I was like going to go to the bathroom and then go pee.
It's funny that somebody asked that.
Then, yeah. But you know how you're like, why didn't I just go use the bathroom? Why am I trying to do this before I use the bathroom? What's wrong with me? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to have an emotional moment there.
Blend jet.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, buddy. My dad texted you.
In the shower.
My dad just texted you. He didn't text me.
Well, because he knows you won't read this probably on there, and I'm going to because listen.
What?
We do love our parents, and we wish my mom a happy birthday this morning. Love you, Mom. And and then your dad is sitting here texting me now, and they're proud of us. And
my dad texted you right now.
Yes, and this is what he said. Hey, Michael, Speedy is downplaying what all he accomplished yesterday.
Well, if it's a football game, I won.
He said, I don't know of anyone else who could have done all that he did within the same time frame. Plus, he treated his mom and dad with so much respect and love. I am so blessed. Praise the Lord.
Thank you, Dad. That was sweet of you.
And so I wanted to read that. Mr. Wilburn, that's fantastic.
They're such, I love, they're such positive.
I know. We need positive
God-loving people that just, we can't go anywhere without them. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? They want to know about you. They just, they have a servant's heart and I love them dearly. And you know what? That's what you do when you're a son or daughter. You take care of your parents, and so I'll try to tell them that. This is not me doing y'all a favor. This is doing what I need to do. I'm supposed to do, and I love it. And so,
well, they're appreciative of it. I wanted you to know that.
Well, and my sister was there cooking things up, and she's going to treat them like royalty.
Really
today.
wish I had a plate of that spaghetti.
Oh, hey, and I looked at her. I'm like, really? So you're gonna? I got to go. By the time I get home, it's 8:30. What are you doing? And she just started laughing. But met and I tried to not let it break my spirit. Met a really very rude lady yesterday.
Negative person?
Yeah, man. What
happened?
And I've tried to tell my dad, you need a handicap sticker. Why don't you have a handicap sticker? Why are we walking through this parking deck and me leading you along? Because, for those of you who can't see, my dad is legally blind and literally has to speak everything into Siri to him to be able to communicate.
Sure.
Could run a company with his mind and health. He just can't. He's just limited on what he can do visually. But we don't let that, hinder us. We go, but we're parking in parking decks, trying to get down to another level and stuff. And I'd hit the elevator, and the elevator was taking forever in the parking deck. And this lady comes along, and she's huffing and puffing, and and she's like, "Hey, hit the button," and the button was lit up. Yes, ma'am, I have.
She said that to y'all? Hit the button?
Yes, and then we stood there a little bit. Have you hit it twice? And I said, actually, I just did. Yes, ma'am. Tell you what. And I'm like, I was frustrated too. It was kind of hot, but she was just she was not happy
having a
at
bad
all,
day.
at all. But we tried to kill it with kindness.
I don't know too many elevators that require you to hit it twice.
Hey, this elevator
once
here,
it lights up, it's air.
And I got to tell people that have elevators that are going from the outside, not inside the building elevators, but outside the like a parking deck that takes you down to where you can catwalk it over or whatever. Hey, let's have some airflow in there. So it's 95 degrees outside. We step in the elevator, it closes, and it's a hot box now. So anyway, sorry about that. I got off on that a little bit, but what you got? What were you going to say? You had a question
I wanted to
for me?
clear up a story that came out yesterday, and thankfully Greg is not here, so I can get through this. I probably wouldn't do this otherwise. But yesterday, it was announced that Billy Beane had passed away.
Yes, I have that here.
That's not the same Billy Beane from Moneyball. Okay. That's not the Oakland. There was mass confusion yesterday. Okay. There were people reporting it as if it was that Billy Beane.
And it's not.
It's not. Unless I'm missing something, because I've actually seen people come out and have to go, hey, listen, I'm sorry, we thought it was the other Billy Beane.
Right.
And here's the reason I'm doing this. Greg's not here. You say, well, Helms, why wouldn't you do this? Well, Greg, he loves Moneyball, even though he blows holes in that whole story. But the headline is not Billy Beane of Moneyball. It's not Billy Beane of Major League Baseball. It's Billy Beane, second Major League Baseball player to come out as gay, dies at 60. When I read that, I thought, first of all, Moneyball is one of my favorite movies, and I had no idea they didn't show any kind of thought in that he was gay. And I was like, wait a minute. Is this the same person? So I started doing research, and it's not.
It's not.
They actually spell their name different. And what makes this even more strange and confusing is this guy actually worked as Rob Manfred's, the commissioner of baseball, one of his assistants. He's been a executive in Major League Baseball for a couple years.
Okay.
So it is confusing. But it's not the same Billy Beane that we all saw Brad Pitt portray in Moneyball.
I got to tell you, I fell victim to that because I just read the headline, and so that's why I printed it.
Yeah.
And it does say here in the Daily Mail article, as I read on page 3, but it waits to page 3 to tell you not to be confused with the former athletics executive portrayed by Brad Pitt in Moneyball. And it does say that. He went on to he was a part of the DEI. He was VP of that for Major League Baseball. And
Equity.
Special Assistant to Commissioner. And over the 10 years, he worked passionately and tirelessly with MLB and all 30 clubs, focusing on players' education, LGBTQ inclusion, and so on.
I get.
Wow, I thought it was.
I know what DEI stands for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but here in the South, if you say that, we think it's Dale Earnhardt Incorporated.
No, you're right.
And so every time I hear that, I immediately go to Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah.
But this was. Do you know the guy, Major League Baseball show, the guy that is Mad Dog or whatever?
Yes.
He even got this confused.
Really?
Yes. And so,
Mad Dog, he gets to hollering and stuff.
Yes. And
It's
so
good, though.
a lot of not only just guys like us that halfway follow the game,
Yeah.
but a lot of people in the business yesterday confused the two and got it wrong.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because I might just throw the story away.
Didn't know there was a second Billy Bean that was the second Major League Baseball player to come out as gay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Hate that he had to go through what he did with his cancer and died at 60.
Yeah.
But it's not the same Billy Bean.
All right. Well, thank you for that update. And hello, Ryan and Rome. Good. The text line here is just active. I've met a lot of people at ballparks. It was good meeting you, Ryan. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox, BIGVOX. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we're rolling back now. 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hold on just a second. Huh. All right. As we roll back, we appreciate you being with us. We've hit a number of different things, updated you on the Olympics and some gold medals that the U.S. won, some different things that happened. We'll continue that discussion today. Also talked about the White Sox with MLB. They did win, so they broke their losing streak where they had 21 straight losses, and they beat the A's last night. I think 5-1 was the final, so I gave you that update. Greg not here today. Should be back tomorrow. Taking a personal day, getting Lisa to the doctor just for an appointment. Nothing serious, just some follow-up stuff. And so all is good in his world, but he is not here. I hope that doesn't upset too many of you out there. Because we love Greg too. So
I'm a little upset, but
yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah,
my coffee buddy's gone, and you rush things, and I get why you rush things because you got to be back in here.
Mm-hmm.
See, Greg and I go in there, and we take some coffee time, and we actually are like, we don't really rush back in here.
Yeah, you don't think I know that?
I know.
Okay.
And we've tried to get you to join us on
but
that
I can't.
for a while. I know you can't.
I can't. I just can't. I got to be, and I'm jealous of that. And I've told y'all that as I leave, and I'm just jealous of y'all being able to do that.
But we every morning for like 7 to 9 minutes, we solve at least 2 of the world's problems over coffee, and it's such a joy. And I'm gonna miss that today. So
yeah. Do you know that I've adopted trying to drink more coffee?
Really?
Yeah, because I know, and there's different things out there. The Advocare Spark is good, and it's got nutritional value as well. But you don't want to take too many energy drinks and stuff. That's just not good for you.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to go. Okay, maybe I just need to drink more coffee.
I saw
I understand I need to get in, and if I'm going to drink it, I've got to make some every now and then. I can't be a taker. I got that.
Well, I saw a post the other day that's funny, and it said, I'm tired of people telling me I don't have to have coffee in order to get my morning started off correctly.
Yeah.
Like, it would be like me saying, well, yeah, I can go running without shoes, but why would I want to do that?
Right.
I'm going to put shoes on. And so, coffee's a must for me. I enjoy just having the cup of coffee and sipping. I'll sip on it till 8:15, 8:30. You'll see me. I'll warm mine up, get it real hot. Again, I love it. Going to miss my coffee time with Greg.
Yeah. Well, I got a question for you. It's an uncomfortable one. I got a text from Rick yesterday during the middle of all the Huntsville craziness, and he said, hey, I'm in on Red Clay Strays. I'm listening, and I got to tell you, I love it. He's like straight up.
It's not
really
an
like
uncomfortable question. I actually dove in a little bit on the way home last night as well.
Okay,
so,
and that was my question for you.
Yeah.
And it's not like I own stock in them or something. I mean, or I'm
maybe trying to adopt them, but that's fine.
And I actually have to compliment Terry because she sent me a direct message on Instagram of a reel of the Red Clay Strays performing and she's like, hey, this is really good.
Yeah.
And so I kind of dove into it a little bit, and then started kind of looking at their new album that just hit July 26th. No One Else Like Me was the.
That's exactly what I was.
Yeah.
Proof.
Yeah.
Proof that I was. Look right here. It's the last thing I was listening.
Oh,
to.
cool. And so I brought it. I sent it to you, and I sent it to Rick because it sounded like something I thought you might like. But God knows I'm still fine. Devil in My Ear, all that's good. And there's really nothing bad on the album. You can just shuffle it and move on. And so I brought it up, and then you brought up Morgan Wallen to Rick and kind of jumped over me a little bit, and that's okay.
Now, first of all, I didn't know that you had reached out to him. This Morgan Wallen thing came up because Morgan Wallen, where they all think it was Butker, but I'm actually hearing that number 7 is what Morgan Wallen wore in high school.
Yeah, but it was clearly a Chiefs jersey, number 7.
I think
clearly
so.
it was,
I think so too.
Butker.
I'm just telling you that some people are out there
stupid.
saying that.
They're stupid for saying that.
That's what he
might have wore that in high school, but clearly it was a Chiefs jersey with a number 7 on it. And who's number 7 for the Chiefs?
And they were saying that it had Wallen's name on the back, and so
fine.
I don't know.
Well, I got a Braves jersey with Speedy on the back, but I didn't play for him.
That's not what the point was. The point was that that's why we started this up. And I said, Rick, I'm going to send you a couple songs, and he'd never heard anything.
Right. Well, y'all never listened to it, and that's okay. And then so the running joke is that Adler acts like he never got the text, and then y'all act like you haven't listened to it or whatever. But finally yesterday he did. The reason I bring it up is because on the text line of 866-932-3244, they say that the Rick and Bubba Show made their fan page yesterday.
Okay.
Red Clay Strays. I understand they have a lot of Alabama ties. Someone said they taught one of them in Hoover when they were in 2nd grade, and I'm hearing a lot of things out of Mobile, Alabama. They're new to me. But they are saying, it says flood Rick and Bubba with anything about our boys. And anyway, so we made the fan page yesterday, which was kind of cool. But they're good. They're good listening. They're very good. And I enjoy it. But I got to credit Terry for even, because a couple of them, like Jay Isom and some other friends of ours, were like, how'd you even find them? And I got to credit Terry to that.
Back to the coffee, somebody makes a great point up there from Fort Payne, Alabama. They said, I don't drink a lot of coffee. I drink coffee a lot. I love sipping coffee all morning. That's kind of what I do. I don't have more than 2 cups. I just sip on it all morning.
Do you really?
I'm not the guy that drinks 6 cups of coffee a day. That's a good point. Never thought of it like that. I don't drink a lot of coffee. I drink coffee a lot. How about that? That's me.
That's
me.
Interesting. Yeah, that is you.
I don't get but 2 cups.
Yeah. Well, I just
spend 4 hours drinking them.
Right. So I'll have to dive into that.
That's wisdom there, whoever you are.
Right. So anyway, so that's just kind of an update on everything that when it comes to updating on the Red Clay Strays, the Olympics, everything. That's we've kind of covered a lot of stuff. I'm glad the Billy Bean thing is settled because I'm a chunk
that story.
And also,
do you do that a lot right there? What that person just did?
What
they said they're from Mobile talking about the strays, and then they changed to give us the correct. Like we know that what you meant, but do you do that in text too? Do you send a second text to people to go? Hey, I just so you know, I know what's proper here.
I'll tell you what I do, and because I'll have a typo. Okay, and I will because a lot of times I'll speak into it and they can't understand me, and then I hit send. I will, now that they have the edit, if you've had the latest update, they have the edit feature where you just hold it down and it says edit.
And I do that a lot.
And so instead of sending text behind that one text trying to correct what I meant, I try to edit
before
that text
they actually
It's almost like a game. Like, can I edit this before they read it?
But I love that they felt like they needed to give us the proper there.
Yes.
And I do that too.
Yes, I agree. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We thank you so much for being with us here on the Kickoff Hour. Hope you're going to have a great day today, and you're going to be with us more than just now because after the break, the main show starts. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
A lot going on, Rick. We had a busy day yesterday.
Yes.
Some of you saw some of that. Some of you did not, because you did not understand or was able to follow what was going on. We will be able to highlight that for you today.
Yes. We have pulled out some highlights of things that happened. We know, all of you know, that we kept the show on for an extra hour yesterday, that we freaked out, and then we stayed on and tried to keep coming on throughout Turner South's day till we were eventually, well, I'll just say we eventually had a meeting and had to, and we're supposed to be like real nice today and real cold and, you know, be team, you know, we just, you know, talk about how thankful we are to be on and all that.
Well, Rick, a lot of
say?
email yesterday about, was this an April Fool's joke?
I just want to say that, you know, we just feel fortunate to have our show on Turner South, and us being on for 2 hours, you know, is something that is good, and we're proud to be part of this company, and you know, if we've talked about it being on longer, and I hope that they keep us on longer, but I'm just glad to be on Turner South.
Rick, let me say this. Whether it is an April Fool's joke or not is largely dependent on you, the viewers, and how you respond. Well, if I could just say that.
I have no idea how much of the show they will carry today.
Has anybody got like TiVo? I mean, we got a lot of emails yesterday that said on the you know, on the schedule we were on till 10 Central yesterday. And what does today look like? That's my question.
Yeah, what's all?
Because I don't have it.
TV Guide, TiVo, Direct TV, Charter. What does it all say? I see the crawls back. There's that godforsaken crawl.
The crawl covers so much of the screen you couldn't even tell you were reading from a piece of paper just then.
Really?
Yeah.
When does it say we're on to? Does it say?
And by the way, are the color bars not right?
Yeah, it says to 9 Central.
Where? Look, see
right
it
there, top left.
7 to 9. Where does it say that? I can't see it.
You didn't see that? How did you not see that?
Where at?
Right there.
I see
right
7 to 9.
Logo,
I see 7 to 9.
Yeah, right there.
I see it. Well, I can't see it on this 12-inch TV that's 35 foot up in the air away from
Did you see the email last night, though, from the person who said, hey, I got news for you. I've got a TV that's 27 inches. I'm sitting right in front of it, and I can't read that stupid crawl.
Yeah.
Did you get that email last night?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, I have not seen anything well, I won't give that example.
By the way, my shirt.
I'm trying to be good, okay?
Well, so you're going to get us in trouble again.
I'm trying to be good.
Look, let me say this. My shirt is not purple. Why does it look purple on TV?
Rick,
does that look purple? Am I crazy?
Are you looking up here or are you looking down here?
Did you get a glimpse of...
Looks kind of...
lavender, doesn't it? On TV?
I'm probably not the guy you want to ask.
What color is this?
Yeah.
You don't even look. Isn't that khaki?
A light khaki color with the black and green logo.
You'll see on the highlights where I got this shirt yesterday.
Yeah. Which we will share with you in a minute. Rick, some breaking news this morning, though.
You remember we couldn't get through the gate and I had to get me a little outfit on?
Watch this, too. According to CNN, Marines now 25 miles outside Baghdad.
According to CNN? Yeah, very good, Bubba.
Huh?
According to CNN.
How about that?
That's very good.
Huh?
Good marriage.
I know. Well, we got it was interesting yesterday, but we'll get to that. We're not going to go chronological because I'd like to start showing the highlights of things you might not have seen on Turner South a little closer to the time that we freaked out yesterday.
Yes.
Because that means.
So what does that mean? We're going to see Tom get run over by the truck first,
and we've got a lot of setting up to do on that because.
It'll take a little setup.
Yeah, a lot of people across the country, you know, I know this is hard to imagine, may not know who Dr. Tom Owens is. And are we S-adders or is his name Owens?
You know, I'm not sure.
Tom Owens.
Tom Owens.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Owens. Tom has made a career, Rick, of laying under vehicles and letting them run over him for charity.
Yes.
You know, I asked the question yesterday, does he just like looking up under vehicles? If that's the case, couldn't he get a job changing oil?
Did this happen when one time a friend of his said, could you look in there and see where that leak's coming from?
Right.
And he accidentally ran over him, and Tom got up and said that wasn't that bad?
Yeah, I think I'll try it again. Let's raise money for charity doing it.
How did this happen?
We were going to take part in this yesterday, and I'll be honest with you, I was very uncomfortable with these stunt things.
I didn't want to be part of it.
I felt like I was watching Evel Knievel get ready to jump Snake River Canyon again. You know what I mean? Or Robbie Knievel going to jump something, or you remember when Evil jumped the fountain at Caesar's Palace?
Yes, it went
and
end over end.
Well, he didn't have quite enough runway. And well, that time in the Astrodome when he ran out of runway, a great jump. Oh, but you got to stop.
Yes. And then Snake River Canyon disappointed all of us.
Well, he's in
a rocket. I mean, that's not a motorcycle.
Well, it was a rocket-powered motorcycle.
I'll
he
use
let the parachute go too soon. That was a problem, and it stopped him from going over.
Well,
it's supposed to be automatic, and he wanted to go manual at the last minute. Of course, when that jet kicked in, couldn't hold the handle. But
here we go. A brand new hour has started. We thank you for being with us today on this edition of Rick and Bubba. We hope that you'll spend time with us today. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today as a brand new hour is rolling. And we're glad you're here. Speedy, Helmsy, and now Adler. Hello, Eddie Van Adler. Now joins Speedy and Helmsy gave you the kickoff hour. Greg out today. Lord willing, back with us tomorrow. But Speedy, Helmsy, and now Adler all here. Adler's got the YouTube option. Hello to the tubers. Whether you're watching us live or archive, we're glad you're here. A best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers. So if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you get an hour of Rick and Bubba every day in that subscription. So audio-wise, it's America's boldest radio stations. There's your live option. Also our TuneIn app if you don't have a Rick and Bubba affiliate. For archives, you get the podcast archives every day, including a best of hour there. So whether you're with us live or archived, we sure are glad that you are. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubby.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the Rick and Bubba party. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
There you go. It was that was actually a request when you were out on Monday. So we went to New Hampshire to see Blake and Jersey Boys, And so, their first big hit was Sherry Baby, which Sherry, my wife, was named after. That's how she got her name, is her dad listening to that song on the way to the hospital. And so she was like, I can't wait to see that being performed with, my son up there. That's going to be a special moment. And so that happened, and we were talking about that, and then somebody said, well, when you bring Bubba back, play Betty Lou, and I forgot to do it yesterday. So we could have two wife songs back to back.
Matter of fact, I actually have the shirt when I sang that song at Fat Fest in my office. So
do you really?
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
all the old
guess what
uniforms back.
Guess what I just saw in the office, speaking of that?
The baked potato.
The baked potato.
Yeah. It was supposed to be a space suit, but it looked more like a baked potato suit on me.
Yeah,
so.
I walk in to Bubba's office, and I said, my goodness, there it is. Fat Fest 1999, the very first one. Bubba comes out dressed as a baked potato. Well, it wasn't supposed to be.
It was supposed to look like Michael Jackson's Scream video,
Yes.
but it doesn't kind of go with it. When you see me and my body type, it looks more like a baked potato.
Who made that for you? Do you remember? Where did it come from? It was custom made.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
I want to say there was a company in Anniston that made it, but I cannot recall right off the top of my head.
Yeah. So if you try to picture in your mind a jumpsuit that zips up one zipper and it's completely silver.
Yeah.
Completely silver.
Adler, you got a quick clip of Michael Jackson's Scream, just real quick?
Yeah, I know you don't want to get
You'll
canceled.
know where it came
but
from.
Bubba saw that video and he got inspired.
I did.
And if I'm not mistaken, you came out with that on, and then it was a top hat I had. You wore a top hat with the silver suit.
It's possible.
I mean,
possible.
And I remember thinking, well, everything changes now.
Yeah.
Everything changes.
Everything changed.
Yeah, everybody.
That was a moment.
Everybody in the audience said, I didn't know if his ticket was worth it. It is now.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So that was there it is.
you go.
Yeah. So Bubba tried to have that made.
Yeah.
And he just didn't quite have the same body type as Michael Jackson.
No.
But there you go.
A little rounder.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll unpack everything that's going on, and we
may need to auction that off for charity or something.
Well, you know what?
I've got the Dumb and Dumber outfit. I've got several of those. So.
Yeah, I had we did Fat Fest 2003 maybe when we wore the Dumb and Dumber outfits, and it was so because we used to do Fat Fest in August because that's the only time the amphitheater didn't have anything going on because who wants to be out there?
Right.
And I remember it being so hot that that we were disrobing relatively quick on getting those jackets off. And
we used it in a photo shoot for Turner South.
Right.
That's where it came from originally.
Yeah, and I remember throwing my jacket to a Tennessee fan because I was in the orange, you were in the powder blue, and I threw it into the audience in a Tennessee.
No Tar Heels there.
Yeah, I think a Tennessee fan got it and wears it to games or did for a while.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know, and I don't know where that. The undershirt thing we had with the
I got that. I got all that.
Do you have the shorts?
Yes, I got the whole thing.
I don't know what happened to my shorts.
Well, I think they're on that hanger. Speedy, I brought you a lot more giveaways too. Books, CDs.
Yeah, saw that. It jumped in my office. That's good.
So the other thing is, didn't we wear for the shoot? Now I could be wrong about this. Just your regular prom tuxedo pants, and then for Fat Fest we had somebody make them into shorts because we were worried, or were the shorts all along?
That's good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, because you guys, look, just feel how it feels out there right now. That's how it was for Fat Fest.
Well, I normally only wear pants like 2 months out of the year, and that's out of pure necessity during December and January.
Yes.
But I want to. There's a picture of me on the swing in that outfit.
Yep.
That we shot in our offices at the time.
Yep.
And I don't know if I got shorts on or not. I think it was shorts the whole time.
I think you're right.
I think it was.
I think you're right. Yeah, because there's no way we would have taken the time to have somebody make shorts. Of course, we had somebody make a silver suit for you.
Right.
But
and
anyway.
it is full length.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot of flashbacks going on. We'll talk about those as the year winds down.
I know Hams is wanting that silver one, but I told him I don't know.
He wants that silver suit. There ain't no doubt about that. And there's what. All right, so there we are. That's at Fat Fest. Now our jackets don't last very long. See, Bubba's already out of his.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
back in the hot dog.
It was just so hot, and so now every time I see that, I'll think about Hattiesburg.
Yeah,
There used to be happy memories with a hot dog
Yeah.
shooter. Until
It was
that
so
happened.
fun until we saw how dangerous it was.
It was. So
Sure.
we'll look at this. We got our first look at the vice presidential nominee that Kamala's picked. He's a dandy, isn't he?
Yeah.
We learned a lot about old Timmy Walz yesterday.
Nice.
It was not pleasant, was it? So we I don't know. You got to give the left this. The left saying we're going all in on left this time.
Yeah.
We're going full blown socialistic Marxism.
But the media is trying to paint him as center.
No.
Isn't that funny?
No.
How that works?
No, the governor of Minnesota is nowhere close to center.
I know, but they sure are trying.
Well, I think why they do that is that what they did before is to rename what center is. You got to do that first.
Yeah.
Then you move him there under the new definition.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But,
sure.
You tend to let go of everything when you're freaking out.
Yeah,
But
sure. Well, or hang on real tight. But but let me just say that this was one of those moments where you just have to go. Well, here we are.
Yes.
Now we won't hear our audio of us on the radio.
No,
right?
no, we will
Okay.
have to describe it again. We love to call Dr. Tom Owens America's most lovable speed bump.
Yes.
And Rick, he's done a lot of fundraising doing these bizarre. Didn't he pull a jet with his teeth or chew through the Berlin Wall or something?
Yeah.
Didn't he do something like
He's
that?
one of these
too?
guys that if you roll over ESPN and you strongest, toughest man in the world, and they got all these things, I could see him in one of those.
Or was it? Didn't he chew the barrel off an M16 one time? Something like that. I can't remember.
He eats stones and pulls trains and is drugged behind horses. It's just.
Didn't they strap him to the Great Pyramid and he moved it like 4 foot one time? Something like that. I can't remember.
About this far.
Yeah.
And then he likes people cobras strike him in the face.
Well, I was against this just because it makes me uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Because, Rick, I'm concerned about anybody that will lay under a truck. You know what I mean? Because eventually, okay, can I just be honest? Let me tell you exactly why. I used to play softball. Before that, I played baseball.
Yes.
Well, there came a point where I wasn't really good at baseball enough to keep playing, so I started playing softball.
Yes.
And then there became a point in softball
Which
where
is now.
I got hurt and,
Right.
and things hurt after I played, and I didn't like it,
Right.
and it wasn't fun. And you go, well, I'm getting too old to do that. My body will not take it.
Yes.
Well, if you've been getting run over by trucks and cars and trains and planes and such stuff for years, eventually you go, I don't need to do that anymore just because I'm getting too old, right? I mean, it doesn't mean you're not tough anymore.
No,
your body just physically can't take it.
I don't think I'm out of line to be concerned about Tom being run over by a pickup truck when a few days earlier I saw him in a wheelchair. Okay, that
and you get a lot of email from area doctors going, we recommend that you don't do this anymore.
Right.
And we,
you realize
because eventually you can go one truck too many.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, God, but you know what I'm saying.
How many of you would disagree? In most times in life, people, it's rare that you see someone get out of a wheelchair, lay down in the truck, run over. Right, on purpose.
Get out of a wheelchair.
Right.
Not a lot.
Now, granted, this time he got out and he was on his feet, which I was glad to see.
Yes.
But I'm telling y'all, he'd had some back
Well,
trouble.
Rick, here's the thing.
And
If
I saw it with my own eyes.
Rick, if you are a professional pitcher, okay,
right,
and you're pitching and you stayed 1 year too long,
Yes.
Tom Glavine, but anyway,
Right.
and you throw in, and you come off the field and they're holding your arm, and you get surgery, and then you go, well, I'm retired, I'm done, tore it, won't heal back, I'm out, okay? That you retire, you had a great career. Football player, we're going to see this from Emmitt Smith here in a year or two. He's had a great career, and he might get hit that last, the knee. All right, press conference later, I'm out, I'm retiring. Troy Aikman hitting the head one time too many. Well, I'm out.
I don't know who I am. I'm out.
Right. Who are you people? But I'm quitting my job. I don't know what it is.
Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. No, he won't ever retire.
Well,
okay.
Eventually, he's going to go down the floor one time, and the knee's going. Okay, because he's just got older, and you retire. But now, if your job has been letting a truck run over you, when you get that signal that you stayed too long, wow, it could really be bad. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
So I was a little antsy about this. But
We were.
Dr. Tom pulled it off yesterday.
So
we'll show you some footage of that and recap our narration of that event.
Yes, this was in Pelham, Alabama, right outside of Birmingham yesterday. It's part of a promotion we're doing with the Birmingham flagship station.
And we will show you what our day looked like in Atlanta yesterday also. It was a very busy day.
Yeah, well, we did a lot yesterday.
We're in a lot of places.
And we'll show you some of that, too. So hang on.
Magically.
I don't want to use the term. Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. If you're listening, we're coming back to the music of Pitbull, which is an oddity normally here if I'm in the one seat because, I've got a better chance of listening to Morgan Wallen than Pitbull. But anyway,
a lot of people thought they just tuned into a best of show.
Yeah, that's right. They thought Speedy was mixing. We do have a best of coming up on Friday, by the way, so FYI there. So Pitbull is in the news today.
Yeah,
a bit of
Mr. 305.
Mr. 305.
Florida
is he
International
worldwide and 305.
Yeah, baby. Florida International University of Conference USA has announced that it will rename its football stadium Pitbull Stadium.
Yeah.
After entering into a 5-year deal with a musician, he'll pay $1.2 million per year over the next 5 years for the naming rights. So for those of you that missed a year of school, that's $6 million total. And all of that is compliments of the Washington Post, a story they have today.
Well, you know what that is. Hey, Pitbull. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Accountant. Look, we got to unload some cash and protect you a little bit here tax-wise. You got any projects out there you'd like to fund? And then they came up. I bet this is a win-win all the way around.
I would think he has a pretty high budget for dancers behind him.
Yes.
He keeps quite an active group of dancers. I don't know if you've seen him perform lately.
I haven't. No.
And he's on a is.
Yes, he is. I remember when he was on all shows. I hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah. And but entrepreneur and mover and shaker, and I think
and worldwide.
He's worldwide.
Yes, he is.
I think it's great. He's investing in his local football program. I think that's outstanding.
That's if you got it and you can use it and you can help. Pitbull. I would probably, of course, it's too expensive. That one is not going to bring him as much, national publicity as, say, a program that you see more, but there locally it'll be big.
Well, they're a huge university.
Giant.
I didn't know this until we went down there.
Giant.
They've got 60,000 students.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a ton of people.
Those Florida schools are so big.
Yeah. Well,
your FIUs and your
Central Florida, isn't it?
Central Florida is giant.
It's the third or fourth.
Yeah. They're big boys.
But FIU, whenever JSU, they had a couple of years where they would open up their baseball season down there. And so we, of course, went a couple of times. And when you get out, even to the baseball facility outside the stadium, they had somebody mixing, a DJ. I mean, it's like...
It's like it's one big party out there.
And if you remember, right outside of campus years ago, that's where that overpass collapsed when the traffic was sitting there. Do y'all remember that story out of Miami area? Yeah,
how about
that's where that was?
We played our conference tournament there last year, and we were in our meeting where all the coaches is our coaches meeting, and a guy that was representing FIU told the story, and probably most I love historical facts like this, but he made the decision before he got into the coaching stuff to tell us a little bit about the university. And he said that that's where their airport was, like right where the university sits. That's where and there was an old runway there, and they used to use it like to run like
football team, track, all these people would use the runway to do run and sprint and work out. But there's that used to be an airport there.
Huh.
All right, so here's where I get confused. I always confuse FIU with FAU.
Yeah,
right.
So which one's the
Florida.
Owls? Who's the Owls?
That's Florida Atlantic. And they're in Boca Raton.
What is FIU?
Florida International.
What's their mascot?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I forget.
Lions? No, they're not.
I don't know.
Panthers. They're the
Is that
Panthers.
the
Panthers?
Yeah.
All right, then there's Central
Let me make
Florida.
sure of that.
And Central Florida is the Golden Knights?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, Central Florida, is it in Orlando?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's Augustus school.
And then Miami is FIU.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
And then FAU is Boca Raton.
Correct.
Right?
You're all over it.
Owls, Panthers, Knights.
Correct.
Florida State, Tallahassee.
Yeah, I know those. When we get into the
Florida, then you got
the less known Florida schools, I get very confused.
And then SFU, right, too, right?
South Florida?
Yes. Yeah, I've got that. And they got that's
Where are they
Bulls.
located?
That's a huge university, too.
They're the Bulls.
Where are they located?
Fort Lauderdale area, I think.
Okay.
And they're huge. I mean,
There's
that's
a lot
another
of
big
good.
one.
It is.
They're two.
Where
Okay,
is it?
hold on.
All of them
USF
D1.
and FC, they're all huge.
Now, you know what South Florida Stadium is going to be named next year? Snoop Dogg Stadium. Have y'all heard about
Ah, that's funny.
Yeah.
So I know that Jack State used to play a Division II school from Tampa down there. What are they now? Are they still D2?
That's
or they
actually
moved up to-
is it South Florida, Tampa?
I don't know.
I think South Florida is actually Tampa.
I don't know where
South
they are.
Florida's Tampa.
Okay.
They're big,
Yeah.
I know that.
South Florida's
Well,
Tampa.
was it a different university though? I mean, they could have two. That's a
Yeah,
big
but I
city.
think that's it. I think the bigger one that we're always talking about is South Florida. It's in Tampa.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, USF. Let's see. Their enrollment is right at 50,000.
They're all big. They're all big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's
Florida's a very populous state.
Yes, it is. Well, and it's also not a bad place to go, even if you want to go from somewhere else and stay a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's now you know
A lot
you
of water.
You didn't want to be there when things like Debbie hit. And it comes that way.
Yeah. That's
The hurricanes. Every time I'm ready to be in Florida, a hurricane will hit, and I go. I'm not big on anything that requires evacuation.
Yeah.
You know, we got tornadoes, but you don't have to evacuate. You know, if you do, not for long.
Right.
And
You
when
know,
it is so massive that they have to turn the interstates all in one direction, and you have people driving on the wrong interstate to go north
Right.
to escape
Right.
the tragedy that's coming, that's always concerning to me.
See, that's everything I hate.
Have you ever done that? Drove on the wrong side of the interstate?
I haven't.
You know, the two.
Maybe coming out of a concert, maybe,
But-
or Talladega.
Right.
You know what I mean? Maybe Talladega.
But think about that. How the exits are all goofed up,
Oh, yeah.
and you don't know where to get on, get off. It's crazy.
I had somebody going the wrong way on the street here in
Yes.
Birmingham the other day,
That's
and I
nice.
couldn't get their attention. I was like, "Hey, y'all, you're going the wrong way.
Oh, no.
This is going to be bad." And they just looked at me like I couldn't get their attention.
Wow.
Oh, I was almost hitting a roundabout with somebody going the wrong way.
Well, now roundabouts,
and I'm like, hey,
Southerners and roundabouts, we're learning.
Yeah, we are. Slow process.
We're learning. European trash.
Stay right. Stay right.
But yeah, so it's going to be. We'll literally hear if we see an FIU game, we will hear. You are looking live at Pitbull Stadium.
Yeah. How about that?
live from Pitbull Stadium, and you know that he will do it in a way that nobody else has ever done it. It won't just be simple signage.
Yeah,
he will probably have.
Yeah.
You know, something
Right.
going on, dancers or something.
I know he's connected there, obviously, but his name would have worked better with South Florida, the Bulls.
Yeah.
No, you're right, though. With FIU being in Miami, it's all about Miami.
But picture that.
Yeah.
Pitbull
Yeah.
Stadium and the Bulls play there.
Yeah,
that
it
would
does
have been
make more
awesome.
sense.
That would have been.
I know.
That would have been
It
fantastic.
really goes together,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
But so he should have sponsored that one. But I know it's not where he is, Rick, so he has no connection there.
Yeah.
Right.
He's doing this because he's got a connection there.
Right.
Yeah.
So is he a big FIU fan?
I
or-
guess. I mean, I would at $1.5 million a year. I guess so.
I think he's
Well, you
just a
think he'd
great.
probably make a game or two?
I mean, you would think he wouldn't miss one. I mean, so I don't know.
I'd like him to do something with the Marlins.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
By the way, on that note, the White Sox won last night.
Yeah,
we talked.
Yeah.
How about that?
Streak
Yeah, so
broke.
they
Yeah.
got- they
Now,
got
what
the
do you
streak.
do today if you're coming into the clubhouse today? You're like, okay,
1-0, baby.
Let's string two of them
Is that
together.
what you're-
That's all you can
Let's
say.
string them
hey,
together.
two more, we're on a streak.
1-0, baby.
Now, if you're one of the pitchers, you walk in and go, see what happens when we score 5 runs?
That's true.
We actually win.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
No, I know.
There also is
You don't
the
say that.
University of Tampa.
Yeah,
Tampa.
great. Yeah, they got a good baseball program.
Okay.
They do. They are. They've won a lot of D2 championships.
They don't have as much budget. They're actually sponsored, I think, I'm not sure,
Here we go.
by Young MC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was waiting to see.
Over at Bust-A-Move Stadium.
Yeah, over at
Rick and Bubba.
war, since we're at a real war right now, but you know what I'm talking about.
Footage.
The Turner South footage. And yesterday, a lot of excitement and enthusiasm within the Rick and Bubba Army as we fought to get more of the show covered on television. Also, part of our day yesterday was Pelham, Alabama. You know, we were a lot of places yesterday.
Well, I will say this, Rick. We have a line in the sand drawn again, and there again, it's not near as serious as what our Marines are dealing with, who, by the way, are just outside Baghdad now. They moved forward last night when we were taking a pause.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe they were just resting. You know, everybody deserves a halftime, even if you've had a good first half. But, Rick, you know, at the end of the TV portion today, we're going to see where everybody's heart's at. You know,
you're right,
and we're going to give you hopefully the ammunition you need, Army, to carry forward.
The numbers are on the website,
and we have more numbers to share with you depending on what happens today.
Those of you with TiVo have John Perry's cell phone number too. I got that email last night.
They can freeze it.
Yeah, they can pull it up and enhance it. So.
Well, look, it may be easier to read in the next few days. So, but anyway, we want to start. We had a busy day yesterday. We were in a lot of places, and on our way to Atlanta to get the show on longer, we made a quick stop in Pelham yesterday, and Dr. Tom Owens, of his own free will, nobody was holding a weapon on him, said, yes, I will lay under a truck and let it run over me.
There he is, and he has been run over by a lot of things.
Yes.
And let's face it, though, he's an older man now. I'm just going to call it. And we were worried about him getting run over yesterday.
Well, Rick, even Joe Montana had to retire eventually. You know what I'm saying?
So here it is, and we'll take a look at
Can
yesterday.
you retire from letting vehicles run over you?
You should.
Yeah.
Let's go to the footage from yesterday. We'll narrate for those of you who cannot see us on TV of what happened.
Best we can.
I will tell you this: Bubba had a line yesterday that owned me so much, and I
okay,
here's Tom.
We got Nat sound here.
Yeah, he's flexing. He's showing us his stomach muscles.
He's just look washboard there, kinda.
So well, he's older, Bubba, but I mean he's still.
But let me tell you, the real meat is fixing to walk in the picture here.
Now, this stumble right here hurts me. He's flexing his legs, and watch him stumble a little bit, and that had me concerned. Speedy, that's what's he right there. Just a little bit there. Well, here we come to pose with Tom Owens.
Yeah.
And there's our.
Now look at that washboard right there. Mine's a wash tub though.
Yeah, Bubba, let me tell you something. You've lost weight and you can tell it.
Yeah, I know. That's what everybody said yesterday.
And look at my stretch marks. That's when
The only thing I wish I'd jumped up and down. I'm pulling the lint out of my belly button now.
See that stretch mark right there?
Oh, a close up.
The stretch mark I had there. That's when I got up to 310.
Here is Dr. Tom Owens laying under the truck. It looks like he's changing the oil. Now, look, he's getting fired up right here.
Now, watch him get fired up. Watch him get fired up.
Now, I didn't know if he was getting motivated or a bee had stung him.
Yeah.
Watch how he goes here.
There's a ramp on each side of him.
I was concerned. Yeah. I thought, oh, my gosh, a bumblebee got Tom.
Yeah, watch him right here. So we don't know what he's doing, but he was getting psyched up. Bubba,
see, we didn't know.
I thought he was being attacked by something, or the muffler might have been burning him. But so...
Yeah, what?
See us right here? Here we go.
Oh, right over him. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now... At that point, Rick and I was supposed to help Tom up, okay?
Yeah.
But we were so scared of the whole, we just backed up. I was froze.
Well, I didn't want to be that guy that he made it, then you go to pick him up and you hurt him picking him up.
Yeah, I know.
Because that can happen.
That's what I thought.
You
know, I thought surely there's somebody here more qualified than me. Maybe like a paramedic.
That's the way I felt. But
they didn't hold anything back when they gouged it there, did they?
Well, that's the key. You know, the time he got hurt real bad, his driver didn't come, and of course Tom, which is the only thing that I question him on. To me, if I get run over and my driver gets sick, I don't get run over. Because the driver is important.
It's like having your own sound guy with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
And the guy did not like what's the safest thing to do is for that weight not to be on his stomach very long.
Oh no, yeah,
it's just it rolls over and like real
Didn't
quick.
The guy stop one time?
And the guy stopped up on top of him. And then the guy tried to get. He got stuck on that ramp and started spinning.
You're kidding.
And he spun out on him and it like took the top layer of his skin off.
What?
Yeah, it was terrible. It just started because then the tires just started grabbing.
All right, now, do you have me?
No, he had a truck running over me situation there.
Because that sounds like something you might be.
How about this? How about this? The guy.
I may be adding the flesh part, but
How about this?
he It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Kind of a one-hit wonder in the hip-hop world. Young MC.
Sits down next to you and starts talking. Says she want to dance because she likes the grooves. Come on.
So we work our way back. TheraBreath has been with us for a really, really long time, and we are thankful for that. As a matter of fact, just had some BuzzBox coffee, so there you go. I've got a lozenge there. I need a lozenge. The old TheraBreath lozenge there. So, you know, even if you're using the mouthwash and the toothpaste, of course, you want to do that, and then you go, hey, I've had a couple cups of coffee. Maybe I had, an omelet that had some peppers and onions in it, a little spicy. Just pop in the old lozenge, ready to go. Let me tell you what these lozenges are also good for. If you have to make a lot of presentations, you get a little dry mouth, they work well with that. Also, I carry them with me everywhere I go. So TheraBreath products are available. Yeah, there's over 100 retailers that carry the products, but sometimes you go there and because of limitations on shelf space, you may not be able to find all the products you're looking for. Like sometimes I struggle to find the lozenges in a retail outlet, so I'll just go to TheraBreath.com and order it there, so I always have them in stock. How about everything is gluten-free, no artificial colors, no added dyes. They're even certified kosher. So if you also don't forget, if you have bleeding gums when you brush or floss, not good. Try TheraBreath's new Healthy Gums Oral Rinse, FDA approved and fantastic on fighting gum disease. So go right now to TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button, or you can also look at the over 100 retailers that are carrying the products across the country. All right, so we mentioned a lot of people are saying they thought the stadium would sound cool if it was called Mr. Worldwide. As opposed to Pitbull Stadium, and people were saying that South Florida plays at Tampa Bay Stadium. They don't have their own stadium, so anyway, and they are in Tampa. So let's talk a little bit. Speaking of sports, this is a high school out of our home state and not far from where we work. So anytime something's going on with this school, and it seems to be. Periodically they'll be in the headlines. They had their own TV show on MTV at one point. We're talking about Hoover High School, a very large high school there in Sweet Home, Alabama. And so there's been a lot of success with the program. By their standards, the program has been down a little bit. The head coach that was there for a long time left under some controversy. Then a new coach took over. He was there, had a lot of success. He's recently left. Last year they had a new coach that was relatively new. Was that his first season, I think, maybe? Was it last season? His first season, maybe second season? I'm not sure. But new. Yeah. Hadn't been there very long.
Right.
Hadn't been there very long. Yeah. And so apparently there's now a national story brewing because now this new thing of, we're a much different society. And I think some of that's good. Some of it's not. But we've all said this, including my dad to a degree, God rest his soul, that the coaches that we played for probably would stay in trouble a lot with today's society.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them may possibly be in jail. I make that joke all the time. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But we were not as soft in those days. And if someone was harsh to you as a coach, I'm not talking about physically handling you like some of these allegations, but just getting on you. And, a lot of people, I don't want you to get in your mind that my dad was the kind of coach that put his hands on people. He didn't do that. He was just, it was his way or no way. You played for coaches like that, Bubba Hamzy. You did too. Rudy Abbott, I don't think you
you did things in the other way than he wanted to.
Right.
Both of y'all had Abbott experiences, and they were just they didn't put up with any foolishness, and they could get on you. I don't know how to. Sometimes they'd hurt your little feelings.
No, yeah.
And now what's going? But now we're living in a time that even things that we would deem as no big deal are a big deal.
All right.
And you have to kind of know that, I would think, that of the world you're living in. And
there's phones everywhere.
Oh, phones everywhere. Now, I do want to say this, and I know we've talked about this a lot. I don't ever want to be what we talk against all the time, is that somebody is guilty until they prove themselves innocent, as opposed to innocent until we see they're guilty.
Right.
Because we're supposed to say people are innocent, and then let's find out the facts. When you see these videos from a practice, there's 2 coaches that have been suspended. Just because people are saying something's happening, I expected it to be a little more prominent in the video. It's a little confusing what's going on with the one player that everybody claims the coach is doing something. So that what he did, he may be doing, or he may not. It
could be kind of out of context.
It may be a misunderstanding. But the one I was telling Bubba about, the one nobody's talking about a lot, is the second coach that's been suspended. He goes over to a guy who's watching a drill and knocks him down, and his helmet flies off. And the one
I think he's in the drill.
Well, no. See, there's another. This is beyond. There's a second coach that's in trouble.
Yeah.
And he goes over and hits a guy.
He's not related to.
I'd like to point that out. It's not me or a relative of mine that I'm aware of. So his name is Coach Helms.
Right. Yeah. So a lot of people thought you had got suspended. That's why I wanted to clarify this.
Yeah. Didn't throw anybody down on tennis court.
No.
So the allegation is
not a lot of Helms out
that
there,
one coach did a humping move on a player in the drill who gets run over or blocked or something.
Yeah.
And then the other one is a coach who the guy is standing outside a drill, and he runs over and knocks him down and knocks his helmet off.
Yeah.
So that one, the second one's a little more easier to see because there's really nothing that seems to be up for debate. And I don't know what the kid did. And now the humping one, to me, when you look at it, I'm not sure is that really.
It could be him just simply grabbing his helmet and trying to lift it.
And pushing
because
his body
of that,
up on
it looked like that's what was going on. But
I don't think
again,
that guy. I don't think this guy. His is as prominent and open and shut case as the other that goes over and knocks a kid down.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's what's happening.
Here's helmet.
All right, so this is.
See, the kid is in the play, and then the coach comes up to him and hits him.
Oh, I see. Okay, he just walks over there. I see. Okay.
Yeah, he ends up in.
No, you're right, Ham. That is the one, Adler, I'm talking about. And he goes.
He got blocked real bad.
He got blocked, and he knocks him down and pulls his helmet off. So that's the one coach that's in trouble.
Now, so this is an official.
By the way,
practice video.
By the way,
this was leaked, I guess.
This is one of my favorite drills of all time that they're doing. By the way,
yeah. And when the coach comes up, it looks like he's going to power push him or something because it looks like the player kind of took the drill off, and I think it was he probably wasn't expecting it to be that excessive.
Well, I think
because
also
the kid's pretty big.
Also, I think he grabs his helmet to keep him from falling, and
right.
the
helmet comes off.
The helmet comes off
because the kid's so big. I don't think he thought he was going to fall.
No.
I mean,
and he is taking the drill off, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
his effort is unacceptable, but I'm not saying that's the way.
Well, he got blocked pretty bad. Then the coach knocked him down.
He did.
Yeah. He got to get his feet under him.
By the way, not only with the person who's blocking you, but also the coach. You're up way too high.
Yeah.
So get down and get a good
size. Get down there low.
All right, now here's the alleged humping. Okay, this guy gets pancaked here. Okay, right. Now the coach who's picking him up right there. It ain't
long.
Does every clip cut off like that? Because this is the only one I could find.
No, that's the one I keep seeing too.
Okay,
I haven't seen one.
You can't tell if he's just trying to pull him up.
Time out. Yeah. First of all, let's look at the coach that takes his helmet off and throws it. Let's not miss that.
Okay,
as part of this.
Okay, yeah,
watch
helmet's
this.
Off,
right?
And
then he throws the helmet as the guy is supposedly
helping him up.
I don't know.
See, I think that one is. I don't.
Oh my gosh!
What is happening?
I'm not sure that one is black and white because he could literally be trying to pick the kid up to get up in his face, and it looks like he's. Right. Now look, he may
be. I don't know.
I'm just saying. Let's wait and let's let everybody work it out. Let's hear what the man has to say.
Yeah.
So question. This isn't cell phone footage where somebody's hiding over
Right.
somebody's shoulder pads and video. This looks like their official practice video.
Drone
So
footage,
somebody inside the program, are they trying to get the coaches and releasing this out to the public? Because it looks like an unfair edit, to y'all's point, this last one here.
Why is it chopped? Why is it chopped?
You know, what's going on here?
Yes.
I do want to say this, though, okay?
I would be careful with that one and let the whole story.
That's what I'm
finish.
asking.
No,
I'm asking.
I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you.
I do want to point
Yeah.
this
I'm
out,
telling the
though.
audience.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and I want to point this out, okay? There was a moment on this show years ago where Greg got hurt, and Adler's response was,
yes.
I'm going to hump a trash can.
I remember that.
That's right.
So you do get excited.
So people do get excited in these moments. I just want to point that out. I'm not saying that's what's going on there.
I was freaking out. I was worried about my friend.
and maybe that's what this guy was doing.
Do y'all remember what he did?
Yes, I do.
Okay. He liked to
punched a
slam
cake.
things.
He punched a cake that had toothpicks in it.
Yes, yes.
I need more footage.
Yeah, they cut the footage off.
Yes.
I'm like you, unfair edit.
Yes.
And
Y'all, I don't look.
that one looks. See, William, that one's not as black and white. Now that
Well-
other one, if you don't like him hitting the kid, knocking him down after he,
Well,
he
like
did
you
hard.
said, it looked like he ran up to him,
Yeah.
bumped him harder than he thought he would, then tried to catch him
Yeah.
and pulled his helmet off.
Yeah.
And I will
So-
say this: both players, their effort was terrible. And I think you also
Probably.
I think you also have a program that was dominating, and they're getting beat now,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not the walking dog they once were by their standards.
Yeah, I
they're
mean,
still
they
very
may,
good.
they may have had 2 losses or something.
And what
you know?
you've got is a little bit of a junction boys kind of deal. We're here to, hey, this program's got to get back to being tough
Yeah.
and being dominant. And hey, this year, what we've been doing is unacceptable, and we're going to find out who wants to be out here and who don't. I know that's what they're doing, and sometimes emotions can be high.
Yeah, and maybe because everything's on Huddle now, and maybe the footage is always uploaded to Huddle, and then the players watch it and stuff like that. That's how it could have been leaked as well.
Of course, yeah. All the players
Well,
get
I don't
Huddle
know.
now.
Yeah, and so I don't know, but it's just that. So this is administrative leave and all that, huh?
So
I just
nowadays it may be, I don't know, but back when we were playing, and
That
doing
looked pretty
sports,
mild, didn't
that was that. I will say that was nothing.
When we were playing, that would have never even been mentioned at home.
no,
Right.
no,
You're right.
no, you're right.
Rick and Bubba.
He did get hurt. He did get hurt. The guy who was driving yesterday.
him, and he did start spinning.
How about the guy driving admitted to me he's very nervous about doing it because he hears Tom beating on the door and he doesn't know if that means go, I'm fired up, or hey, I'm stuck, get off of
Look,
me. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, that's a little bit more nerve-wracking than pulling a skier.
Oh, I know.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
if you mess up there, he falls in the water. I mean,
Unless you sling him up on the beach.
yeah. Unless you're like me and the family gets in there and starts jumping waves and they're laughing and going, hey, hey, and they forget I'm back there and I'm in somebody's boathouse.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you start screaming to your kids on the boat, save Daddy.
Yes, that was all nice.
Can we see that footage again of the rollover?
Okay, kids, now save Daddy.
Hey, Christopher, can we see the rollover one more time?
Yeah, Chris,
Just make your stomach hurt. to see that. And I told Tom when he got done, he got up, was shaking hands. I said, walk over there and rub it behind the truck because I know it's stinging.
What is fast forwarding through
Hey,
it?
we can hear you.
He's trying to.
Well, you got to
That's
pot it
fine.
down. You got
Here
to
we
pot
go.
it.
That's all right. Where? Man, it is. Okay. Is it right here?
He's getting ready.
Go ahead, Chris. We're ready.
Yeah, he's ready.
All right. Let's watch. See,
What?
I wish we had slow motion.
We do, but I don't know if we have
It had to be.
What? He's telling him to go.
Right. So the front wheel is on the
on the
back,
ramp.
the back side of the ramp.
And then the back wheel will come over this ramp, and just for a few minutes will be the weight of the truck will be on his stomach. See it running right there.
Oh my gosh!
So it's just it's not long.
And
but,
they just jerked him on up too, didn't they?
yeah. See, I question that. And
Shouldn't you let him lay there and have a popsicle or something?
Yeah.
You got to ease into it.
let him get.
I know. See, thank God for letting him roll over.
Well, yeah. I will be back when we.
It's a funny. You know what, too? When I saw that, I did the same thing. I said, Lord, thank you for not letting me do that. I just appreciate that common sense you got.
You know what I said? I said, thank you, Lord, the fact that he didn't just get squashed in front of a lot of people.
When do you realize, hey, a truck can roll over me and I'll be fine?
Well, I asked him about that. How do you get started in something like that?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show.
Hardball there. That's hilarious.
That's a little surprise for y'all today.
Thank you for that.
As we work our way back, all right. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna ask y'all a tough question, and it's gonna upset probably 40% of the audience, probably at this point in the times we're living in. I don't think on the majority, but it's gonna upset some. And if you'd rather me not ask y'all, and you say, Rick, I'm too busy today, I don't want to get emails, then I won't. But y'all know what I'm going to ask you, and you know I know what your answer is going to be.
Go ahead.
Fire it up.
I'm not going to answer them today anyway.
We all played a little ball. We played in a different era. Do you honestly see anything, even in these videos, that you think warrants this kind of action?
No. I'll just be clear. No.
Would that have, like I said, did I exaggerate in the least going to the break? Did I exaggerate in the least?
I do need to see
that
more
this would have
video.
never been even mentioned at dinner at home.
There may be more to this than we realize, or there may be exactly what we're seeing. Is it good? Maybe not. But when we were playing, like you said, it never would have raised an eyebrow.
And if it did come up at dinner, okay, take the
whatever
hump,
sport you're
take the hump thing out of it, okay. I'm talking about the lineman that was helmet grabbed, pushed down, fell, took a play off.
Yeah.
If that's me, okay, and it does come up at dinner, there's a phone call that happens, okay, but it's to the coach to thank him for what he just did and to run my butt the next day.
Yep.
That's what's coming from Mac Daddy, I can promise you that.
Yeah.
And you know what I do? I go run and get better.
My parents...
Because they told me. I respected them enough to go do that.
First of all, my parents wouldn't have known about it unless I brought it up because they didn't come attend and sit at every practice worrying that somebody was going to say something mean to me.
What?
Okay. But I will say that if my parents had seen that effort from me, that would be the heart of the conversation, not the coach's response.
Correct. Yes. Right. I would have been praying that Dad didn't see that.
Right. Let me tell you why I wouldn't post it for that very reason. I don't want my dad to see it.
No.
Yes. Because he would see, because he would be so concentrating. See, we concentrate on the kid falling down, and the coach, I think, was trying to hold him up by the helmet. And the kid could have even flopped because nowadays everybody wants to be a victim and their video be out there. But and I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying you got to know that nothing anymore sometimes it's rare, don't you think it's rare, that everything is as it appears. But that's rare.
Yeah.
Usually the story's a little more complicated, a little deeper than the little clip that somebody grabs and puts out on social media for the world to see. Just like you can tell when the kid is being picked up that got pancaked by the alleged hump coach, you can see that right when he's trying to pick him up to talk to him about what just happened, the video cuts.
Yeah.
And so
I would like maybe there is more. Maybe there is more to that, and that's why I'm not commenting on that.
And also the guy is he's a big lineman, so he's probably not light either.
Yeah, I need to see one more second of that footage.
I also want to see what happened in that play.
I need to see if there's one more.
Well, he gets blocked real bad
in this one.
Yeah,
Yeah, the humping. The alleged hump. That kid got pancakes. He got pancakes.
But don't y'all think, common sense here, there is a difference, and Rick, you alluded to it when it came to your dad. There's a difference between physically putting your hands on somebody to like beat them up and be abusive, and then trying to fire somebody up. There's a difference, and we can't see that. I mean, it's obvious that I don't think a coach is running over there to beat up some player.
No.
But it's almost not. I don't know. It's just sad.
We're looking here, and I think this guy on the text may be right or woman. I'm going to guess it's a guy based on the topic. But he says, since the guy, I think this is what you're probably going to hear, and I think this guy has at least it's a good theory.
Yeah.
I think this coaching staff, because this program is not playing at the level that they demand.
Yes, expect.
That this group says this summer workout, we're going to find out who wants to be out here, who doesn't.
Yeah.
And if we find your effort to be subpar, then you shouldn't be part of our program.
Hence
the helmet comes off.
Exactly.
This texter is saying, do you think he's grabbing his shoulder pads, saying, take your shoulder pads off,
and
just be done?
And he's ripping the shoulder pads off, and that makes it look like
you can't play for this school. that effort is not good enough. Just take anything that belongs to us off and just throw it off to the side, and you just get out. Let's get somebody in here who wants to.
Yeah. We're playing teams like IMG. We're on ESPN. This is unacceptable. I don't know, man. This is news today, huh?
Well, it is. It's out there. It started. I mean, people sent me the video probably 11, 12 times yesterday out of our audience. Now, that doesn't mean it's a big story across the country, but within our audience, people wanted us to comment on it. And you're probably not surprised by our comments. I know it's a kinder, gentler world that we're living in now than maybe we grew up in. But I'm just telling you, in the days we're playing, this would not have.
When I hear kinder, gentle, there's nothing wrong with being gentle. There's nothing wrong with being kind.
No.
What's wrong with our society is we're weak.
That's really true.
Yeah, but because I think there's a difference that we're able to see.
Yeah.
On the physicality of something. I'm approaching someone to do harm and be abusive. That's one thing. I'm trying to fire somebody up. Let's go. What are you doing? Shaking them. Power put. Let's go. That's a different. And we're able to distinguish the two.
Well, I will say,
and also you got a coach, and I don't know his weight, but he's probably 185, 190, and you're telling me he power pushed a 300-pound lineman? Come on.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Well, I will say this too.
I don't know,
but I want to say this and be clear: coaches don't need to be out of control.
No, they do not.
They need to be under control.
Correct.
And if they're doing this methodically and for a reason. And the coaches we play for, they were trying to accomplish a goal with what they did.
Correct.
There was a method to the madness. They were not out of control.
No, you're right.
And I remember the first time I really realized that when I saw some of the coaches look at each other and smiling when I thought they'd all got really mad. Mm-hmm. And they were almost like, how about that?
Yeah.
But so some of this is just mind games to try to get the most out of you and motivate you. The question, to Helmsley's point, you are right. We are in the right situations. We should be kind and we should be gentle. But when you get to the point where that's, we shouldn't label everything as that. There's also a time, even in Scripture, where you see things that are quite harsh, convicting, and can be demoralizing for your own good. And the reason why is it develops perseverance and endurance.
Yeah.
And these men one day, I hope, will have to be leaders in their homes, and they got to be able to persevere.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cancer Society discovered diets. So let's talk about life insurance. Had a conversation about life insurance just yesterday, and one of the conversations was, do I need to go with something that's whole life? Do I need to go term? Look, let's get down to the bottom line. I want to know that when I pass away, the people that are supposed to get paid, and they're taken care of. Let's simplify life insurance, and let's get you the most life insurance for your loved ones, okay, for the least amount of money. So that's where Ladder comes in. It's 100% digital. There's no doctors. There's no needles. There's no paperwork. When you apply for $3 million in coverage or less,
You'll never even have to see a doctor. You're just simply filling out stuff and answering questions on a health application, and they find out with their algorithms if you're approved instantly. And they use insurers that have proven records of paying and paying quickly. Okay, so there's no hidden fees. You can cancel anytime you want to. You get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. Life insurance is going to cost more the older you get. So get this off the list today. Couldn't be simpler. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Go today, see if you're instantly approved. LADDER life.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Zanies in Nashville this Friday night, and then a kids fair in Nashville on Saturday. Bubba and I with Don Juan will be there. Speedy will be with the Birmingham Steel Dogs Friday night at their home opener in Birmingham at the BJCC. So we're all busy again this weekend. Also, Bubba, I want to thank, and I know that you have been there many times before I have, because this is new to me, but you with Hunter Bus have been involved with the folks at the Calera and Shelby Railroad, Heart of Dixie Railroad Museum, because I know Hunter Bus is all about trains. And
we have to go down there a couple of times a year and just look at the railroad cars.
And now I've got one. The baby, Taz, has become, I mean, it's almost like watching this Hunter thing happen again with a different child.
Oh, I know.
It is woo-woos, and he calls them woo-woos because they go woo-woo, and he's got to have them, and he's all about Thomas, and of course, you know, hearing him say Percy is about like when Hunter first started saying it.
You got to be careful with
Maybe
that.
they shouldn't have put that name on kid trains.
Sure.
Because if that name gets wrong, people really wonder what your kid's shouting at them. Want to get the folks. Everybody's always asked us, let us know. You went to Chattanooga to see Thomas when he came there, and then he actually came to Calera at the Heart of Dixie Railroad Museum, and Thomas is back the next 2 weekends. So with Thomas and Friends, Day Out with Thomas, it's this weekend, and next weekend you can contact them for information, and I always thank him for letting our kids know about it, and the ones who are interested. Taz is going for the first time to see Thomas. He's never done it. You tell me.
Well, he will absolutely love
He'll
it.
go
When
nuts,
you
won't
see
he?
that old smiling face on that train.
He'll go berserk, won't he?
Sir Topham Hat was there last year, so we had to get our picture made with that.
Well, this
With
year,
him.
Speedy, there's the reason Speedy can't be at Kids Fair, and all I'll say is Topham Hat might seem familiar to you. That's all I'm going to say. So anyway,
you hear him say all up in the house.
That's
But
right.
anyway.
So you can contact them at 205-668-3435, 205-668-3435 the next 2 weekends there in Calera, Alabama at that wonderful museum.
When you see Sir Topham Hat, just whisper, stay in it.
Bubba, the phones, we're going to go that, but we have now slow motion of
Right.
Dr. Tom Owens being run over by the truck.
I really can't get enough of this, Rick.
Okay, I know, but slow motion, because it's so quick. I want to see it on his stomach crushing it for just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so let's...
You know how a baseball, when it's hit, squeezes in,
Right.
and it's just so quick you can't see it? I have not seen the slow motion yet. Christopher Columbus just did it for us during the break. I want to see what this looks like.
All right, here it comes.
Roll it.
All right, here it comes. All right, here's the truck. We're going slow motion now.
It's not slow-mo right now, though.
Yeah.
It'll be at the actual row part.
All right,
There's the signal.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, look,
I'm going to get it where I can really see it. All right, so here it comes over his stomach there, and yeah!
Boy, his
Does
body.
that not make you still cringe? And I asked Tom.
Does that make you still cringe?
Doesn't that make you still cringe?
You
know what I mean?
You're still. And I was like, is that a name for a body part?
Well,
I
look,
didn't know
I'm just
about?
a shook up.
Can I tell you, it made my still cringe?
Yes. I asked Tom, and this is, anytime you see something, you go, hey, how'd that get started? Like neckties?
Yeah.
Who was the idiot that said, I'll, try to hang myself and wear it as a fashion statement?
Yes.
And I said, Tom, do you start with a moped when you're a kid? I mean, and I soon discovered it was a nasty jaywalking accident back years ago. He was hit by an Isuzu truck, and it ran over him. He said, hey, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
And
right. Yeah, because I often wondered if he said, if he told somebody, let me check your oil for you and let me see where this leak's coming from.
And it got out of hand.
And the guy said, oh, my gosh, are you all right? And he goes, you know what, that wasn't that bad.
Yeah, sure. I tell you what, back up and do it again. I'm going to put a ramp on it. Let's upsize and get a 150. And
we wanted to run over him with the mobile assault broadcast vehicle, but
lawyers wouldn't let it.
But anyway, 6 minutes past. Thanks for being with us. We got Speedy, we got Helmsy, we got Adler. No Greg today. Hopefully back tomorrow, Lord willing. Wednesday Bible study back today. We continue with the Hall of Fame of Faith in Hebrews chapter 11. Catch that at noon today or 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, the archive available soon after. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And I was just admiring this picture of this 18-wheeler bringing turf to Jack State.
Stay cocky. I heard Helmsy talking about it in the kickoff hour. The old text option has been a lot of fun. We've enjoyed the ability for you just to ask us a question if you don't have time to call or you're afraid that Greg will make fun of you or Speedy will emulate your voice. But Helmsy said that the guy delivering the turf, of all people, decided through the text option he would communicate with Helms on where to drop it off.
Well, he knows Helms has local information.
Sure, he does, yeah.
He reached out to me last week, and he said, to my Rick and Bubba account, and he said, hey, listen to the show, love the show. He said, I'm delivering turf to Jacksonville State. Where do I drop it off? And I thought, this is one of the strangest requests I have got in my 15 years.
And you kind of need to get that one right.
You do.
Yeah.
And so I actually forwarded it to the athletic director, Greg Seitz, and I just said, Greg, I'm assuming this is for the football stadium, because I knew they had taken up – I had actually had a recruit on campus and went to show the stadium, and
you talking about Amherst Stadium, Burgess Snow Field,
and saw that the turf was not there, and it was all like they were getting it ready,
right?
And so today is the day, and so he is there now with the turf ready to go.
Does it feel a little tight? I mean, football started. It feels a little tight.
Yeah, they can put those things up in about a week.
Can they? You a turf expert now?
No, I've just seen it. I mean, I've seen it at different facilities, like at Jim Case, JSU baseball at that field. I know Pelham High School did it.
Well,
that's a local high school around here.
Yeah.
And I just saw that, once you get started, if the weather's good, they're pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
All right.
Jack State.
Of course, I got them doing it in a couple of days, but you know what I mean.
You did.
From tomorrow,
I think no rain a week. It's up.
For tomorrow, it's 3 weeks to the first game.
If
Thursday the 29th.
Have they done all the leveling and all?
Oh yeah, it's all leveled.
See, Rick,
it's ready to go.
That's done by Friday.
Like it was actually interesting to see that process. Like I didn't know what it looked like under the turf. Now I do.
Hey,
see the pad.
Hey, send us a picture later this afternoon. Y'all get it finished.
Hey, you watch how quick this thing's up.
Hey, that thing may be done before the show's over.
So
they're going to get to run.
That was just an odd story that the turf guy.
I just thought,
yes,
this show has brought a lot. Got people some answers to some things over the years.
Sure.
And this was just another case of that. I mean, why would you email the administration at Jacksonville State when you can just go through the Rick and Bubba show?
That's
Look,
right.
This is where people come to have questions answered.
Yes.
And most of the time, the answer is correct.
That's right. If anybody else has
about 90%.
If anybody else out there, you have a delivery to Jacksonville State University
Let
today,
us know.
just holler at Helms. He's got it. He'll let you know.
The 10% we were not right on, we were trying to be right.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a good effort.
That's right.
We tried hard.
Right. Like some of y'all may be delivering something to the campus store. Helmsy's got it.
Yep.
Bubba, we have our Democratic ticket. Doesn't it look good? We've got Kamala Harris and now Tim Walz. And I'm
a little surprised by this pick because Kamala is Vice President Harris is to the left, and then he's way out there too. I mean he's way out there. It is funny because he is one of these guys that call some of the Republicans weird, but he's the one that put a tampon machine in the boys' restrooms all across Minnesota. So, I would kind of put that under weird, but that's just me.
Yeah, if you put that machine of feminine hygiene products in the male restroom, I think you cannot call anybody weird.
Yeah,
I think you're
I think that's weird back on you right there.
Well, and other weird things like letting your city burn.
Yeah.
Or
your state.
Your state, the whole thing. And your wife saying that she opened her window during the riots in 2020 so she could smell the tires burning and soak in the moment.
Yeah.
So we have that 3B. Here is Minnesota's First Lady
talking about their cities burning all over the state, and the city she was in, how much she enjoyed it. So the moment of the burning in the riots of 2020. Now remember, this is the same husband and wife that they're trying to convince you today that they're in the middle somewhere.
Right.
Here we go.
I would say those first days, when there were riots, I could smell the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
Now, don't forget 3A. This was Minneapolis she's talking about. The mayor was begging the governor, Walz, to help because their city was burning. And here was what the response was from the current vice presidential nominee for the Democrats. Here we go.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry has consistently said what he told us on June 2nd.
I will speak the truth. And the truth is that on Wednesday, around 6 p.m., I called the governor and asked for the National Guard.
Text messages and emails from the mayor's office for Wednesday, May 27th back that up.
So
he did not send the National Guard.
We know yesterday we played the clip that he said they should not back off on their progressive ideals, I forget what he said, or their progressive platform. That socialism is what he calls neighborly.
Yeah, he said some people call it socialism, we call it neighborly.
Yeah.
Well, if you tie those two together, you're just not very smart, because there's a big difference in me helping somebody because I want to and you taking it from me, in your opinion, to help somebody that needs help.
So we have the hygiene products in the bathroom. He is sanctuary city all day long. He lets the cities burn. He says that socialism is not the right word. The right word is neighborly. But yet, the word folksy is now the catchword. The left wants us to know that he's just a folksy grandfather. He's such a just old fella right there in the middle somewhere. He's taking the leftist agenda of Kamala and he's toning it down a little bit. I don't think that's selling.
Well, folksy demeanor, you can tell, got put out on the talking points because everybody started using the term. You know how we do the clips?
Oh, yeah.
And it's funny, everybody has the exact same lingo, the exact same language when they start discussing these things. And you see that with folksy demeanor. That's out there.
Yeah, so Adler has photos of the headlines from ABC, Politico, NBC, the BBC, Bloomberg, all of them using what you just said, Bubba, folksy demeanor.
So you mean to tell me they all looked at him,
yeah,
and all came up with this on their own?
Yeah. So all these media outlets, as Bubba just pointed out, nobody believes that. Surely you don't. That every one of them seem to come up with folksy.
Yeah.
They just own their own. They are their own thinking. He seems folksy to me. He seems like a socialist to me, and so does Kamala Harris. We've got a couple of Marxists that want to take us even further down the road to socialism than we're on now, and we're already on it. They just want to take us all the way there.
They just want to pedal harder.
Right, so we can all be neighborly, and anyone who opposes them is weird. Here they are coming into the rally, 2A. The coming into the rally, have you seen them come into the rally?
Good evening.
Oh, my.
Good evening. Good evening.
Oh, my. Woker.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Oh, my. Say it again.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hey, everybody. Good evening.
Do you think she's drinking? She seems a little buzzed, doesn't
Well,
she?
I will say this.
Right.
That sets up one. I'm a little shocked with the pick because Minnesota is historically very liberal. They're a blue state. They're the only state that didn't vote for Ronald Reagan in '84, which that was quite a map.
Wow.
But, so I don't know that pick really helps her from a geography standpoint at all. When she had a couple of guys from battleground states, it might have helped out.
Yeah. You got Minnesota.
They said some of the leaked information said that the guy from Pennsylvania, who I really thought she was going to go with, asked too many questions, and she didn't like that.
Yeah,
his interview.
I saw another story that they were turned down by 12 different people before they got there.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday too.
But it really sets
guy.
up a great contrast between the far left and the conservative right here. There's not any middle ground really in debate on this.
No.
A lot of people are saying that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, because Shapiro is Jewish, and that is a problem for the Democrat Party.
Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, we might do it like with nobody watching one time just to see.
And I know anytime you perform, you're always looking to turn it up a notch, take it to the next level. You know what I mean? So, and I was talking with Tom afterwards about things he could add to make it more exciting, and I suggested soaking his shorts in lighter fluid and setting them on fire right before the truck went over. I think that would be big.
As a matter of fact, I knew he was out of hand when he called Gary at the Heart of Dixie Railroad Museum. He wants Thomas to come into Calera and run over him as he comes in.
That would be pretty.
So,
yeah, I don't know that would be good.
I got to work.
Isn't that how they used to get rid of people tied to the railroad track in the old days?
That would not be pretty.
And David Foster, thank you for doing the footage for us so we could have that today.
Who is that?
Is that the promotions
continuity?
guy? Yeah.
Oh, that's that guy?
He shot a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we just call him Big 12. I didn't know his name was David Foster, really.
Yeah.
Really, never mind. I've got to.
I've been calling him Aggie for so long, I didn't know.
Yeah, hey, that's a better name.
Thanks, David.
Let's go.
Where did he get that camera he had, by the way?
That was a very nice camera.
I want it, Chris. That's the kind of camera I want.
That's the one we want.
That's his.
Hey,
he went out
look,
and got
I've asked Christopher Columbus to get me what we need on a wireless mic camera so we can just have one to carry around. And I'm telling you, he's getting right on it, by the way.
Somebody's rolling footage.
Yeah, he's all over it. Hey, Christopher, I'd like to get it, this year, preferably.
Lauren's...
well, you have to really specify around broadcast people.
Oh, yes.
If you say, I would like to, look here, build, remove, you have to, hey, you better get it in writing and plenty of headway on it.
And if you think you've called people about it too much, call 2 more times.
Yes. When you're sick of talking about it, check in twice.
Check in 2 more. As a matter of fact, I think the same people's got your camera are building the new studio. Let's go to Billy, Lawrence, South Carolina. Billy! Well, that was a terrible, big build-up.
Big build-up and no Billy. Billy, you there? You got him potted up, Rick?
Billy.
Hello.
Billy.
Wow. Yeah.
Billy with an I, I see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you, Billy.
Billy! I love you guys.
We love you.
Oh, I could not believe it when you said you were on an extra hour yesterday.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
I turn it as soon as you go off.
Well, really, we were on and off trying to get back on.
We were on all day.
And we're going to show you some of that here in a minute.
Because you probably missed it, right?
Yes, and my name is Billy with an IE because I am a lady.
Billy! Well, the thing about that, will it be on an extra hour today? That's going to be the telltale.
Will it be? See, I tape you in the morning. I watch you again at night, the same show.
Did he do 3 hours on the replay, by the way?
I watch the same show at night that I watch in the morning.
Hey, anybody watches the replay? Did they replay 3 hours? No, D, you saw it? Well,
Billy did too?
I tell you what, they just... What? Thanks, Billy. God bless.
It would have been some crusty old film we'd have got on. If our color was faded slightly, we'd have been on there.
If we could have had that line go,
yeah, we could have had some big band music right behind us.
The problem is that footage wasn't like 10 years old or 20.
Can I tell you seriously? And I know this is, and I know we are.
I'm sorry.
People who watch or listen to us realize that we really got some quirks and we really got some major problems here. But how about? And Sherry thinks it's crazy. Sherry likes old movies. Did you know old movies scare me? I hate the way they look, and when they're on, I feel weird.
Like black and white old movies or any old movies?
Yeah, I'm not talking about something from like the 80s. I'm talking about like on back. Yeah. If everybody in the movie's dead, I feel weird.
So before you were born, if you're watching a movie before you were born.
Yes, and it's like their acting is is, it just looks weird. I don't like the feel of it.
Can I tell you, my kids right now, Caitlin especially, is into the Wizard of Oz.
See, that's a perfect.
The monkeys always scared me.
And let me tell you what,
freaked out by the monkeys, by the way.
How about I don't even like her watching it? It scares me.
Wizard of Oz.
Hey, the monkeys.
And I'm trying to be brave for her to let her know that there is no wicked witch like that.
Good gosh.
And it's just because I'm going, oh, there's the monkeys again. No, they won't hurt you. They're not real.
No, that witch won't hurt you, honey. Just
and I'm gonna go, polish my 12.
Yeah, I'm just not looking at it because Daddy's eyes are stinging.
Yeah, burning. I got up early, honey.
I can't stand that show. "22 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Excited to be going to Pensacola, Florida tomorrow night, the Bay Center. Sportsman's Night Out. This is for the entire family, men, women, children. Hank Parker and I will be speaking. Over $150,000 worth of prizes will be given away at this incredible event. Honored to be invited to be part of that. Tomorrow night, Ticketmaster has the tickets. There should still be tickets available. Get the details at burgessministries.com under upcoming events. themanchurch.com. We are loaded down in the month of August. 6 different Man Church events and gatherings just this week. Find all those at themanchurch.com. Rich Wingo and I will be in Defuniak Springs, First Baptist Church, Saturday night. Rich and I both will be speaking, and then I'll be preaching there at the church Sunday morning. Find those details at themanchurch.com, and look forward to seeing all of you this weekend down around Panama City as well. So it'll be a nice trip to the beach over a few days, and I look forward to being part of all those events, Lord willing. All right, so Bubba, we've just talked about Timmy Walz, and he's folksy. He's folksy.
He's
just folksy.
Right. Kind of like Gorbachev
folksy. Yeah, right. He's folksy in kind of a Karl Marx kind of way.
Yeah.
But anyway,
kind of in a Lenin way.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So if you want socialism, vote for the Democrats. If you think that's a bad road, you got to vote for Trump.
Yeah, since it's never worked in the history of mankind.
I'm going to keep saying this over and over again. And I was too young to really grasp it at the time. Other than when Ronald Reagan ran, there has never been an easier choice. The parties, in that one, the candidates were just so far apart. In this one, the ideology is just so far apart. The ideology is there is no middle on this. This is a big, big miss if you get the wrong vote on this one.
Well, Rick, we do see some changing out there in the electorate. Cori Bush was beaten in her Missouri primary by a challenger who was pro-Israeli. And, she was very outspoken as a squad member for that.
Yes, she was.
Also, you may remember, I think it was 3 weeks ago, Jamal Bowman was defeated, and he was anti-Israeli. And he lost his primary, too. So two of the squad members, so-called squad, has lost their reelection.
And do you think
in the primary?
I want to ask you: do you think they're obviously leftists too? But do you think this palling around and trying to cast Hamas in some light that was acceptable, as if someone who's on the left should be supporting something like Hamas and the Palestinian cause? Do you think that's what cost them? Is them being so staunch anti-Israeli?
Well, I do.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah.
I think it's hurt them. As a matter of fact, Mark Mellman, who is the chairman of the Democratic Majority for Israel PAC, said in a statement, Wesley Bell's victory and Cori Bush's defeat underscore what we've seen in races across the country and throughout this election cycle. Being pro-Israel is not just wise policy, but it's smart politics.
I agree.
I just don't know. I mean, I do think that they've become the Cory Bush types and all that. And really, I'm looking at this, this ticket the Democrats have put out there. I think they've become so tone deaf. Somebody put that in the text. They said this is kind of Marie Antoinette tone deafness, that you don't realize what's going on in the real world. But this is what happens. It's like human nature. It's never enough.
Right.
They think, well, we're a little bit to the left, but let's go more to the left. Then let's go more. Then let's go more. Then let's go more. And then you just we're full-blown anti-capitalism, anti-free market, anti-constitutional republic.
Anti-breathing oxygen.
Yeah, and we want to be a socialist country, and that is a monumental mistake. So people are saying no all over the country, and I think even some who would consider themselves to be left but not Marxist,
right?
They're like, you know what? I may have to go in a way that is a little uncomfortable to me, but when you think of it in your mind, I'm doing this to save the republic. It's all right. You're not selling out. As a matter of fact, the current state of the right is not. I know you're calling it. It may feel alt-right to you, but as far as conservative values, it's not that far to the right. It's more of a populist movement, and it's so much better than Marxism.
It's a click off center,
right?
But it's not far right.
No, I know that y'all keep calling it alt-right. It really isn't. Not from a social standpoint. And not from, I mean, it's still.
Well, yeah. Well, look at Trump. They have painted him to be, all of this fascist and all this. He has not done anything negative toward the folks that choose an alternate lifestyle. Okay,
he's not going to touch that.
He's not. He doesn't beat the drum against that.
No, he does not.
And he really doesn't beat the drum against the abortion issue, other than he thought that the rulings were wrong and needed to be corrected, and I do too. They made up this right to privacy when they enacted Roe v. Wade, and since then, many conservatives have said it ain't in there. It doesn't belong at the national level. Clearly, if it's not mentioned, it belongs to the states. That's where they put it back.
Yeah.
If your state wants to do that, you can still do it. If your state doesn't, you don't.
The left wants it to be federally mandated. The current state of the right says no, the states decide which they do, and that is constitutionally correct. What the right
and VP Harris, and I heard the new VP candidate governor from Minnesota yesterday say, he said that Trump wants a national ban on abortion.
Not true. Totally false.
That is not the position I've heard him.
As a matter of fact, I know some people that's the topic to them from a spiritual standpoint, and they're upset with Trump because he won't do that.
Right.
So that's just not true. But the good news is, even on the spiritual side, is a vote for the right is not really a vote for someone that represents the church very well, but it is a vote for someone who will give the church the freedom that it has in the Constitution. It's not an enemy of the church. The left is an enemy of the church. Completely different. And so those are. This is not a difficult decision. It really isn't. Not this time. And it's really important that
it's a very contrast in the vision and the performance of what they've done in the past.
Yes. We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. It'll be our first opportunity to chat with you, America, and we look forward to it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dial us up now. We'll hit those when we come back. Don't forget, with the Rick and Bubba Show, if you miss any part of the program, you can always grab archives every day on our Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, our podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why are you holding a gun, Daddy? Well, just in case. You never know.
Yeah.
Hey, seriously,
they don't have green faces like that.
No,
Golly, I remember when I was getting babysitted, and the babysitter, when I was real little, wanted to watch Dracula.
Oh, boy.
And she made me sit there and watch
Dracula?
that, and y'all, I'm still to this day.
What kind of sick babysitter is that?
I don't, man.
What's wrong with that girl?
God,
crazy?
My sister was older, so she wanted to see it too, and I'm, sitting there, little redhead freckle kid screaming,
When I was little,
I never slept again.
Oh, I didn't for a while.
Do you remember the show that come on like late in the afternoon where we live called Dark Shadows?
Yes.
Barnabas College and all that. And man,
hated it.
When's Cousin Cliff coming on?
Somebody's come up with a scary soap opera. What kind of? Austin, Alabaster, Alabama. Hello, Austin.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba. How you guys doing?
Austin, what are you doing, buddy?
Oh, just hanging around. Me and my wife are about to move back to Europe, and I just wanted to let you guys know, thank you so much for getting the live internet feedback.
Well, it'll probably be here till about you get over there. If everything goes as normal.
It'll be going well till we run out of money.
Yeah.
Well, we had been in Belgium, and I tried to, get online and hear you guys, and I didn't know, obviously, because I didn't know that it had been taken off, so I didn't know what was going on, and so we've been back for the past couple of months, and we're about to move to Berlin, Germany, and so I was really hoping to be back on.
Well, here's the good news. I can tell you we're on for another month because yesterday's appearance in Pelham paid for one more month.
You're right.
Thanks a lot, Austin.
Hey, Austin, why are you going to Berlin?
Me and my wife are missionaries. We're starting a new church on the old east side of Berlin.
Well, hey, may God's hand be on you.
God bless you, brother.
Yeah, thanks. You guys have a good day, all right?
Thank you.
You know, it's calls like that makes me realize what a terrible person I am.
Oh,
you know what? Because I'm not that brave.
Can I tell all of y'all, we ain't.
No, I know.
I mean,
It takes special people.
When you look
Berlin.
you look at missionaries.
Going to Berlin.
You look at our military right now and everything going on. And look at us. What is our
We're
problem?
such losers.
And we get frustrated when we have an appearance.
Zero.
We're such homers.
We're zero. We're losers. James, Clarksville, Tennessee. James.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, God bless you for being a Christian and Americans.
Well, you know what? God blessed us on that end, too, so we didn't even pull that off.
Yeah, we didn't get to order where we were going to land, you know.
Well, God bless you for that. But anyway, I wish Turner South would keep you for 3 hours instead of 2. Because,
well, if they were nice people, they would.
Well, I have a suggestion for that. And what they need to do is everybody that loves your show needs to either call Turner South, either fax them or email them, and
or just drive over there with a rock.
That's right. Or take Tom Owens over there and let him lay in front of the door.
Well, that's a good idea too, but they
and run over him right through the door.
There you go. But they need to influx them because I just love your show because I get off at 8 o'clock.
You're very nice, Tom. Thanks,
James. Hey, James.
And Tom too.
Just keep checking the website. We will have updates as to the battle, okay?
James,
if we lose transmission here.
James, we
need
what I mean, sir. And because at 9 o'clock Central Time today,
it's D time.
We will know.
We will know.
It's on.
It's on.
Well, God bless you.
Thank you, James. Pray for us.
Well, we'll know what's more important, the viewers to the network or some programming goob, you know?
That's right.
Sorry, Sonya.
See, to me, what I would do, and I know this is outrageous.
Just because you got a good parking spot don't mean you know what everybody wants to see. You know what I mean? Really, I just hate to call it.
I know this is
lowest
outrageous.
level.
Well, let's do this then. I'll just go down to nothing but bottom line. I would pick up my ratings for the hour we're not on and the ratings for the hour we're on, and I'd look at them. And I'm fine with them making the call on which one's the better. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hunter would need something that vital to him just anywhere. It's not like a laptop.
And here we go to the people at 866 We Be Big. You want to chime in? You can. Helmsy's taking phone calls right now, and you can reach us. And we would love to hear from you at 866 We Be Big. We'll get started with Lee out of Birmingham, Alabama. Lee is listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Lee, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Historically, most presidents win their election based on their proposed domestic policies. But history remembers them mostly based on how they handle international affairs. The polls tend to ask what people think about the economy, but their proposed economical considerations, but we need to be asking which one is going to be handling international relations the best.
Well, we need both. And in this case, again, it has never been easier to select international and domestic. It is such an easy choice. We don't want socialists in charge of the economy, our border, and our domestic policy, and we absolutely don't want Marxists dealing with us internationally. They have already put us in a bind, and their handling of the things they've already had a chance to handle, I think they receive a failing grade.
Well, dealing with a border, they don't do anything.
No.
So you ain't got to worry about that one.
But the handling of Afghanistan, do we think they handled that well?
Oh, yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
Let's go to Joseph in Athens, Alabama. Joseph, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, any of you ever been to Cleveland to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
I have not.
I have not, but I'd like to go.
No, I have not.
Please put it on your bucket list. A few weeks ago, I turned 55. My wife took me on a road trip, and it's fantastic. It's built a little like the aquariums are, where you start on the ground level and you work your way up through 6 floors of just the history of everything you can imagine. The big feature artist this year was Bon Jovi, which is one of my favorites. So, yeah, please go. If you're even a casual music fan, you will love it.
I've always wanted to go, but it's one of those things where I can't make it my only destination.
Yeah.
It's like I want to be around there, and somebody go, you're not that far from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Really?
I went to, I guess it was the Radio Hall of Fame in New York.
Yeah, I've never done that either.
There's one that was broadcasting, and then one was radio. One was in Chicago, I think. I saw one time. I can't remember, but I always enjoy the museums. I like the Biblical Museum in D.C., the Dulles Smithsonian was just unbelievable. I'd love to go back.
I was going to wait to go to the Radio Hall of Fame when we were being inducted.
Right.
But I guess I better plan a trip outside.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't hold my breath on that one, Rick.
Sure.
Go ahead and book your tickets now.
But yeah, I'd like to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I really would. But the only thing I think that's holding me back is it will require me going to Cleveland. But anyway,
I actually have some kinfolks that live close to Cleveland, and they tell me that it is, once you get out of downtown, it's really a nice area.
It is.
And it's not near what they thought it was when they lived down here.
Let's go to Mark in Minnesota. How about Minnesota?
What about it, Mark?
Yeah, Minnesota. What's up, Mark?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Thanks for taking my call. Just a couple of things. One is I'm going to miss you guys big time.
Thank you, buddy.
From here, my son and I listen to you almost every morning, but yeah, we're going to miss you. So our wonderful governor, Tim Walz, this is just an example of how out of touch these politicians are with rural America. Tim Walz here, when he was last time he was going to be vying for governor of Minnesota, he was recorded by saying they showed a map of Minnesota. It was all red, and then there was these little dots of blue, like in Minneapolis and Duluth. Yeah. And he said, "Well, out here in this red area, that's mostly just rocks and cows. Yeah. Out here in this red area. Yeah. And it's just a perfect example, like I said, of how out of touch these people are with just rural America.
Yeah.
And
don't miss, Mark, don't miss what they're really saying, because you have to understand, the ones who want to go to socialism, they want to go there with them being the ruling class. I know we say this all the time like a broken record, but we got to get this. So they're elitists. So they look at you and say, well, if you don't vote for us, it's just because you're stupid. Now they're saying you're weird. Yeah. Who cares about those peons? We'll rule over them with an iron fist. We'll break them down. They're too stupid to understand how wonderful we are and how we should be in charge of everything. and they're going to live a pretty wonderful life as the ruling class. They will never see the impacts of socialism, but you will, and everyone. If it's our country, we all will. And people, and right now it's the reason why you're seeing the left having some awkward moments with black communities and black people in our major cities, because they're looking around going, this really hasn't been pleasant. Maybe we should try something else. See, if it was wonderful like the left claims it is, they ought to have everybody just jumping up and down saying, but you don't really see that. Socialism sounds wonderful if you never truly live under it. But when you live under it, it's not near as wonderful.
No.
Now, if you're the ruling class, you'll do great because you'll have everything you need. But just the arrogance of saying something like that, it just shows there truly are elitists. Now, they're going to tell you that people like Trump are elitists, not them. And the wealthy people are evil, even though they're wealthy. It's kind of tired, doesn't it just feel? I mean, it's
well, it's an old playbook, but it sells with the uninformed masses. There's no doubt.
Montgomery, I-92, WLWI, to the capital of Alabama. Doug standing by. Doug, go.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I've noticed that a few rallies that Kamala's had, there's no American flags. There's no people dressed in red, white, and blue. I mean, I just can't quite figure out how these people are trying to pass it off that they love America, and to me it seems like they don't.
Oh, they don't.
There's plenty of
remember,
there's plenty of booty shaking going on and stuff like that, but I can't quite see how they honestly say that they love America, God bless America, and all this other stuff when there's nothing like that being shown, and how people are so blind to go that way. I mean, why? What's up, guys?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because listen to what Tim Walz, he'll tell you the why. Oh, no, it's not socialism. It's being neighborly. It's being nice. I don't want to be called mean. The socialists, they tell me that we need to be nice to everybody. Now, they don't. If you really press them on defining nice, see, being the ruling class and ruling over people with a giant central government, not very nice.
Well, socialists take from you to give who they need the votes from.
Right.
And it's not exactly neighborly. It's a little more sinister than that.
Calling people weird, not nice. Calling people white supremacists, not nice. Calling people inherently evil because they have white skin, not nice. So you have to really pay attention. It's not very nice at all. And it does seem so elementary. I understand why you're feeling that way, but you have to understand how propaganda works. It's effective, and
it sure is.
And if people don't ask, to Bubba's point, follow-up questions, they just take the broad statement. Yeah, I mean, look, guys. Ben Stiller gave $150,000 to Kamala Harris. Now, keep in mind how wealthy he is, and he is thinking to himself, as a highly successful person in this country, that Kamala Harris is brilliant and wonderful. I mean, he really, and he says, like all Jewish people, I wish I was black. And I know he's kind of kidding about that, but the fact that he's Jewish and is voting for the current state of the left, I'm sorry, that's weird.
That's weird.
It's weird.
Back at you with that weird.
Listen.
Look, you're a funny fellow, but you
look, I want to say this too. The Democrats can choose whoever they want to run, however they want to do it. But it is very odd to me that the current vice president in this election cycle has not had one vote cast for her.
I know.
And she is one night away from being president of the United States. One night.
Yeah. Well, it's just all fake. Everything's propaganda and fake. This same woman told us that Joe Biden was a misogynist, that Joe Biden was racist, and then agreed to be his vice president. I mean, none of it's real.
Well, Rick, there's an old saying that politics makes strange bedfellows, and I think in this case it's very accurate.
I don't know that gong has ever been louder. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for your phone calls, and we're seeing what you're texting too at 866-932-3244. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the most part, guests they come and go, but we don't like to do the typical guests that everybody has on, like psychics, for instance.
Right.
We had a singing psychic because I'm sorry, I was not going to pass on a woman who claims she was hit by a chicken truck
and could see the future,
and it made her psychic, but she could only tell you your future in Elvis songs. I'm not passing on her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot about her.
Right, she was a classic.
She was a stepper outer.
But as far as just your standard, let's have a psychic on, that's not our bag.
Right.
And JT, being a radio goob, tried to force that on us yesterday. and we started making jokes about we didn't want a witch on.
Well, actually, she was somewhere in Birmingham,
right.
and Ryan Greenwell was in studio, and he made the joke, does she have a broom with her? And then I said, no, she has Harry Potter books with her.
Right.
And so that was a big joke.
So we started exaggerating, making jokes.
Very quickly, I decided to grab a broom because we all enjoy this window right here.
Can we get a good shot of the one?
I know there's a great joke that my wife is thinking of right now that I don't know what that is.
But this window right here, there's a lot of humor. A lot of times
humor in that window.
A lot of times people go out and look like they're on a naval ship. Hoss used to do that, and he'd go down. You know?
Sure.
And you remember JT holding up signs when he didn't realize you could see him out there?
Yeah, right. And so I decided, and I'm not sure what it had to do with my athletic ability, but I did fall. Don Juan.
Do you remember, this is what brought it up and even made it more apparent. When Jim Brickman was in here the other day, he had his keyboard plugged up here behind it. Well, Speedy come through here at breakneck speed, trying to grab something, hit this, and fell into this cabinet over here behind me.
Speedy's getting injured like every day.
Yeah. Well, he's that guy that's going to need a plastic hip before long.
It's kind of funny you said that. The psychic has a plastic hip, and it just so happens I hurt mine.
What?
So anyway,
he made fun of the psychic and then had a terrible crash, and now his hip's going to be replaced.
Well, so what happens, I went and I very quickly grabbed a secretary's chair that has little wheels on the bottom, and I decided, hey, what if I went and grabbed a broom and acted like I was flying by the window?
And flew by.
And Don Juan was going to be the pusher.
Right.
Well, little did I know, he'd go, push me and then back away as I start to fall. And I'm talking about I was up way high.
It's hard to balance on the
I'll
broom.
show you what I was attempting to do.
All right, here it is. Is this the shot? Please watch this, because to me, if he could fly by on that broom, that's funny. Especially for the Halloween show. Boy, I'll tell you what, we really need to see. You need to be careful with that broom between your legs. So, all right, look, see. Let's see it. Again.
Let him go the other way.
Yeah, I wish you did.
Well, in the jerkiness of trying to push me, I lose my balance because it's hard to stand on these things because they swivel, right? Yeah. So if you can imagine, I'm up like this.
All right, so can we?
And I'm up like this.
Easy, Speedy.
And he pushes me, and I start to swivel.
Right.
And all of a sudden I fall, and I fall.
Was it attempt number one, or was that with the again attempt when you fell yesterday?
No, this was attempt number one. And I fall.
You didn't do a dry run?
I am this high up. And this carpet is this thin. It's not soft.
Oh, it's concrete.
And my whole, from here all the way up through, I think I have internal bleeding right now. I don't know what's up.
So, it crushed your whole hip.
Yeah, and I think, it's so sore. It's like you frog your butt bone.
I tell you what, you made fun of the socket.
Oh,
can I see that one more time when Ghostbusters play?
Please, when we come back, I'm going to play Ghostbusters, and you fly by that window.
Okay.
Because I would say that's funny right there.
That is. You know what? It was so much better than I thought it was going to be.
Me too.
I thought this is going to be weak, but it really
Let me tell you this. It was what I'd hoped for, but I thought my expectations were too high.
Yeah, well.
Bye, Prater.
We'll be back in a moment with the best of Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of students, I know a lot of folks, hey, I'm moving into my dorm. I'm going off to college. I'm going back to school. Parent-teacher meetings. Bubba and I used to always get in so much trouble about parent-teacher meetings. We weren't the biggest fans of those. Remember that? I mean, it was like...
Oh, yeah, I got banned.
Yeah, sure. And
I pointed out something that I thought was terribly overlooked.
Yeah.
I don't like homework. I never liked homework.
No,
when I was in school.
Yep.
I don't like it as a parent. And, you know, all we hear when you're a grown-up is don't bring your work home with you. Don't be a workaholic. Well, that's what we're teaching kids to do when we do that.
Right.
Well, we don't have enough time in the classroom. Well, that's y'all going to have to prioritize. I can't help that. But, you know, when every teacher would say, well, I just want you to, you know, use 30 minutes at night to do your homework or whatever. And I'm like, well, I got 6 classes.
That's right.
I don't know if y'all, the math got away from y'all on that or what, but I've just never been a fan of homework. I don't think it does any good. I just don't like it.
Right. I didn't like going because
Braden doesn't either.
Yeah, right. Well, I didn't like going because everything they said that my kid needed to improve on, my wife would look at me every time like I was the responsible for that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all going on. If you got kids going off to college, that dorm room needs some sheets, needs some pillows. Go to mypillow.com/bigvox right now because you can get them for $25. That's right, $25.
Come on.
You go $75 or more, shipping is free. So go right now to mypillow.com/bigvox and take advantage of these items that are still $25. And there's more than just the pillows and the sheets. So do it now before this is over. All right.
Well, and my point was, and this is where I got in trouble. Yeah. You know, we would want to do family things at night, and we couldn't do it because of homework.
Mm-hmm. And you going to bed at 7:30.
Well, I went to bed about 8.
Right, yeah.
Thereabouts.
Right.
So, but, I mean, if we wanted to go do something, we couldn't do it because of that. Oh, we got homework.
Right.
And I thought, well, they're really cutting into my family time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm going to go up to school tomorrow and get my son out so we can go outside and pitch baseball during the math class.
There you go.
You know, if they're going to be on my time, I'm going to have to cut into theirs.
Sure.
And that didn't really go well.
I bet you said that at a parent-teacher meeting?
Well, something like that.
Right. I bet no wonder they didn't want you to come.
Well,
I mean, I understand it. I mean, and then go back to this. What if you have, which is always encouraged, right? I got a kid that's involved in extracurricular activity, which is always promoted. So now they have practice that ends at 6.
Dark 30 sometimes.
Yeah, if you're fortunate, 6, 5:30. I mean, if they can get involved, if they can get involved at 3, and so then they're home. Then they got to eat. Then they got to shower. Hopefully shower, then eat. I know that's what my wife prefers. And then homework begins.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I remember many times going on to bed and the kids are still doing homework.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And so I do think that some of this, I know you have to study for tests. That's not what I'm talking about. This thing where this worksheet,
busy work.
Yeah, this busy work. We're assigning this solely for home. I agree. I don't think that doesn't create. That causes more problems than it does any good.
Yeah.
I got 2 going back to school today, and sent Adler some pictures a minute ago.
Goodness.
And there's a funny picture of Maddie starting middle school today, which is huge.
That's big.
And
look at her.
There in this picture here, I want you to circle in on something.
Okay.
I want you to look who's going to miss her today.
Is that
right
Blue?
there? Look at Blue in the background.
Look at Blue.
The Blue
That's
is
hilarious.
Blue's gonna miss Maddie today.
Is that the one you like or don't like, Blue?
Yeah, I like Blue.
That's
What's that other face in there? Was there somebody else?
Well, that was Amanda's
taking the
reflection
picture.
taking the picture.
Oh,
Okay. Or a ghost.
say, wait a minute.
Could be the ghost of those people at the house
It
before.
could,
you.
it could be.
Good luck today.
But she's starting middle school, and we had my graduate assistant last year, assistant coach, came and visited us this weekend, stayed with us, Valeria.
Mm-hmm.
And Amanda loves hanging out with her, and kids love, but they picked up on something. She calls me Coachy. We've talked about this.
Say
on the
that
show.
again?
She calls me Coachy.
Okay.
So now Maddie has picked up on it, and all Maddie does is call me Coachy now.
Now you don't let the players
Which
call
I
you
can't.
Coachy, do you?
No.
Okay,
This
right,
is just
right.
this was just her calling me.
You know, Greg's still going to find out about this.
Yeah.
We've talked about it.
I think you should be Dottie now.
And anyway,
Director of tennis.
Oh.
Hey, Bubba. Bubba.
Is that quiet stuff?
Well, yeah, it is.
Sorry.
Like you always do.
Sorry.
this.
I thought that was already done.
And it's not even the appropriate title, but that's fine. Just stop.
How would you do that?
There's time for that.
Did you say Caroline's a senior?
She's a senior. So
Wow.
so I got Maddie start middle school. Now she's calling me Coachy.
Oh no.
She even texted me this morning. I sent her a little encouraging text. Everybody loves.
I love an encouraging text.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent her and Caroline a message, and she come back with, "Thank you, Coachy. Love you."
Oh, that's cool.
And for some reason I like if it was Caroline or Braden, I probably wouldn't like it.
Well, that's
But
you.
because
That's you
it's-
hanging on.
It's
You're hanging on.
I am.
It's your baby.
You're pushing
But,
back on middle school.
Look on the left side of our screen here at my senior.
Oh no.
So yeah, in trouble with that one.
Oh no.
Yeah, you are.
So here we go into senior year.
Yep.
Oh,
So it really hit me this morning. I told Speedy in the kickoff hour when I walked outside this morning, and her car was decorated with like senior and 2025, and I was like, "Wow!" So this is real.
We are great. We're alive. We're the class of 25.
Okay.
So
Wasn't ready for that.
So what about young Braden Helms? Is
We
he
moved him into his dorm on Friday at Wallace.
moving into a dorm?
Yes.
An absolute zero. I hate that process. And then the thing that hits me too is the famous coming home for Christmas. What? Got to get all of our stuff out. What?
I know.
And then move back when we go back for the next quarter or semester. Or whatever.
I think
Boo!
two things that would fix school: no homework, and let's start after Labor Day.
You're right.
Because it kills our tax.
No,
base at the big
I
one.
was
I mean,
talking.
it's just terrible.
Talking to a friend of mine yesterday, he goes, "Yeah, I have my parent-teacher meeting today." I said, "Today? It's August 5th or 6th or whatever it was," and he's like, "Yeah." I said, "On August 6th, they're your kid, and they're little kids."
Yeah.
I'm like, August 6th.
Yeah, they're back,
Good
baby.
gracious.
They are back.
School starts back. All right. But
Got all of them today.
do not miss those things. Hey, they were great in their time.
They were.
Yeah, thank you, Bubba.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Oh, wow.
You know, this is coming in.
Yeah,
Oh,
unbelievable.
wow.
Sorry, Greg Science.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, look.
I thought we're all clear on all
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
I've been pretty clear not to say anything.
My bad.
But
That'll take the air right out of that press conference.
yeah, I'm be in several meetings today, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So,
He'll be nowhere
Sorry
around.
about that.
you know, there's a
Hey, that's on me.
hey, I'll say this.
Hey,
Look,
guys, that's
I
on
just
me.
want to be on. I could really get him back, and
I
I'm
know we
not.
could.
And I'm
Oh,
not.
okay.
I'm
I
gonna be the guy that doesn't.
Sure.
Yeah, I
Thank
could
you.
really throw. I could
Thank
really
you.
stir. You talking about a hornet's nest? I could kick over right now,
Baby.
but I am not going to do it. I could knock the hornot's nest completely out of the
I mean,
tree
just hornets flying
at this
everywhere.
moment.
I'll just do it.
And I'm not
go
gonna-
ahead.
Yeah,
Let
I'm
it
not
out.
gonna do it.
Hell, he would.
No, I thought we were all square on that. My bad.
You thought we
That's on
were.
me. That's on me.
How did you
That's on
think
me.
that?
Now you have to take that post down on Instagram.
It's on me.
You know?
I'm bad. My bad. My bad.
I love when he says, "I thought we were good."
I did. I thought we were all good.
I thought that's good.
Unreal.
That's good. That a way to go. That a way to go. Coachy,
That's
top of
good.
the hour.
Hey guys, that's on me.
It's on me. I'm down. I'm gonna be quiet.
I forgot Greg not being here today. I should have wore something that I normally wouldn't wear that he would make fun of.
Well,
But is there anything he wouldn't make fun
no,
of?
Coachy's enough.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the point, and Don Juan will have to vouch here. The whole building came running because they thought maybe a bomb had gone off or something. It jarred the building so bad because these floors aren't the thickest thing.
If you just drop those shoes you wear on the floor, that would scare
Oh, yeah.
everybody.
I mean, look, I'm just stomping right here.
Oh, yeah. You hit hard.
I've never seen steel-toe dress shoes. That's
Steel toes.
To me, when you start to, I wore those when I was a little kid. Of course, I was club-footed. But
You are not right, dog. Those aren't club. I mean,
no, those are the shoes that the doctor gave me to try to get my feet turned back regular.
well, they're just regular black shoes.
No, it's true.
God love you, you were a little Rick.
Well, I couldn't help it. I mean, but
well, you're styling, Speedy. I know that's the thing.
But hey, it's in. I mean, that's the style.
But anyway, I hit hard. We thought we'd share that with you. Ryan Greenwood at one time could not breathe.
the more comfortable look.
That's right. Yeah. And then Bubba's got the shoe that looks like that he dipped it into the gray paint that they were painting our old building that we used to work in Gadsden.
Well, let me tell you.
Paint and got an had
You know
an
what it looks?
accident.
You know what it looks like if it was chocolate? It looked like a dip cone.
You know the thing about a Reebok, and it is very comfortable.
Yeah.
But I did not want to be accused of hung in the 80s, so
Yeah.
I got this that's got the bra on the front of it. See,
We got to talk about your consistency, though. You got Reebok shoes on and Nike socks.
That got on me about that one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look, I don't have a deal with either one of them. So
I've got the standard
Rick Burgess.
Rick Burgess. I've had this
Muddy.
and y'all are making fun of shoes. Well, I mean, it's all about what you want to do.
Maybe
Good gracious.
maybe we should have a bit and call it trading feet, and we have somebody who will actually put good shoes on them.
Rick, could you interview your shoe right quick?
Hey, we've had some times together, haven't we, buddy? Hey,
What I like is the mud on this side. Have you got it over there, CD?
You remember that time?
You been out to the ball field in them?
You remember that time that Big Love pooped in his pants and you just jumped in the shower with him? You didn't care and you still had me on?
Yeah.
That's the reason why I look like this today. Yeah, Big Love decided that he was not going to go to the potty yesterday and had a little stomach attack on me in swim shorts. That was a dandy.
Yes, I bet.
That was a dandy. I don't want to be gross, but for a minute I felt like Bill Cosby. So, y'all can just fill that in however you want to. Let's go to Ronnie's in Dalton, Georgia. Ronnie, how you doing?
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
The home of carpet.
That's right.
That's it, buddy. I hope I didn't get y'all in too much trouble with the closed caption police, the email that you got.
Oh no, that was one woman. She didn't have a sense of humor and assumes no one else does.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have a comment for you. Y'all ought to give Speedy an MVP award, man, because that bit it killed, man. It was hilarious.
The riding the broom past the window.
Yes,
That's going to be big on the Halloween show.
That was
especially when he went by the window and he turned and looked and raised his eyebrows.
Yeah.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Well, you've got to act like,
Do it again.
Really?
Don't you kind of want to see it again?
Yeah, one more time.
I want to see it
Bones
again.
gonna push
and
it.
one more thing while he's getting ready there. Why is it that women don't act like they don't know nothing about contact sports till it comes to holiday shopping?
Well, that's so true, too.
Yeah, it is getting that time of year, so you
y'all
really
believe
need
it?
to bulk up.
Can y'all
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep. We're back. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. So we have a couple things to discuss. This thing about, we've made it very clear before we get into our update, because, we got the text option here too. As long as you know what we mean, we even have a drop. We're not, we mispronounce things. We don't say words right. I think everybody knows when I say Defuniak Springs or Defuniak or
there you go.
Defuniak, they know what I mean. Okay. And so the constant showing me, how to say it and do it this way, look, is there anybody that may want to come Saturday night and hear Rich and I, when I tell them where it is, they don't know what I mean? Anybody? I mean, somebody said, well, you know what? I ended up at a different place.
Yeah, I confused that with the other Defuniak Springs.
You know what? Rick said to go to Defuniak, and I went to Defuniak when he really wanted me to go to Funiak, and good grief, I couldn't find it. And there is a First Baptist church in most every place, but I think everybody knows what I'm saying. Thank you for your help on that, though I've grown weary of it.
We speak in horseshoe.
We do the best we can.
Just get as close as you can.
And if you don't want people to mispronounce it, don't name your town weird things.
Yeah, if it was Johnsonville, you know right where it was.
Let me tell you don't hear me messing up Pensacola, do you? I remember when I was little, when my parents would tell me they were going to Pensacola, I thought they were saying Pepsi-Cola.
Right.
And it blew my mind when I was a kid. So I'm doing the best I can. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. But looking forward to seeing all of you on Saturday, and thank you for all your attempts to get me to pronounce it correctly. It means the world to us. But you know what we mean. All right, so Olympic Games. I want to talk a little bit Olympic Games here. Just a little bit here. La, 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 da, 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 da. Don't mind admitting that I'm fading on the Olympics.
It's about over.
Yeah, it's about over. But
we got to have the break dance, and then we can roll up the carpet.
Well, it looks like that may have started. Or
I think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay.
No, maybe later this week.
I understand that was breaking news.
It was a minute ago.
But
it looks like a lot of floor spinners. Mm-hmm. What I saw.
When you're adding,
I didn't see as many pop and lockers as I'd like.
Yeah, we got way too many events. I don't think we were all needed the break dancing to be added. Maybe that would. How about this? Maybe we should have done that as an opening ceremony, as opposed to blaspheming the one and only holy God.
Right. I'd take that.
But anyway, so that's coming up. But there are some good stories still happening. It's just a lot to keep up with, and the way it's going now, when it's already happened, by the time you get home, and you already know. That does take away from it a little bit, but and I'm trying to figure out the programming on the television is hard to figure out when does what, and this.
Well, you see a recap every night, right? Of the highlights.
Where are those?
This messed Betty up too, because she would see like the gymnasts perform. And they would say, oh, good, well, Simone won a gold medal. And then they come back from the break, and they're interviewing them with their gold medal on.
Right.
She goes, we didn't hear the national anthem. I said, Betty, they didn't show that. That was probably the middle of the day.
I'm with
you're
Betty
getting the highlight.
I mean, it's hard to follow. Yeah. But anyway, so I know my favorite events are track and field. That's the ones I'm most interested in. I like to watch fast people run. I'm not crazy about the distance running unless it's just the 1,500. Because that happens pretty quick.
Yeah.
Now, when we go run forever and ever, amen, and steeplechase, a little weird to me. That looks like that should be just reserved for horses.
Yeah.
That feels a little odd. Yeah. But
jump over this puddle. Why? Because we said so. Here's a puddle.
Do I have this right?
Run around the puddle.
And maybe y'all can help me, because Helmsy and Speedy brought me into the Netflix series Sprint. I'm sorry. Speed was actually Keanu Reeves.
There was speed in it, for sure.
Sandra Bullock.
So I noticed that some of the characters that I got kind of interested in their stories don't appear to have made it to the Olympics. Where's all the Jamaicans?
Oh yeah, no, they haven't.
Mm-hmm.
One of them actually pulled out of the 100 a couple days ago. Not sure what happened. She's explained herself.
Did some of the others that on that series look like that was the fastest woman in the world?
Yes,
at the world.
Won the worlds. Yeah.
Where was she?
She did not race. I don't know. She did not.
Was it
she pulled-
Jakari?
No.
That's an American.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Jamaican team.
She didn't win though. She finished
Sha'Carri.
second.
Isn't it Sha'Carri?
It is. I just said
Yeah,
Jakari.
I was going to get there.
Yeah.
What I was saying is when I got ready for the finish of the 100, I didn't know where the Jamaicans went.
Jackson, is that the Jamaican girl?
There was about 3 of them.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
but
St. Mark's
to
girl
your
won
point,
the 100. She won the gold, wasn't it?
St. Lucia?
St. Lucia.
Yeah, we're all over the place.
I was going to get. I was going to get there.
Right.
But what I was saying is, so the Jamaicans weren't there, but in the 100, I know that the Shakira or whatever her name is finished second, and the woman who won, to the point you just made, I was going to get there,
Rick.
is that someone from some island like upset everybody,
St. Lucia,
and now is the fastest woman. And
Julian Alfred.
When I heard Shakira got beat, or whatever her name is,
Not Shakira.
no, it's Stefaniak. It's Stefaniak.
It's not
Shakira's hips don't lie.
Right.
That's correct.
And Sha'Carri actually runs the
thighs
100
don't
meters.
lie.
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
But she got beat
Yeah, she does.
in an upset
Some nerve.
on the 100
Yes.
by someone from this island.
A slight upset.
Yeah.
First gold medal, first medal, I think, ever for St. Lucia.
Sha'Carri Richardson, honestly, her winning the worlds that we saw on sprint was kind of caught us off guard.
It did.
Okay, and so,
But once the
But she was
Jamaicans were
kinda
all
the
gone, I
favorite.
thought she'd win.
exactly, I did too. Didn't know Alfred, however you say it. Didn't know she was going to win.
Of course, then you find out, like all the other things, like the pole vault guy, she ran for Texas.
Yeah.
Well, yes,
I mean,
and evidently something
That's
happened with Richardson the day before that really messed up her routine, like being locked out of the village, and I don't really know the details. Just something I heard.
And then
So-
I heard that the Classic, who's a little bit older, that the Jamaicans love, but they didn't expect her to win.
Yeah.
It was just an honor that she had kept placing, and that she pulled herself out due to an injury.
Correct.
To an
Yes.
injury, right? I
Yes.
forget her name.
Yeah,
She's got like 3 names.
I know.
Now,
Can I ask you something though? You know, when speed, and we're talking about they're separated by hundredths of a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But when you look and what they're wearing, everything is aerodynamic and all this, but you see some with their hair down.
I don't understand that.
And you see some with a lot of jewelry.
I
on.
know. I don't understand.
And I'm like,
I'm
I
with you.
understand you have
Yeah.
a brand, but when you're talking about 100th of a
Right,
second,
right.
I wouldn't have.
matters.
I mean, I would
Yeah.
take,
I wear a skull
everything
cap.
that would come off, I'd take off.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've never understood these
Well-
wigs either. It seems like these wigs are in their way.
A lot of hair.
Yeah,
When you're talking about 100th of a second, it has to make a difference, doesn't it?
Yes.
I would think so. That's why swimmers do what they do.
Yeah.
That's why they wear what they wear, and they wear those caps.
So our 200, Gabby Thomas won, and won
Yes.
convincingly.
Yes, she did. She pulled away.
But
at
also
the
had
end.
some people that didn't run in that I'd seen running on
Okay.
Yeah. And then we had, even though she
Yeah.
won so big, she probably wins either way. But then our hurdles lady, she won, right? Did
yes.
she win gold
Now,
again?
what is her name?
I don't
I don't know.
The one that's
I
a
thought-
real outspoken Christian. I really like her.
The,
Yeah,
the four,
yeah,
was this the 400 hurdle that
I
you were
don't know.
talking about?
I just know she
because I
won.
think I know that was a semi last night.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what
Where's Mike
situation.
Tirico when you need him?
I know.
Yeah.
And Snoop Dogg.
Are you talking about Sydney McLaughlin Levroni or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Now-
she blew everybody out in her heat.
Back to
make it to the finals.
Sha'Carri. Did I hear that she
Sha'Carri?
got locked out of the village because she was hanging out with Snoop Dogg? Is that correct?
That is
right.
Okay.
No.
Stop it.
All right.
No, if she was hanging out with Snoop Dogg, she may get banned like she did back in Tokyo for fighting a substance there in her blood. But don't
But
forget
again,
that one.
These and one of the textures has it here. I mean, you're looking at that's a thousandths of a second that's separating some of these sprinters. And when you get down to that, it really matters what lane you're in because of the time the pistol sound gets to. I mean,
Well-
you're talking about extremes
yes.
down to things that are unbelievable.
To your point, Noah Lyles, how close was that?
I know.
Guys, if he has a long-haired wig on, does he win?
No.
Right.
I don't think he
I
does.
say no. I say no.
I don't think he does, guys.
All right, we come back. We had an incredible 1500 last night.
Yeah.
And we had somebody just come out of nowhere and beat 3 of the best 1500-meter people in the world. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
almost that time again.
And you know what? Even more scary, the dock shutdown that we had on the West Coast, they said was really going to hurt toy supplies this year.
What?
Yeah, because all of it coming in from the Far East.
Oh, is that a scare? Is that a scare to
No,
get us all
I'm saying
panicked?
seriously. You know, they've got a break in the action.
Are they putting that out there? The old you can't get it?
No, I'm just telling you that it may be that case.
I know, but you know. Let's make them think you can't get a toy. Oh, look, there goes Speedy again. There you go. I am digging that. Are you? Yeah, we got it. They got it. Can he come back the other way?
Yeah, go the other way, and let's have Ghostbusters again under it. We got that.
Do y'all think the Ghostbusters helped?
Yeah, I do.
Hang on.
Wait a minute, Speedy. Wait a minute.
I mean, because I'm all about this visual here. I wish I would have seen him fall. Can I say that? I wish we had been on TV.
We do it enough times we might get to see it again.
Which is kind of what I'm trying to pull off here. Let's see if we can go back the other way, Speedy, to the music. Where are we right now?
About 3.
Again. No, it's enough. I'm good. No, it's enough. It's okay, Speedy. I'm good. So I said, well, I'm going to do a fireworks show. And Sherry said, you don't know about fireworks and all that? And I said, yes, I do. I said, as a kid, you know, I blew up ant beds and all that kind of stuff. I said, I know how to put on a fireworks show. She said,
burn the grass at the Civic Center.
She said, but we don't want to watch you blow up firecrackers. And on that note, to some people in my neighborhood, the 4th of July is not New Year's Eve. There's no need to be shooting fireworks at midnight. Y'all have got this screwed up. The 4th of July, you just shoot them anytime.
Sure.
You don't have to shoot them in the middle of the night.
Between dark and 10.
Right, that's a New Year's Eve thing. Why are y'all shooting off fireworks at midnight? Man, I got little kids. You're killing me. The dogs trying to come in the house? So anyway, you have to do it at midnight.
Must do it at 9 o'clock. Come on.
So anyway, I'm out there, and I'm setting up. It's getting dark. We did it early evening because we want to get everybody in bed in time. So Sherry's got the little tiny baby, too. And I said, hey, everybody on the deck for the fireworks show. I said, I'm going to go out here in the yard. And my yard is down here, and my deck is up here. You know what I mean? And so I'm down in the yard, and the deck is like these incredible seats.
But they're a little close to your yard, Rick. I remember.
A little bit. And I was trying to move around trees because I knew I'd set something on fire. And so I'm real big on these that you shoot, and the parachutes come back down. Do y'all like those where the parachutes come back?
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
I haven't seen those.
Oh, yeah. So I have to shoot those early when it's a little bit light because you can't see them at night, really. So I fire one of those.
Is this before the storm came through?
Yes. Yeah, because the storm's coming. You got to beat the storm every day on our vacation. Blowing. So I shoot it up, but I didn't know that some of them, that the parachute will come down fire. You know, it's got it.
That's key to know, Rick.
And so the wind caught it and took it into a pine tree.
Well, all right.
and the kids began screaming, "Daddy set the tree on fire!" And I'm going, "No, it's going to be fine." And inside your heart's just beating like that. It's going to go out. It's fine.
It'll blow out.
Yeah, and so by the grace of God, it went out. So then I pick up one of these big old squares where it shoots multiple shots out. I mean, boom, 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 boom. Not a Roman candle. Have you seen them, D? It's a box. It's a big square, and it shoots some pretty impressive stuff. Sherry says,
how about fireworks has really come on, too?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
The ones you can get. And Sherry says, Rick, I think you're in over your head. I said, no. So I look at it. What the fuse has to be and I will say this about fireworks. I'm not trying. 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. See, there's a guy on text. Excited to hear Rick this weekend in my hometown of the Funiac Springs. See, he knows where I'm going. He didn't even say I'm not saying it right. He knows exactly where it is. He knows it's his hometown. He knew what I meant. So looking forward to that, too. All right, so we have the 1,500 last night. You know, I'm not a big – are you a big distance guy? But a mile I can handle.
I'm more the sprinter. 15. Do they do that around the track?
Four times, right?
4 times, right?
Yeah, that's what we call the mile.
It's a mile. Yeah.
Yeah, and so
the sprinters, the 220. Is it still called 220? What is the one where they do one lap around?
One lap's the 400.
400.
The half a lap's 200.
Yeah. What did Michael Johnson run in
200.
Atlanta? Had to go. Was he a 200
and a 400? Didn't he do both? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Could be wrong. I don't know.
He was pretty fast. Yep. Had them gold shoes.
He was so cool.
How about when you wear gold shoes and back it up?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you better, or it's going to look really foolish.
He won 4 Olympic golds over 3 Olympic games.
You can be like Noah Lyles. I thought I was going to have to be humble, but then realized I'm incredible. That's
good.
So anyway, apparently, I know watching the heats, the 1,500, there was a guy, I don't know their names, white guy with white tank top. Is that Norway? He was a big deal. Then we had sunglasses guy. Then sunglasses was Great Britain, right?
Right. Yeah, they're big rivals.
Yeah. And those two were supposed. And then we had.
And they're out front on this.
We had kind of an odd-looking fella. Really? He's a little wiry. McCoo, something like that. Mr. McCoo.
Come back out.
These guys' arms are so skinny.
Now go to the fourth one. Go back. Adler.
Yeah, that
Zoom
guy
back
right
in.
there.
Yeah,
McCoo.
He was a favorite too.
He was a favorite. So,
U.S.
So then we got Hawker, right? Hawker.
Yeah.
Cole Hawker.
Hawker in the heats. I kept noticing. Now watch this little fella.
Yeah.
But everybody thought that. Really, honestly, they didn't even think that McCoo could get it done. They thought the two would be white tank top and then sunglasses. They thought those two would. They had the ability to walk off and leave everybody on past performances.
Right. Yeah.
And so watch this finish because it looks like it's going to come down to them, but then all of a sudden, young Hawker. I mean, look,
he gets
got a man bun.
and he gets cut off right there.
Yeah.
He gets cut
Looks
off on
like
the
you,
inside.
Adler.
So
He's got a man bun.
Those two out front is
cold-blooded.
Well, you also look at the different body types. Like the distance runners look like they're malnutrition.
Yes, they're
but then
armors.
the sprinters look like they could play linebacker.
Yes.
You know that explosiveness versus the endurance of the long run. So
they're just running so fast for so long.
They do, and I think they all came in at what? I know the win. He set a Olympic record.
He
right?
did set an Olympic record.
Yeah, it was what about 3.5 minutes or something.
Yeah, 3:30,
something like that.
3:33.
Yeah. Yep. But let me tell you something.
Or 3:27.
He decided to. The thing that makes this impressive to me, because I did see this on the replay last night. Yep. He makes his move early, and white tank top cuts him off, and he had to slow down. And I thought that was his only shot. Well, he just came back again and still got by him because when he got cut off, watch back here, he gets cut off.
Now,
Norway with white tank top, white guy, white tank top. He cuts him off right here. See, now he's like, well, I guess I can't go. And I thought, well, he ain't going to do it now. And then here comes Sunglasses.
He thinks he's got it.
Sunglasses thinks he's got it. And then here comes really, as one of the texters say, he's an angry elf. I mean, he goes right to the front.
Yeah. Can you go back?
If that had 10 more yards, I think the outside guy from the U.S. would have won it because he was coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And so go back real quick and right there. So Great Britain, he thinks he's got it.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't realize that Hawker's coming from the inside.
Yeah.
And about five yards before the finish line, you see him look up to the big jumbotron and go, "Oh crap!"
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he was loafing here, but I think he thought he had it. And then all of a sudden Hawker passes it.
Do you think Norway?
Do you picture you running there?
Yeah. Do you think Norway? It doesn't look like Adler won.
Like
Adler won.
He really does.
Adler won. He won a goal.
Boy, Adler.
Do you think that tank top Norway, his pace, he just could not keep it?
Yeah, it looked like he was out.
He was pressed the whole time by Sunglasses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was wanting to, he had to have a certain pace, but it looks like he just ran out of gas.
Yeah. Yep.
And then the man bun came because
here comes
real
man bun.
Real men wear man buns.
Can y'all name
man bun? Can man run?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can y'all name the first person ever to run a below 4-minute mile?
Oh no.
Carl Lewis.
Bubba.
His name
Prefontaine? Was it Prefontaine?
You can't Google it.
I didn't Google it.
Your delivery was good there.
Roger Bannister. So there was a thing back in the day.
He was the Hulk, wasn't he?
He was the first to do it. And here's what's funny about the mind.
Yeah.
No one at that time thought it could ever be done.
Right.
Okay. And so they set off, and he was like, "Man, he was a doctor, by the way, and he did this when he was like 25."
Yes.
And when he did it, then it started to happen all over because people started to believe that it could actually happen. I bring that up to say this: look at the time now compared to what it was then.
Yeah, no,
we
you're
never
right.
thought we would be able to get to a 4-minute mile under 4 minutes before Roger Bannister, and now look at the time.
It's really
is
something else.
crazy.
It's just like the
He was David Bannister's brother.
the men's 100 meter that we talked about the other day with Carl Lewis. He won the gold with a 9.92. And 9.91 was the last place finisher from Jamaica in the men's 100 this year. All of them ran below a 10, which is just insane to think about.
Well, that's what steroids can do.
Yeah. And I think this is the first time that we've had two on the podium from the U.S. since 1902 in the 1500.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
I heard say.
We're so back, baby. We are so back.
Didn't they say to this, they even gave the numbers, I think, to that point, that not only did they say 112 years since we've had people even medal in distance?
I don't know about the medal.
Was it 1912? Is that what he said?
Or is it 1912 or 1902? I don't know. It was the first time we had two on there, but I don't know.
I don't know. It's been a way. We can run fast as Americans, just not very far.
I'm just glad Adler pulled it together.
And now we now have people that can run far too.
Now we are, as I speak, U.S. 24 golds, and China has 22. Australia,
That's right.
Australia comes in third with 14, France in fourth with 13.
Okay.
Yeah. We're 86 is our medal count, and second is 60 with China.
Is basketball over yet?
No, they're about to play for the gold though. The women's U.S. soccer is about to play for the gold.
Who are the men playing basketball against?
I think they're is it semis coming up?
But who is it? What country?
It's not going to
North
matter.
Korea. I think it's North Korea.
No, it's not.
Hey,
It's got a couple of
we
NBA
were
guys
right.
in
This is the first time two Americans put two men on the podium in the mile since Stockholm Games in 1912.
All right, look at us.
1912.
USA, man bun hey, man bun hey, USA.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big as we talk to America right after this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Down anybody, because I'm not one of these a parent should be shooting the fireworks. If a child or an older child is even playing with them, you need to supervise, and everybody wears safety goggles and all that. But I'm going to tell you, the instructions on fireworks leave a lot to be desired.
Well,
there are no instructions.
Find the fuse and light it.
Right. So I said, well, there's plastic over the top of it. And I'm going, would I take the plastic off? How's the explosion going to get out?
Take the plastic off.
So I'm looking at it, and I thought, well, did I leave that on? So I'm like, so I set it down. Y'all now keep in mind how I've told Sherry how this is going to be fine.
Yeah.
So I've got me a big piece of plywood out the yard where I don't burn the grass or anything.
Right.
So I'm on it. Well, I go to light it, and as I'm backing up, I step on the plywood, and it gets uneven. So look, the block falls over and is now firing on the deck. Look, and it's going poof, poof. Look, it looks like Pearl Harbor. Look, and it's hitting pieces of the deck, and the people are diving. The kids are screaming. Sherry's got the baby car. I said, "Run! Everybody run!" And it's going poof, poof. Because it's got about 12 shots, and I mean, hey, it's firing. They don't have a chance. You know, they don't have a chance. I mean, and I really think that I am killing my family. Everybody, because what you'll love about it
You can't go and adjust it after it starts.
No. Well, here's what you'll love about it. Their love for Dad, everybody thinks it's part of the show to begin with. They think they don't even run. I'm going, run! You know, this ain't part of it. It's not a sparkler. You know, like that. And Big Love is, he's trying to, catch them like they're fireflies. Somebody tackle the baby. You know, like that. And Sherry's got the little one covered up. Cover his head. And it's just boom. And, of course, what you love about your wife, even when their lives are on the line, Sherry has to get I Told You show while there's fire all around her. I told you. boom, get on there, boom, get out. And they're diving under lawn furniture. I mean, it is a perfect shot right into the deck. Whoo, whoo. You know, my neighbor's like going,
And
man,
there's
I
no
tell you, the
time.
birds- Yeah, no.
It's a me. I mean, you think it could take somebody's head off if it hit them.
Yeah. You know how hard those little squares
What was
shoot?
your dog doing?
Oh, the dog's been gone. I mean, I hadn't seen him in days, all the fireworks for 4th of July. I think he said, if it shocks me, it shocks me. I'm out of here. You know, we didn't, he was just, it was just boom, boom. And so, needless to say, that was, and then
I love Sherry had to get in and I told you so. Trying to get
with
the
fire
dog
on
to
it.
get-
Yeah.
Did she ever get inside?
Oh, yeah, they got inside, and it's just firing on the lawn furniture. And the best one, Bubba, was the third one. 2 of them shot over their heads, and they knew it was bad. The third one
got dialed in.
Listen, the third one hit, Bubba, the railing. You know how your deck has rails around it? It hit the railing and shot sparks up on everybody. That was the one that nearly hit Sherry right in the chest. I mean, if it hadn't hit the rail, she was a goner. I mean, it's not funny, but I mean, it is funny. But, you know, I mean, they shoot like real fire.
I can see you just run.
I had to make the call. Grab the kids.
How many times have you seen the box get tipped over that they're in?
Well, you know how, and it's not, see, the bad thing about these squares, it's not just one shot.
Oh,
it's like 12.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just burying them. They look like they were pinned down in a war. You know, and of course, then I go from Mr. Excitement fireworks show to cold husband.
Yeah.
After cleaning up, kids, y'all going in. I'm gonna clean up. You know what I mean? Daddy,
it's about to rain. Y'all going in.
Brandy and Blake are old enough to know I'm in trouble. Daddy, we thought it was great. Daddy, that was a good show. Y'all just go on in. It's going to rain.
Could somebody stop the music that I had it timed down to?
She said, the baby's crying. I know. It said he had fire around him. Get it, y'all going in. Daddy, why is Brooks upset? He was running from fire. Y'all going in. Baby's scared of fire. Hot, hot.
No touch.
Let's go, America. Fire it up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The largest number of people roaring in here in a short setup, with the 30 seconds being the buzzer, ending your time on the program. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Just dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy on the phones right now. He'll get you ready to go. Association of Mature American Citizens, amac.us/bigbox. Are you ready? If you are thinking about being part of this great organization, we didn't like AARP, and we don't like their politics. We don't like their ideology. Don't want them lobbying for us. Out. But now we can get all those benefits like we were missing. We get the restaurant discounts. We get discounts on travel. We get discounts on insurance. We get free advice on Medicare or Social Security. And right now we get the AMAC magazine, but we get a lobby that is right. It's the values that we hold dear. It represents our point of view, which of course is constitutionally. But also we get to 1 year for $1 right now if you want to try it. 1 year for $1. So use our URL by going to amac.us/bigbox. Now more than ever, we need somebody there in Washington representing our point of view. Now more than ever. This country is got a big decision coming up, and it's a big one. amac.us/bigbox, $1 for 1 year, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And yes, that does include the magazine. All right, to the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. Sherman. Birmingham, Alabama, 30 seconds and go.
How you guys doing today?
Very
Hey,
good.
thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure.
Just want to let you know, a 1,500 is about 100 meters short of a mile, just FYI.
Okay.
And Hawker was given a gift, an absolute gift, because Jacob from Norway was so consumed with Kerr from Great Britain that he pushed him out to the second lane, which is what you're supposed to do, and that opened the door for Hawker. It was an awesome race.
Yep. And don't you think the pace was too much for Norway? I mean, he ran out of
Rick,
gas.
they train for the kick at the end, but sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't,
Yeah, and but like sometimes somebody like in sprints and in swimming, they say, and even in other sports, a better opponent makes you better, but sometimes a better opponent can wear you out and you run out of gas.
So to the guy's point on the 1,500 versus what did he say? He said it was
about 100
meters. So let's just be
it's
fair.
100 foot short.
It's 100 meters short of a mile. So let's just he can't run it in 10 or it'd be the fastest.
Right.
He'd be in there with Lyles. But let's just add 20. So we're talking 3:43 instead of 4 minutes. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So the
Subpar.
100-meter sprinters too. If I remember right, that's about 109 yards. So they're running the entire length of the field and the end zone. And that is wow.
That's picking them up and putting them
Do you
down.
remember when Bob Hayes was a sprinter that
do.
played for the Cowboys?
I do,
he was.
I hope your math's right, Bubba. You're going to get some emails about it. Trust me.
It's a ballpark. I'm just talking in general terms.
Yeah, they are.
Sure. We rejected the metric system, and I'm an American. I couldn't give a rip.
Rick, we semi-rejected the metric system.
We've
got
a
it.
Hybrid.
Remember Nate Bagassi's bid on Saturday Night Live?
Or Bagazzi.
Yeah, him too.
Ardefuniak.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jonathan, WLAY, Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Jonathan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Marky Grass, Green Acres, guys.
Thank you very much.
I sent a picture to the text option a minute ago, but the starting blocks to the Olympics actually have speakers on the back of them now, so that everybody gets the same delay between the sound and when it reaches their ears.
Oh, nice.
A few inches from where their heads are.
I still the thing of starting when you hear something. I never liked. I wish you were more like the horses, where they had a gate and they drop it, and as soon as it drops, you can run.
Yes.
Yes. It takes all the guesswork out of it.
Well, you're right, because I remember. I don't know if I've mentioned this or not. I played a little ball.
I heard that.
But when coaching defensive players, to your point, I said, guys, it doesn't matter what you hear. It's irrelevant. Pay attention to when the ball moves.
Yeah.
You're going on movement. We are not going on sound. Stop it.
Yeah.
Watch
You'll end up at neutral zone.
You're right. And
hey, what am I doing here?
It shouldn't matter what the person is saying.
Right.
It's irrelevant to you. We continue. Let's go to Jerry, Piedmont. We have room for you if you want to join us at 866 We Be Big. Jerry, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, you're in the number one seat. Before it all ends, are you ever going to take Adler under your arm and explain to him there's no such thing as a damn man bun?
No reason to cuss, sir.
I didn't hear what he said. Did he?
Are you going to explain to Adler there's no such thing as a man bun?
Well, I have explained that to him privately, and it's something we're working on. And his haircut is going to be something I think you'll love.
Man bun won the 1,500 yesterday. That's all I know.
That's right. Yeah.
Adler, he looked so much like you. So much like you.
It's not good. It's not a good look.
Do you see that it
fully
looks
admitting
like
it's not even a good look. Okay, I am aware. There's no reason to cuss about it, sir, please.
Well, he's angry.
Thank you thank Mac Daddy for calling in this morning.
That's good to hear from him. I'm going to tell you, these boys with a man bun and participation trophies. We continue. John in Ozark, 1077. John, go ahead.
Hey, everything's wrong with this world. Of course, it's always been school, and now they have tainted the water with tee-hee-hee. That's a reference to underground comics in the 70s, and that clever young Adler can find that for you in a trice.
Do you find Adler to be clever? You find him to be clever?
Yes, I do. He's an impressive youngin'. He really is. And I like him on the phone.
Yeah.
He's not a man like Greg, but, he's a good youngin'.
I'm 38, but
I'm 38, but that's fine, sir. Thank you for the kind words.
It was such a good road.
time out.
But all of a sudden he drops it. Now, he's not a man like Greg, but he's a good youngin'.
What was he talking about? A phone?
I don't know.
He thinks Speedy is.
I guess
Adler?
he don't know which one is which. I don't know.
Well, here I am winning the gold last night.
Yeah, there he is. Well done, Adler. For man buns everywhere. Let's go to
That's funny.
Todd in Cincinnati. Todd, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all?
We're great. We're great.
Hey, did Helmsy ever golf with that guy that was emailing him there for a while?
Wasn't it playing tennis, not golf, or was it golf?
I can't remember.
Because the guy.
No, you had some random guy like emailing you.
I do remember
and
this.
You
This
didn't
is
really-
way back. Yeah.
And he was emailing you for a while.
We never did play.
I had a guy wanting to play me in something.
I remember that too, Bubba. As a matter of fact, now you did beat Joe Biden, but you never played this guy, right?
That was a while back. I do. He sent me an email every single day. I
remember that.
every day.
Yes.
Asked me if I'd play golf. And
Hey, are we just going to let the guy, we got caught up in what he said about Adler. Are we going to let the tee-hee-hee thing just go?
yeah, I don't know what that.
I didn't know what that
Are we
was.
just
I was
letting
scared to
that-
touch it.
He said something about the tee-hee-hee and the world's going crazy and it starts with schools, but now it's the tee-hee-hee.
Right.
In the water supply?
And comics, the old comics used to say that. Ask young Adler, he'll know. Are we letting the tee-hee-hee thing just go?
I just let it go by because I really didn't get it.
I didn't either.
Scott.
But it could be me.
Yeah, well, if it
It's
is,
very possibly
whatever
me.
it is, I've got it as well. Scott in Illinois, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
This election, there's just no way Donald's going to lose this thing. There's only one way. These goofy libs are going to steal it again. And all their bogus tactics. There's no way Donald could lose this election.
Well,
easy.
I understand what you're saying, and I think we all would think there's something rotten in Denmark. But then you see things like The View, and then you see Ben Stiller yesterday, and you're like,
Well, like on The View, there's people that actually clap.
yeah, and they're in the audience, and they're not aghast, they're clapping. Ben Stiller, there's influential people that brainwash their little tribe and their fans and their followers, and
That's
I don't
47, 48%.
Yeah,
They're going to vote
I
Democrat.
don't
no matter
know.
what.
Yeah, I don't know why they do it. I don't know why, other than propaganda and brainwashing, that you can be convinced. I don't want to use the word gaslighting because I think it's overused right now. And it's
It was in the memo a few weeks ago, wasn't it?
But there is truth to that. Is like we're just not living in the real world. In the real world, these decisions are logical and easy. But in the fake world, anything can happen.
Yep.
And they're making it a lot of it just a single issue election, and that is the abortion issue.
Right.
And they're claiming Republicans are anti-freedom.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. How about being pro-Constitution?
Two people in that argument.
How about being pro-Constitution?
Yeah.
Suzanne
Crazy,
in
yeah.
Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go, Suzanne.
Hey, guys. If all it took was putting a Z on it, Kamala would have gone down to the border a whole lot sooner. Harris, Walz. W-A-L-L.
Okay, all right. Okay, took us a minute. Suzanne, there you go.
I don't know if everybody's throwing by us today
You're
or
right.
we're
Yeah,
a step slow. I
Well, they're
can't
making us
decide.
work for it today.
Yeah,
They're making
yeah,
us work
yeah.
for it. And that's all right. We need that. We need to be pressed a little. Thank you very much for the calls. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We have more to cover on the program today. We hope you'll continue on the ride with us. If you want to find out all things Rick and Bubba, go to rickandbubba.com. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store? Rick and Bubba swag, now more valuable than ever. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
like 15 minutes past the... Hey, Pete!
It's just strange for us to see him there on TV.
Well, you know what we have to do now, Pete? And we're on. Welcome to the show. We speak in Braves chants a lot on the show, Pete. That's something we've been doing for years. Anytime you leave a game, you know, you got... It does
kind of stick with you, doesn't it?
It's in your head, so we'll say anything like that. Where y'all want to stop? I'm kind of hungry. You know, that kind of stuff.
Well, Pete, thanks for joining us and getting up and coming in. I mean, you keep a lot of late hours usually, don't you?
Well, we had a long one yesterday, 4.5-hour game, but it was a day game, so that was a little bit of a break. But no, we get through most nights 10:30, 11ish, and by the time you get home, it's midnight, 1 o'clock. But we get used to that schedule.
Well, and you know, I guess spending that much time with Skip. I mean, do you? I mean, when you guys are doing the game together, I mean, you know, because let's face it, Skip. You know, you of course I know have a great sense of humor, but you do focus on the game. Skip is always kind of, you never know what he may say or do.
Never know where he's headed. It's been 28 years that I've worked with Skip, and we've strayed off into some very strange directions at times. But eventually it gets back to baseball at some point.
Pete, is it hard for you to keep up with, you know, whether you're on radio, TV, networks? I mean, you've worked them all. Do you ever get confused?
You know, when we first started back in the 70s, it was a little tricky at times because it was something that none of us were really used to, switching back and forth between the two. But after all this time, no, you get a pretty good feel for where you are every day. It's not difficult.
Well, I'm assuming this, so correct me if I'm wrong. You started out in radio, then the TV, kind of like with us, kind of came on board.
Well, you always, in baseball, I think everybody that was not a former player, and I was not a former player, starts out doing minor league baseball on the radio. That's where you learn your trade. I worked in places like Binghamton, New York, and Toledo, Ohio, and Norfolk, Virginia, and places like that, and rode those buses for about 10 years before I came to Atlanta. So I never had done any television at all until I came to Atlanta in 1976, so it was all radio before then.
But I would assume being a sports announcer, a play-by-play guy, color, whatever you do, or a little of both, I'm sure you've done, is it like a player, though, in the fact that you're in the minors and you think one day I'm gonna get asked to come to the show? Is it the same thing?
Well, that's what you hope. You know, that's the goal when you start out. You don't know if it's gonna happen or not. But you know, there are probably 150 minor league teams and there are only 30 major league teams. So the jobs are a little different at the major league level. But it's a goal that you shoot for back then. You're just like the players back then. You're 25 years old. You're riding those buses. You're hoping that you're going to be promoted to the next level. I worked AA ball for 6 years, AAA for 4 years. So just like a player might be in the minor leagues for 10 years, hoping to get there someday. It's the same kind of life, and you kind of have that same dream that those players have.
1, 2, 3, 4.
minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we work our way back. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. The Hall of Fame of Faith continues today in Hebrews chapter 11, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel, archived soon after to both the YouTube channel and the podcast channel, if you so desire. So, Bubba, as we come back, we have other things to cover. I do believe these flashback clips in the breaks on the YouTube option from our Turner South days, they certainly have value.
Oh, they're great. They're great.
But I'm afraid today, showing us talking to Pete Van Wuren,
that's going to confuse a lot of people.
It sure is.
It's only going to keep this going.
Guys, look at that.
Can you believe it's been 10 years since he passed?
Oh,
I know for you, Bubba, it was just yesterday.
It really was.
And is it Pete Van Wuren? Is that how you say his name? Pete Van Wuren?
That's how I've heard it.
Yeah, that's how I've always said it.
I always say Wuren.
Wuren. Defuniak, is that it?
Yeah, he's from Defuniak.
A
lot of people don't know
Defuniak.
I don't know.
Funiak.
It's one of those things I just,
Yeah.
I don't really try to say his last name a whole lot. If I do, it's real fast and I mumble it.
When Bubba and I were just talking in the break, the more we watch the flashbacks, I think we're down to 50-50 whether the person's alive or not.
Yeah, people appearing on the show other than our staff. I think for a while it was about 70-30. I think we're 50-50.
And if it hadn't been for Speedy, Ryan Greenwood might already be gone.
Right.
Well, a lot of folks don't know that.
Sure.
It is funny because the texts come through of people that are watching YouTube as well, and they're commenting on what they're seeing.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw one earlier. It says, I'd love to see Speedy wear that chain again. And I didn't know what they meant. And then I looked up, and I saw that chain. Do you know that JC wears that chain and has for about 2 years now?
You can't.
No, he was looking for something in one of the the drawers or whatever. He's like, Dad, what is this?
I hope it leads him better than it did you.
Yeah, exactly. It did. Yeah.
All right, so we have other Olympic.
I looked down on that.
Yeah, we have other Olympic highlights, not flashbacks, Rick. That's what Pete Van Wuren was. With other highlights, I don't know what's going on here. I know we got a Cuban that nobody can beat in one of them.
Well, we got a world record in that wall climbing we looked at the other day. Which was amazing. That rope is just if they fall. So they're climbing, basically freehand.
Yeah.
Other than if they fall, that thing's not pulling them up, and man, they are flying up that wall.
Is this
a world record?
Is this males or females?
Hey, so this is males, and in fact, the one that I have on the list, that was the world record until right after that.
Oh no, the guy broke it.
You got USA, so Indonesia sets the record, or ties the record, excuse me, and then Sam Watson, who is a USA guy, he's going to climb 49 feet.
A USA guy?
A USA guy.
Right, yeah.
Doesn't have a man bun, but I still like him.
Yeah.
He's going to, I looked it up because we were talking about it yesterday. It's 49 feet. He's climbing 50 feet into the air.
What?
In 4.75. And so he's getting ready, getting on the wall. And then they're
Super start it was from Sam Watson. Zach Hammer's already made a
Are you sure that's not pulling him up?
I agree, Speedy.
That sure does look like it's pulling him a little bit.
I think they're pulling him.
It's not pulling
And then he's
him.
Spider-Man.
If you want
slack.
this,
It's just slack.
If you want me to be impressed, get that thing off of him.
Hey, it's hard to run that quick.
Okay, I'll say this.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to see a little bit more slack in that. Now,
I
I'm not
would
saying.
too.
I know that sounds
It would
like
get
we're not
everyone around their feet.
we don't appreciate what just happened. That is impressive, but it seems like when
Well,
he
it has
goes to
to-
the next thing, it's pulling on him.
It has to keep tension on it.
I don't know what
Just
I'm
to
doing.
get the slack out. And they're both
They're
the same.
clearly pulling him.
It's calibrated the same.
Yeah.
Y'all, he just runs up it like a cheetah would run on the
I'd
ground.
like to see him do it again without it.
Okay, you know
One more time,
what's
Adam,
sad
I'm
about
sorry.
that? It would take me 16 seconds to get to the second one.
So
yeah.
Oh, you're right. Hey, I'd be hanging on the first one, Bubba.
Here's how.
Somebody help me! Sam Watson, Zach Hammer's already made a slip. Somebody help Daddy! With a time of 4.7.
Oh my God!
All right, so the guy that's smiling at the end, is that the guy that just had gone and got the world record?
I think that's his coach.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that
think that's
is.
his
So
coach.
you're saying right before that though, someone had broke the record and then he broke theirs.
Yeah. Here's the
You
Indonesia.
talking about can't have nothing.
Indonesian Spider-Man.
Well, why do we want to see second place?
Well, we don't.
Right.
Let's just boo this and shame this Olympian.
Boo.
They're 4.79 versus 4.75.
Look at him.
I think they're pulling them.
Rick, they're not pulling them.
It feels that way watching it. It's I like seeing without it. Wouldn't we all?
Well, I don't want him to fall to his death.
Well, you don't fall if you're good at it.
Right, but
And
I'm
if
just
you
saying,
fall,
I
then
would
you
like
look-
for something to catch
You think
him.
it would kill him? I mean,
Well, a drop in 50.
Would you? Let me ask you this.
I just said it was
Don't we have a
50.
mat? Put a mat
That's
under
what I was
him.
going to say. Would you be okay with a mat or a trampoline?
There you go.
possibly?
What if I had one of those big
Or a
pits?
net.
There you go.
You
Or
know,
a
like
net.
the gymnasts fall in, but 50
Yeah.
foot might be too far even to
As
fall
soon
into
as he
that.
starts running, you push it up real quick.
Yeah.
And then if they fall, they land on it. They did that
over-
on the steeplechase. They moved them out there pretty quick.
Or over like it curves over a pit of slime or something, and then if they fall, it's like, ooh, you got slimed.
No, I'm not thinking that at all.
I
Just
will say
a-
this.
A stunt mat.
What is that game the game show we used to watch where they had the obstacle course? What was the name of that?
Wipeout.
Wipeout.
Oh,
now see
yeah,
that,
yeah.
my friend, that
Greatest
ought to
show ever.
Hey, that ought to be an Olympic sport.
that over?
Scratch breakdance and put that in.
You talking about like halfway up the
And
wall, a glove comes out and hits him?
How is tug of war not in this? It's been in
Thank you.
every great
Oh, I'd field day.
field competition,
Golly.
and I think it used to be an Olympic sport.
Would
But
somebody
I
get
mean,
their
that
hands burned or
that ought to
something?
be the big finale when you do that, and you fall in the slime pit if you get pulled in.
That would be phenomenal.
when
Now we
does,
can do a
um,
slime pit for that, Adler.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Have I missed it? But when does like Olympic weightlifting start? I haven't seen like
I
the
don't
power cleans and
I don't know.
and all that stuff.
don't know.
Whatever
Look
they
it
do.
up.
All right, next we got the Cuban that
Deadlifts and all
that
that?
does what no athlete in any sport in Olympic history has ever done: 5 straight gold medals in a single event.
Yo, this guy's such a
So
hoss.
is this Greco wrestling?
Yeah, yes. Yeah,
God, those
yeah.
guys are really big.
Okay.
He's just such a hoss.
Which one's he?
He is the
the
Cuban
red.
guy. Cuban guy.
I
in
know
red.
that. What
The
what-
red.
That's not red, is it?
Well, it's redder than that blue.
It's red.
It
Yeah.
looks like Texas orange to me.
Well, it's a video of a video, so I'm really sorry.
Right. So he can't be beat. Does he pin somebody, or are we just doing?
Right now they just.
This is
What
him.
is this?
It's ending, and the score was 6-0. The final was ending at
Oh.
6-0.
You want to
I
see?
needed to see a pin.
Yeah.
Men
All
who
week.
are boxing for the
But
leader.
we haven't seen a lot. You know, we used to see the boxing
Yeah.
all the time.
I haven't seen any biological men
I
boxing.
mean, you remember when
haven't.
Sugar Ray boxed
Outside of
and
the
the
women's.
Spinks brothers and all? I mean, that was
It's
a big,
not as popular.
Muhammad
It's not.
Ali used
Yeah,
to do.
you
Didn't
don't
he-
see it much anymore.
It's
Didn't
on
he
some of the
box?
Olympic
He's
channels.
Olympic, wasn't he?
So I've just
Cassius
watched.
Clay?
I've just watched them a cable pull some guys up real fast, and 2 big guys landing on each other.
He's 41 years old. The guy from Cuba, he won what he did what no other athlete has done. He won 5 straight gold medals in a single event.
But in the highlight, give me something more than the time ran out.
He won.
It's 6-0, Rick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's got to be more fun, though, the last, 10, 12 years with the Braves dominating than...
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
When we had our when Skip and I had our 25th anniversary with the ball club, people say, "Does it seem like it's been 25 years?" And we said, "Well, the first 10 seemed like 25 years.
Oh, boy.
The last 10 have seemed like they've flown by in about 2."
You know, yeah,
Because we remember that very well.
Well, so do we.
Yeah, I bet. You know, all of us remember, traumatizing things in our life. I remember we got to talk to you about it when we came over and did the inning with you guys.
Yeah, when you
Which
came over
was a
last year.
blast, by the way.
That was a lot of fun. And we were talking about, we started out, one of my first jobs in radio was running the Braves.
Running the board, yeah.
Yeah, running the board at 1390 a.m. in Anniston, Alabama. And buddy, I'm gonna tell you, those years.
Wasn't it fun being 30 games out though in July?
and like I've told this before, you'd always get your, we had the network breaks and we had the local break.
Right.
And you'd have your sheet in front of you, so you would plan. All right, I've got 2 innings of network breaks, so I'm going to the bathroom.
Right. I'm good here for
I'm
a while.
good. So I would get up, and sometimes they would be such long pauses because, let's face it, you
There
would
was nothing to talk about.
You'd run out of everything, and you'd panic. Go, I've missed a break. Then I hear you go, ball inside.
I'll tell you what, you don't ever want to go back to those days.
Never.
Because after experiencing what we've experienced now for the last 10 or 12 years, it's so much fun now. Going to spring training, knowing that you're going to have a chance to realistically be in postseason, and that's been the way this club has been now since 1991, and that is really fun.
And how about they're on fire right now?
Yeah,
Wow.
slow start. This happens before everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, the Braves start out slow. Of course, they're in their groove again. One of the things that we talked about it on the show. with us being on in Atlanta on Turner South, and of course covering other areas because we went to Braves games, and I lived in Oxford, Alabama, which is about an hour and a half from the stadium. So we went to Braves games growing up. Does it bother you a little bit when you see what we all remember, and you hope the fans remember, for them to be lackadaisical about getting to the ballpark and not appreciating what I understand the thing of, okay, we know we're going to be good now, but to me, being good should not hurt your attendance. It ought to help it.
Well, I think a couple things that happen every year, and then happened again this year. We got off to a slow start. We only won 4 and lost 8 the first 12 games of the year, and there were a lot of question marks about how this team was going to be. And this seems to happen every year. We make 8, 9, 10 changes a year on this ball club, and it takes a little while for it to gel. Well, it began to gel a lot earlier this year. And I think that this club eventually, as the season goes on, will draw even better than the clubs in the past, because there's a whole different dynamic to this team. In the past 10, 11, 12 years, this club has always been based on the starting pitching. And most of the time, if you came to a game at Turner Field, it would be 3-1, 4-2, maybe 2-0, a low-scoring game featuring good pitching. This club this year, the strong point of this team is the offense. This club has got the highest batting average in the National League right now. It's scoring more runs per game than any team in the National League. So if you come to a game this year, chances are you're going to see a game like you saw yesterday. It might start out like a 3-0 game, then all of a sudden it was 3-3 in the 8th, and then a grand slam home run in the top of the 11th, and then the Braves came back and almost tied it up in the bottom half of the 11th. That's the way this club is playing this year, and it's a very exciting team to watch play, and I think the fans will catch on to that and turn out in big numbers before the season's done.
Well, Pete, surely somewhere working with Turner South that we'll get invited to come back and sit in an inning again, because we sure
would
did
love to have
enjoy
you.
that, Pete.
We would love to have you.
Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, Pete,
you want to come to Atlanta, or you want to come to a road game?
It doesn't matter.
I mean, we've been to Turner Field a number of times. Maybe you'd like to, I don't know, take us out to maybe
I was
West.
Say, maybe we can fix it up, get you up to Wrigley or something like that.
Yeah. Now, Pete, please.
Although, wait a minute, that booth there is too small.
Yeah,
we could barely fit Skip and I in that booth. We certainly couldn't fit the two of you guys in there, too.
Pete, it's always been a dream of mine. Would you mind just one time acting like I'm a big right-hander coming out of the bullpen, and say, well, right here they're going to go to that young the young newcomer Rick Burgess, the big right-hander with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and give me one pitch. So here's the delivery. Oh, that's right. That's right. Could you do that one time?
Who do you want to be coming in for?
I'll be replacing Maddox, of course, because he's struggling right now. But
all right.
I'll be coming in to replace Maddox. I'm coming out of the bullpen, and y'all are very hopeful about how good I'm going to be.
And you're going to have what music is going to be playing over the loudspeaker as you trot in from the bullpen?
We'll probably. How about? Really, I think I would like to come out to a Tone Loc, Funky Cold Medina. and that is kind of my nickname. They said now the crowd's starting to call him Funky Cold Medina.
All right. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Here we go. Everybody quiet.
Okay, here we go. There's the call to the bullpen by Bobby Cox, and let's see when the gate opens who it'll be. It's going to be Rick Burgess, and listen to this crowd reacting. There we go. Rick coming in with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball of his. He's going to be facing Barry Bonds, so the challenge is going to be a big one with the bases loaded and the Braves up by 3 here, trying to preserve this lead for Greg Maddux. But Burgess says he's ready, and Bonds steps in.
Oh, no!
There's the sign, the stretch by Burgess, and the first pitch to Barry. There's a drive hit deep to right center field. 4-3 San Francisco.
Well, up to that point, it was exactly what I'd always dreamed.
Pete, that was great.
Pete brought me back to reality. For a minute, I was believing it right there.
And how about in my mind,
Pete.
I'm thinking, wow, it sounds so real because it's Pete. I mean,
but we really have enjoyed you for so many years, and thanks for taking time to be with us again today.
Hey, enjoyed it, guys. Anytime.
Watching the games, check the schedule for the games that will actually be on Turner South with Pete and Skip, and of course they continue to do the radio as well, and we look forward to We're back 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Thank you for being with us. Speedy and Helmsy and Adler here today. Greg out. Back tomorrow, hopefully. And welcome back for another hour. There he sits, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be too big a risk. Yeah, I was trying to give...
You got 24.
Yeah, I was trying to give Speedy some props coming out, and I have to play certain music through my phone, and the way we have to connect it, it must have all kinds of potential for not fully connecting and shorts and over time. But anyway, I was trying to give you props, Speedy, because I did listen yesterday to the Red Clay Strays. I went back because you made me feel bad.
Well,
that I jumped right on Morgan Wallen and I didn't give your request anything.
Well, people were talking about.
No, you're right, and I felt bad about it.
Thank you.
And I went back and I listened to the song you sent me, and I absolutely enjoyed it.
Okay.
I thought it was great. That's more down my line. You are correct, and I enjoyed that song that you sent me. No One Else Like Me.
Yeah.
Played it a couple times in the truck.
Good.
Now, I didn't want you to overwhelm me and then send me their entire catalog.
I'd send you some other suggestions if you wanted to just shuffle it. And I have others that have said they've made like a Spotify list and a playlist and stuff.
So Helmsy, I may
God Does is really good.
Have you
Helmsy, I may put a Silverado up for sale, and I may listen to Nobody Like Me.
Okay, good.
That's two songs that I'm okay with.
Have you and Terry drawn up adoption papers on this crew, or what's the deal?
No, but I will tell you this: I have to give credit to Terry, which she
He's all in.
She
all in.
She declared that I was overlooking the fact that she sent me a reel of them singing, and then I was like, hey, this group. You know, you kind of get to chasing something after you see a reel. It's like, well, who is this? I like their style.
Right.
And then I went, a little bit further and like looked at their music, and I saw they had an album about to come out. But you know how they do the pre-release where they release like maybe 2 or 3 songs, and I'm like, okay, I like every one of these. And then their album hit like at the end of July, and I've been listening to it. But it's good stuff.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The singer sounds a little Chris Stapleton-like, which I enjoyed.
Yeah.
I like the way the song, they don't overplay.
Right.
You can breathe in it a little bit. So far, the lyrics weren't corny.
No. I think that lyrically they're really good, and I didn't even know they had so many close ties to the show and the markets that we're on in the state of Alabama.
Yeah, I looked at the picture and it explained it. I thought the way you've acted about this band, when they sent the group picture to me, I fully expected to see Reese Wilburn in the band.
Oh, really? Looks like Elvis and some of his buddies.
Yeah, so there you go.
They're big time, by the way.
Yeah. Y'all want to listen to some more?
No.
Well, send it to me.
First of all, unfortunately, I've got to play it through my phone, so that's we'll never hear it.
Let me play it through mine.
No, I'm good. But thank you.
Have you heard? Did you listen to "Devil in My Ear"?
No, I'm not. I just let me ease into it. Okay, you don't spook me out of the green field. So thank you. I did enjoy that song though. I really did.
Good.
Also,
check out "Wanna Be Loved."
I love from the text option. I love only this show could literally talk about boxing for 2 days and then ask, "Is there no boxing this year?" In the Olympics.
Only this show.
Only this show could tell individuals for weeks not to say anything.
Yeah,
and it come out
right.
too. So, sure.
It's been a tough few weeks. So.
Well, this has kind of been our history, though. We've done things like this as long as we've been here.
It's been a tougher few weeks.
Yes, there you go.
Add that on top of it.
Yeah, it's hey guys, we've been here a long time, guys. Wild ride, a lot of words,
sure,
a lot of topics, a lot of timelines.
Yeah,
and now you have flashbacks and archives. We don't know what time it is or where we are.
When is the Olympics starting?
Now
somebody said weightlifting has started today.
Yeah, they started today.
But my point was we did see the female or the guy who's the girl who's winning the girls boxing.
Yeah.
But in the old days, the male boxers, the guys, they were as famous or more famous than the basketball.
You're saying it's not getting prominent.
It does not.
Yeah,
and it does not.
Because we don't know who they are. We don't know their backstory. I mean, we used to have all kind of colorful personalities on boxing.
UFC dominates that world now, and that's why.
Yeah, you're right. It's just not as popular anymore.
They have competition.
If you don't, like to Bubba's point, the heavyweight champion of the world in boxing was as well known as a Tom Brady at one time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now, somebody tell me who the heavyweight champion is right now.
No, but I can tell you that if Conor McGregor was representing Ireland,
you speak of McGregor,
we would know.
You're right.
It's Usyk, I believe, from what's his name,
Romania. You don't
Alexander
know.
Who's that talking?
You don't know. You had to look it up.
I had to confirm, but I knew it.
And weightlifting starts today, so apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. They say it's live now.
Right.
I mean,
okay.
now it'll be played back later or whatever.
But I will also say boxing gets confusing.
Time difference.
we got it.
Anytime you let men box in the women's division, it throws our whole boxing world off. We don't know what to do.
In the powerlifting, did they do deadlifts and what did they do?
I have no idea.
The clean jerk, whatever. I don't know. No, you don't know.
I don't know.
That's a lot of weight. I know that.
It's a lot of
We
weight.
got some Americans in there.
Also, it's remarkable how far some of those guys can throw a shot put. They're not weightlifters, but it just reminded me of it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What's that thing called where they sling it around?
That's a disc.
Whew. It is. I thought this was.
There's the discus.
Yeah, I thought that's what that.
And
but
then
I'm
there's
talking
the
about
sling something.
Yeah.
Is that a
I
steel
don't know
ball
about
on a rope?
How do they not pass out from being dizzy? Did you see how fast they spin?
The shot putters spin. I mean, they go nuts.
There are some big men spinning like ballerinas. My goodness. Did y'all see the shot put finals?
Yeah.
No.
It was
I
incredible.
just saw a special on the best shot
The
putter.
U.S. guy won. He'd won like 3 in a row, right?
Yes.
I was about to show you
but,
highlights, Rick, of them standing there.
One of the
Probably.
other hammer throw. That was it.
Hammer throw. Thank you.
The other there was a guy that outthrew him, but he stepped up on the edge of the platform. Right, you can't get up on the curve.
Right.
I don't even know if he outthrew him, but he did. Yeah, his heel went on the edge of the little guardrail thing there.
Yeah, whatever you call it.
We know what we're talking about.
We don't know a lot about these sports. We only see them every
Not
4
trying
years.
to brag, but in junior high, I was county champ of the shot put and the discus. Junior high.
Really?
In Calhoun County.
In junior high.
Yeah.
How many people competed?
Not a lot of folks went out for it.
Just what happened.
So what? You beat one guy?
I don't remember. I think I beat a guy from Heflin.
Yeah. Oh, hammer throw. Okay.
I was trying to get out of spring training. They told me I could go do something on the track team.
All right, this Krauser guy, he won 3 in a row, actually.
Right.
3 Olympics in a row.
How many?
3.
You got any highlights?
He's a hoss.
I watched him live.
Do you have any highlights of people standing there after it's over?
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Him and Kovacs. I watched both of them. They were the Americans.
Yes, yes.
Pull up some hammer throwing.
Yes, yeah, after we go. Oh, guys, I found somebody winning weightlifting, and the highlight will be the guy setting it down.
That's good.
But a minute ago, he lifted it, Rick.
Believe me.
You've really been blown away by these highlights, haven't you?
Did y'all see that Valerie Allman became the first American woman ever to win 2 Olympic gold medals in a field event?
Okay.
What does she do?
She does discus.
Okay.
Simone's got 11 of them hanging around her.
Good.
Not.
Just,
Bet she could throw a frisbee.
yeah, buddy.
There she's just standing there. No, okay.
Golly.
I mean,
Who would fall down spinning like
She
that?
knew.
I would tear my ACL into pieces.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find the big shot put guy. Y'all are throwing this at me quick. I'm
Kovacs.
No, we just
Are
talking.
you talking about
You don't have
Kovac?
to find everything we say.
sorry. Okay, well,
We just hurry up.
Is it Kovac or the other guy?
Krauser, I believe.
Krauser.
Ryan
Okay.
Krauser.
What is
yeah.
the young
What about
lady's
Hocker?
name who is the, I think she does hurdles, very outspoken Christian. And NBC was accused of editing her
I remember that.
post-race interview to take
really?
out mentions of God and Jesus.
Yeah, I don't remember her name. No.
All right,
I know
this
who you're
isn't
talking
in the
about.
Olympics, but here's Krauser doing his thing. And he's just,
yeah.
it's just such a big guy spinning at just such an incredible rate.
Is that him at 2009?
Look at the guy.
Yeah.
Pull up Kovacs. He was the one that was second or third, and he usually wins it until this guy came along.
Redbeard.
I'm just throwing some stuff
Y'all
out
quick,
there.
y'all keep asking.
He looks
for
like
video.
He's gigantic.
a lineman
Hey,
for
pull
the
that up.
Vikings or something.
Kovac.
He does.
All right, here's Krauser's Olympic throw. I don't know how to spell Kovac. I'm so sorry.
K-O-V-A-C.
All right.
Okay.
Wow,
There you go.
How do
Big
they
guy.
stay on that?
Just so big, so large.
It's a long way to sling that big old rock.
Yeah. What about the hammer?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And
That's
you
pretty
gotta,
good.
you know,
What about the guy
it's one thing
boxing?
they're that strong, but him spinning and his feet, that's quick feet.
No, it
right
is.
there.
Everybody saying canoeing? That's all.
Imagine him being a pulling guard.
Adler, if
Rick.
you
How
don't
about a
mind,
shot of
look
a
up-
kayak?
Look up Kovacs.
Where's the surfing goal?
Right. Who won surfing? Anybody remember that?
Rick, imagine you're a cornerback and he's a pulling guard and you're standing there waiting on him.
You're
Come
talking
out.
about Kovacs
Look right there.
Nokovic?
Look how big he is.
Kovacs Nokovic? Is that who I'm supposed to look
Yeah,
at?
I don't know. You got anything from basketball?
Pull that up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hooking up with you guys for a game before the year's over.
Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Thank
Pete.
you, Pete. Thanks for being with us.
And go
Wow.
Braves. Pete Van Wieren,
Hey, a legend.
the legend, with us this morning. We'll be back 25 minutes past the hour. 877-WE-BE-BIG's our toll-free number, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Call to the bullpen by Bobby Cox, and let's see when the gate opens who it'll be. It's going to be Rick Burgess, and listen to this crowd reacting. Yeah, there we go. Rick coming in with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball of his. He's going to be facing Barry Bonds, so the challenge is going to be a big one with the bases loaded and the Braves up by 3 here, trying to preserve this lead for Greg Maddux. But Burgess says he's ready, and Bonds steps in.
Oh, no!
There's the sign, the stretch by Burgess, and the first pitch to Barry. There's a drive hit deep to right center field. 4-3 San Francisco.
Thank you, Pete Van Wieren.
What a great call, though.
Yeah, that was. How about that?
How legendary is that?
You remember I had Keith Jackson do the same thing. When
Oh,
he
I
was
know.
on.
I know.
They're real. So.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And I don't like snakes in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah.
And we had announced that here on the show before. No, I mean, you don't understand. I go into like a hypnotized killer mode that I cannot be in the area with a snake. Not a green one, not a giant one, not a non-poisonous, not a friendly, not one that eats other snakes. I can't be around snakes. I mean, I just go berserk. And Rick has seen this happen.
Yeah. It's not.
And I really didn't realize that I had it so bad. We talked about it on the air, and I don't know why. When we were Center Alabama, every time we go there,
But
the
I
people
can't
bring
believe
out
it happened.
they bring out their animals.
Put us there
And
now.
we've had cougars. We've had all kind of things. So we're standing in this giant parking lot, and we're having remote. We're meeting people, and there's a line. We're shaking hands and signing pictures. And this lady comes up, and she's got like a bag. And I mean, she could have been shopping, far as I know. But we're standing there. We are standing there meeting people. And she says, I just thought I'd bring my pet and show you, and whoops a snake out and sticks it in my face. The next thing I remember, Brother Rick,
is it blur?
Is I appear to be in a position like Kung Fu.
Yeah.
And there's a lady laying on the ground. And she's crying over her dead snake. And Rick's eyes are big as softball. And I said, Rick, what just happened here? And he said, you jumped into the air with all the grace of Bruce Lee, and you kicked her right in the chest.
You know.
And she went flying 2 flips over, and almost in a continual motion, you picked that snake up by the head and began to beat it on the pavement. And about the 5th blow, the head came off of it, and you let it go. And then I assumed the position again defensively.
Rick Owsley.
And bowed.
Rick Owsley. No. You know, it's not every day. It just doesn't happen much for your partner, Bubba, of Rick and Bubba, to kick a listener in the chest. You know, it just doesn't happen much. You know, I'm not saying it won't ever happen again, but I'm just saying, and he took that snake. You ever seen somebody just get a hose pipe and just beat the fool out of it?
You're for real, this happened?
Yes.
And I don't remember any of it other than coming to and her holding her head where she hit the pavement, crying with that piece of snake laying in front of her.
Now, here's what's so funny about it. Now, put
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today, and we'll get to more of your phone calls before the hour is done. There they are. All right. The red clay strays. All right, so
there it is, Adler.
Bubba, I know that you and I, because it's hard for us to really think of anything right offhand anymore, but there was a movie way out ahead of its day that was taking on electric vehicles and why Americans would not like them.
And part of that was the sound. Of a lot of the cool muscle cars.
Vince Vaughn was in it.
Yeah,
and John Travolta, maybe?
No, I think it was.
No, that's the one.
Same
where
one in Wedding
were,
Crashers. What was his name?
The same.
Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson.
I think both of them were in it.
I know Vince Vaughn was. I don't recall. But
I'm just guessing.
But they were trying to come up with an electric car still had the sound of a sports car.
The Dilemma.
Yeah. Was that the name of it?
The Dilemma. Yeah, with
Dilemmas.
With what's his name? King of Queens.
Kevin James.
Kevin, show a video.
That's a good movie, by the way.
Yeah. That is good and funny.
So, as you said, Rick, they were trying to make the electric cars more palatable to the American buying public by putting the cool sound back into it.
Right.
Well, apparently Dodge has released a new video of their upcoming Dodge Charger EV exhaust. It can reach up to 126 decibels and is made to sound similar to an old-fashioned V8 engine.
Yep.
Here it is.
Should we have electric cars making their own sound?
Do they fake this sound too, though?
Yeah. Now, see, you can't. That gets you more fired up. I think that one of the biggest pushbacks on an electric car is you don't hear it doing anything.
I don't know if you could hear
it doesn't sound like anybody means business.
I know.
Right.
But I don't know. Do you think they'll outlaw electric cars making a sound?
Why would they outlaw it? What's the sound going to do? Noise pollution?
Why would they try
Rock
to
and roll
outlaw
ain't noise
gas
pollution.
ranges and everything else?
Yeah. Right now, electric cars, they actually add that like sound. Have you guys heard this? Like in your neighborhoods when the electric cars drive slowly?
My neighborhood has no electric cars.
Y'all really don't know about this?
No.
Okay, so
I thought you were kidding at first.
No. This is legit. Because these electric cars are so quiet, a lot of times you can't hear them. Say if you're in a parking lot, but you might start noticing it now. It's literally like a speaker sound. Some of them sound like almost like weirdly angels singing. Some of I'll find it right now. The Honda electric car sound.
Yeah, show a video of it.
I'm looking it up right now, pal. Okay, friend.
Yeah, if I'm in a parking lot,
why don't they put the God sound in it?
Right, and I hear the sound of
963 hertz.
Right.
Isn't that right? Isn't that what it is? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
No,
I don't.
I'm just acting.
Yeah, I did too.
I have no idea.
I thought I'd be the only dumb one, so I jumped in acting like I knew what I was talking about.
There it is. You don't hear that?
No, we can't hear it.
So that's an extra sound added by a speaker that when the electric cars are going slowly, Lexus's, their sound is pretty pronounced. Honda's, their sound is pronounced. I've noticed it from Toyotas as well.
So you won't get run over.
That sounds like
you
a
actually
barbershop quartet, warming up in the basement.
Isn't that funny?
See, if I heard that sound in a parking lot, then I would think I'd already been run over.
Yes.
And now I'm being welcomed into heaven.
It's unfortunate because Franklin, my stupid dog, stepdog, just to clarify, he can recognize when his mom is coming home, so he starts crying like a full minute early, which is super annoying.
Do you treat your stepdog like he's inferior to your real dog?
No, I try not to, but it's hard.
Right.
So the answer is yes.
It's hard. It's hard.
Once you became part of his family, then you needed to treat him just like you did Kevin.
Right.
Why does he break out during storms and only pee on my stuff? Why does he only pee on my favorite things?
Because you treat him
my
differently.
drill batteries. Why
Because you don't accept him.
You don't accept him as
You're
your
still
own.
calling him a stepdog.
My jiu-jitsu mats that I work out on with my face. I'm doing push-ups. I'm like, what is
How
that?
long
Why
have
does
you
it
been
smell like ammonia in here?
How long have you been married?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I think I'm coming up on 8.
8 years, and you're still calling that poor animal a stepdog.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No wonder. I'd
It's
pee on your
hard.
mat, too.
It makes us all want to pee on the mat.
Some people are better people than I am.
Put in the paperwork and change his last name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would it kill you?
Where the boarding place?
Yeah. Make him legit.
Yes,
All
but
right.
hey, to the dogs, it is weird. So Terry has to have the ringer on when she works from home because of phone calls and all that. Well, she gets notifications on Live 360 that, hey, somebody's home or somebody's reached their destination. And most of the times it's when everybody is coming home.
Right.
Well, our dogs hear that and they think somebody's home.
Right.
But it could just be that JC went and, he's arriving on camp, whatever. She's set different places.
Oh, yeah.
And the dogs go nuts. They start whining at the door, barking. I'm like, nobody's here.
Yeah.
And please turn the ringer off, honey.
Yeah.
Well, I can't hear. Well, anyway,
some
I'm sorry.
people-
You made me think of that. And the dogs freak out. It's funny how they react to certain things that are constant.
Right.
And yeah.
And they relate that noise with somebody coming home.
Franklin, have you ever been struck by lightning ever, Franklin? Have you? No.
Yeah, right. Thank y'all for this. Some days I'll think to myself, should I have gotten rid of that dog?
Right.
And then I hear
Answer's
these
yes.
things and I go, no wonder I feel so peaceful.
What about the dog?
At least you can breathe in yours. I can't.
All right, but to make y'all feel better, I'm going to
Allergies.
write one of those
Allergic.
letters. I'm going to write one of those letters, give it to Franklin. Hey, I want to officially adopt you as my son.
See if what if he stopped peeing on your stuff?
Wrap
after that?
a bone around it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll do it. All right.
Yeah,
That's the right thing to do.
I don't see you, Franklin, even though you're odd shaped, any different than I see Kevin.
Right.
Frankly,
once your mom and I got married, I became your dad. And I treat you
That's
no
the right
differently
thing to do. That's
than
the
I
right
do. That is
frankly, based on the mix you appear to be, we don't see how it's physically possible.
Right.
But,
right.
What is the mix again for those that don't know?
It is German Shepherd Basset Hound.
Think about that a minute.
Yeah.
So German Shepherd face. If it was looking out the car window, you would think, oh, it's a German Shepherd.
Oh, wow, a German Shepherd. Then it would get out and you'd say, oh, that's a wiener dog.
Right. Yeah.
If someone took a picture of this dog, you would think it was AI.
Yeah,
you would.
it looks like it was cut and pasted.
Odd looking dog. And we know just by unless some
I'd
dog
be scared of lightning too if I looked like that.
unless a dog's able to commandeer a stepladder, we know that the German Shepherd must be the dad.
Yeah.
Somebody standing on a curb. What
Yeah,
happened?
it's like the good-looking girl in the car and then the car door opens.
Somebody had a heel involved here
Yeah.
somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wood pile, something.
Yeah.
Speedy, we're just gonna keep talking.
Yeah, I mean, there's no sense in you going.
I'm sorry.
I think right now you want us to keep talking and us come back and revisit that.
I think you
comment.
for a minute forgot we were here.
I think I did.
Yeah.
If I use
I was
AI,
talking to Ron for some reason.
Put a picture of him up. Adam.
If I
People
use-
want to see him.
sure. If I use
And Kovacs.
if I use AI to write the adoption letter, does that make it less meaningful?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
He doesn't know
does.
since he can't read.
Okay. What if
don't
I
know.
use AI to write a sweet letter to my wife because her birthday is tomorrow?
I think that's okay.
Oh wow.
All right, y'all just don't tell nobody.
Okay.
Ron.
Right. Don't tell Bubba. He'll tell everybody.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean. And then act like he was cool with it.
Right.
Thanks, Bubba. Big handle today.
Sorry.
Appreciate you.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
We lost her to another show.
She had a kid with her, right?
I don't remember.
Didn't she have a kid and the kid just sitting there seeing her mom roll back?
Well, everybody was crying.
I'll tell you
I mean,
this.
I don't know which kids belong to who, but it upset everybody.
I'll tell you this. And I'm sad to
It'll
say.
kill the Huddle House remote. You know it. By the way, that's where we were.
No, I tell you where it was. 'Cause we went there after that. It was down at that little strip mall. It was down the road. It was the grand opening. of
Okay,
that
I
thing.
don't remember. We had animals at the Huddle House too, though.
Oh yeah, always.
That's when the cougar and the dingo were fighting underneath the
right.
table.
It got hooked in our remote gear.
Why did they kill
the snake? Killed the snake and nearly killed the woman.
Now remind me, didn't something else happen at that remote?
No, that was the remote that the Sharpei pigs,
Oh yeah.
got worked up a little.
Yes, they did.
Started mating right there on spot.
Yeah.
I tell you that whole we had
That was
two.
my first remote, and I was like, well, hey.
That's the one with
the intern Rick and Bubba. Wow.
Yeah, these two pigs begin to mate in the back of a pickup truck. A little kid freaks out.
We got a cougar and a dingo fighting under our remote table.
Pigs are mating.
The stutterer that we talk about has just come on the lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember the stutterer guy?
Yeah, oh yeah.
He said, Rick and Bubba, have you seen those Oh, shoot, pigs in the truck.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is a zoo going on. There's a lady with a dead snake laying there. I mean,
a little
Two
kid.
pigs, mate.
Look, I hate to call it the center band play, too, the marching band.
What were they playing?
They were just playing these animals.
They were just sitting there biting.
This little boy, Mickey.
It's going to be great in Rick and Bubba the movie. I mean, it may be the highlight of the whole movie.
This little boy comes over to me and he said, what's up with these pigs? The little boy, you know. And I said, son, the pig in the back's front legs are hurt. and I said, the other pig is letting him rest his hand up there to help him walk.
Yeah, I don't think you understand.
And the little boy said, I said, you understand when I try to help somebody out and you end up getting screwed.
We're back. Thanks for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Having tax problems with the IRS? Well, you could get some help from our friends at taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox. BIGV as in voice, OX. Do not attempt to contact the IRS without an advocate representing you. That would be a mistake. The IRS hiring an army of agents to target hardworking Americans like you and me. They're not going to go after the uber rich because they know they have all these lawyers and they know how to make it work. They're knowing that if they put the squeeze on you and me, that they probably will get what they're after. That's why you need taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox. They have brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They discovered a limited time special offer, as an example, that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. So join us and find out if you qualify before it's too late. Never call them alone. Let me stress that again. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to work with, which ones to avoid, so you need their help. TaxNetworkUSA.com/BigBox, and let's get that resolved once and for all. So a couple of things. We mentioned it early in the show, but we didn't land there. The White Sox did finally snap their 22-game losing streak. They beat Oakland. And I think you were saying, Bubba or Helmsy, one of you, that the pitcher that won was 0-7.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, they didn't exactly.
They did 7 losses.
Yeah, so they did snap that, and I guess you like Helmsy, you said earlier. I think you just come in and go, all right, guys, we want to know.
That's it. That's
what
what
we
you got
got
to do.
going. Hey, just like you can get on the street. You know what's contagious? What did Lombardi say? Yeah. Winning's contagious, but unfortunately, so is losing.
Yes.
So there we go. Also, as we think about Iran and what's going on in the Middle East and how that kind of gives us a little pause, a Pakistani man, 42, with ties to Iran, has been charged in an assassination plot potentially targeting Donald Trump.
Wow.
Yeah, and when they finally got him, he said, I'm a better shot than that kid.
Hey.
But anyway, so they're saying that this was apparently being planned. Now, when you think about that, we're in a time where we have, political candidates that they're attempting to assassinate, former presidents. When you have all this going on around the world with terrorism and Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, has this not triggered something with our current administration? We might want to secure that border. We just might want to secure that border.
Well, Rick, how can we do that when we're trying to turn Texas purple? We can't do that.
Well, that's true. So anyway, we announced the vice president yesterday with Kamala Harris, but the CNN had on an ex-Bush advisor. And how about he just said straight up, which what y'all said earlier in the program, and the CNN panel went crazy, that Kamala Harris could not pick Josh Shapiro because of his Jewishness. Mm-hmm. That right now the anti-Semitism of the left is something that Kamala Harris is going to have to play to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she's been pretty vocal about that since she boycotted Netanyahu and begrudgingly finally shook his hand. So I think she's already on the page there. But then if she brought in, this Jewish man, you would think, well, that would balance the ticket. But now they're saying, no. It's so far the other way, it would hurt the ticket.
Can I ask you a question?
It just seems to me that Pennsylvania is going to be in play. That would be an area you'd need his help. As opposed to Minnesota, which is pretty much in the Democratic column already. I mean, if you look at it, Rick, it's going to come down to 5 states.
Yep.
And those are going to make the difference.
Let me ask you this. Is one of their strategies, do they know that on paper they're beat? And is this a baseball game that in the 7th inning you're down by 9, so you run a pitcher in that doesn't get a lot of innings just to get to the end of the game? And are they wanting to not waste Shapiro and just save him for another run?
If you look at the polls, they're very close. I mean, they're a toss-up now. There's been about a 7-point swing since the VP took over top of the ticket.
Yep.
I mean, most people realize Biden couldn't do it. I mean, he's just. I mean.
But I honestly think if we knew the truth, and I could be wrong about this, but if we honestly knew the truth, okay, I don't think Kamala was the first choice of the Democrats because of the state of things, and your point, Speedy, they couldn't get anybody else to do it. Mm-hmm. I think the vice president that they now have, they had other choices, and people think that being with Kamala Harris right now could be political suicide. So nobody wants to go there. They're almost like to what y'all said about the pitcher being put in, all that. Hey, why don't we just it's only 4 years. Let's let this go, and let's come back strong, after Trump's done and take our best shot. The state of the country, the state of the world, it's no time to be a leftist. We got people annoyed with the state of the economy, the inflation, the stock markets, the interest rates. They don't like this open border. Let's just lay low. let's don't put ourselves out there, right?
I don't think they think that way.
Yeah, well,
I think they despise Trump so much they're willing to do anything. And we saw
plus what I just said is logical, so there's no way they're doing that. Yeah.
You saw what Congressman Raskins said yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Look, if he goes in, if he wins the election, and we can't deny that, we're going to block him from taking office using the 14th Amendment, Section 3.
Yep.
I mean, they've already forecast what they're going to do. And I told you, Rick, I said if they win the House and the Senate, even though Trump goes in, they will impeach him the very first day.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, like you already mentioned, they said they're going to try to put him in jail in September. They're not going to go past that sentencing either. Remember, he tried to get that pushed, and that was shot down. Another update: Justin Timberlake. We now know on the DWI report he failed a series of sobriety tests. He had a vape pen, a Rolex. I don't know why they tell us he had $306 worth of money, cash, but said he reeked of alcohol, was unable to follow police instructions correctly when he pulled over. He's been charged back on June 18th, and he ran a stop sign, as we talked about. He keeps claiming that he wouldn't take the test, that he was not past the limit. But now,
look at those glassy eyes.
Yeah, and here's the report. There's a picture of it in the story. You see the officer putting underneath here. His quote is, "No, I'm not doing a chemical test." Second request, I refuse. Third request, I refuse. So
those details sound like when he was arrested and brought in, those are his belongings they had on him.
Yeah, right.
The reason they mentioned the money and the Rolex.
Well said, Coachy.
I'm just thinking that. Thank you, Rick.
Also,
a bad day when you got to get that back.
I know.
You've been behind bars. And,
yeah, it is. It really is. Yes, right.
Yeah, where's my stuff?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And breakfast always cold too. Very cold.
Sure.
All right. So now Jacoby Jones' cause of death has been revealed. This is he was only 40 years old.
Yeah.
He was a Super Bowl champion, as we remember. Cause of death. It's that he died of cardiovascular disease. So he had heart disease. And after his 40th birthday, he lived in New Orleans. He died on July the 14th.
Wow, that's crazy.
And said he did die in his sleep, and it is from heart disease caused by him struggling for a long time with hypertension, high blood pressure, they said, and he never seemed to get that under control, and they think that they said eventually led to his death. Because he already had heart disease. So there you go. So 40 years old.
Wow. Tough out.
That's scary. So there's some updates for you. Phone calls are coming up.
Yep.
We'll take them. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what is on your mind. Wednesday Bible study back today. Hebrews 11. We'll pick back up where we left off last week in the Hall of Fame of Faith. Watch it live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, or catch the archive not too long after on our YouTube channel or podcast channel. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So a lot going on this week. Tomorrow night, we'll have a man church kickoff in First Baptist Church, Alex City, Alabama. Brian Dawson will be there. Then also tomorrow night, I'll be in Pensacola, Florida. I'm sorry, Brian Dawson's Friday night on the 9th. Tomorrow night is the 8th. I'll be in Pensacola at the Bay Center for the Sportsman's Night Out with Hank Parker. Ticketmaster's got those tickets. Over $150,000 worth of stuff they're giving away. It's a giant outdoor expo, and Hank and I will be speaking there. Anyone in your family welcome to be with you. It's not just for men. And I know there's over 5,000 people already with tickets, but there's room for you. And then coming up on the 10th, we will be in Defuniak Springs. Rich Wingo and I speaking at First Baptist Church, Defuniak Springs, coming up on Saturday night, and then I'll be speaking at the church on Sunday morning. Looking forward to all that coming up. So let's go to the phones, where we will find Wade standing by in Birmingham, Alabama, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Wade, go ahead.
Yeah, so to add to the political insanity, and I'm asking a question, my perspective has to be wrong on wokeness. I turn on the news, Birmingham city schools are opening up Monday morning, and there are all these free backpacks full of supplies. The kids come to school, eat a free lunch, go home to a free apartment, and their parents enjoy free telephones, free health insurance, and get $300 a month by getting your kid to come to school every day for a month. What am I missing? What does woke mean?
Well, I know what they intend woke to be, and that is, but if you really look at it, one of the things that I'm not sure how it ties to what you're saying, even though that sounds like, government saying, hey, we'll provide everything that you need. By the way, we almost give those parents as much as we give illegals, but not quite.
Yeah.
But anyway, is what they mean by woke is, Wade, I mean, leave your backward thinking, man, with your constitutional, constrictions on government and, giant government programs. And you're evil to be against those things, even though we don't have money for it. And all it does is enslave people to the government. You need to stop thinking that way and open your mind. This biblical stuff, God and the Bible being the Word of God. Come on, wake up, Wade.
Well, the governor of Minnesota's already
right.
He's already told you. He said they don't have the 10 Commandments on the walls, but they got free lunches and free breakfast.
Absolutely, you got to leave all that archaic stuff, and you got to think about anything goes. I mean, who are you to say anything is anything? I literally saw. You remember this, Wade? It's not made up story. Math has become oppressive. Some people may say 2 + 2 is 5. No, that's not made up.
Right.
We had someone actually saying that with a serious face. See, that's actually not available. 2 + 2 is 5 is not available. But if we're living in a world where we don't even understand the two genders,
yeah,
really.
I mean, how are we gonna get anything else?
We can't. We can't. So Wade, you're just closed-minded, buddy, with all your logic and all your
silly ways.
Yeah, what you open your mind to chaos. Wokeness means wake up and embrace chaos.
So I need to go pay more taxes because it's my fault.
Yes, of course, Wade. It's your fault. Everything's your fault. I don't mean to be.
Okay.
Are you a male?
Yes.
Where's it? You're already somewhat evil. I hope you're not white. Are you white?
Yep.
Oh my gosh!
What's he driving?
Get out of here!
Yeah, are you driving a car that's not electric?
car?
Are you on a bicycle? What are you doing?
Yeah. I actually paid it off.
Oh my God!
No, you have no debt.
The next thing you'll tell me is you paid for your own college. Have you lost your mind?
Yes.
Wake up, Wade.
You're weird.
You pay for your own kids' stuff? You probably provide them a lunch. You got to get.
Here's a shocker. I'm paying for a cell phone. The one I'm talking on.
Go to jail.
Health insurance.
You go right to jail.
You're out of touch.
I sure hope you don't go to that archaic church. You don't go to a church that
I
says
do.
that preaches the Word of God.
Yep.
What the?
Yeah. Well, you're a mess, Wade.
Good. Next thing you'll tell me is
Ben,
God's
I told him-
standard is still in play.
But it's inequality is the way I understood wokeness. But when I look in the NBA, all I see is inequality.
Oh, that's a typical
But no,
racist
I
comment
don't-
from a white man.
Yep.
That's all that is.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
You're
yeah.
something
All
with an
right, I'm
IST
sorry,
at the
I
end
shouldn't
of it,
have-
but I'm not sure
Yeah,
what.
Come on now. Where's your equity, man?
Okay.
Come
I
on.
know. I'm not. That's why I'm asking. I'm obviously I'm off.
How can you have
missed-
stuff that you earned and other people not?
Well, Kamala Harris said we need to be more woke. So I thought, well, shoot, we got to be. I mean, I don't understand what I'm missing.
Yeah, but keep
I'm
in
working
mind,
hard, paying taxes.
No,
Hmm?
no. What you must have lost your mind.
He needs to recognize his privilege.
Yeah, you
You're
stand,
gonna eat
stand
up-
that
you're
privilege
just
down,
eat up
man.
with privilege.
Have you noticed that Kamala, when she says this, she seems asleep? It really does. Thanks, buddy. See you, man.
Yeah.
See you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for your commitment to society, though every bit of it's evil. And a lot of folks would not make it without you, but you, my friend, check that privilege and check that equity and check that stuff. Check it all. We continue.
Check it right here.
Check it. Mike in Mississippi. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning.
Hey.
First time caller.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to bring something up to your attention. Nobody's talking about it, but it's something that came around a little over a year and a half ago, something called DNA. It's called the Declaration of North America, and it's some kind of treaty or alliance that was started by Biden, Justin Trudeau of Canada, and Obrador from Mexico. And if you start reading about it on whitehouse.gov, you'll start getting into these tenets or pillars of their beliefs. And one of those beliefs is a wide open border system throughout all three countries of Canada, United States, and Mexico. And I think a lot of our problems we're seeing can be traced back to that, but you can read about it on whitehouse.gov and form your own opinions about it. Just want to throw that out there for you.
Now, why did they stop with just those three countries? Why didn't they add Guatemala and everything else in Central America on the other end?
I have no idea.
I'll tell you why. The Mexican government will not allow it.
Yeah, right. Well, and also I tried to get to Canada in the last 4 years. It may have changed now, and they wouldn't let us through their border because of COVID.
Well, there's some strange stuff going on, but if you read about it, it's called the Declaration of North America, and
what is it
nobody's
called?
talking about it.
What is it called?
We're looking at it right now.
No, I haven't seen it, Mike. I sure hadn't. Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
A lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion and climate change across the six pillars of the DNA.
To Chuck and Hoover. Chucky, go ahead. Chuck?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Man, I just wanted, as y'all were talking about the Olympics earlier, and I was 100% agree. And after you watch the events you watch, it gets boring. So why not do like a top 10 like ESPN does with the Olympics, like show the last 30 seconds or something, or like speed dating? Just show me just the good part. Let's go on to something else.
A red zone for the Olympics, yeah. An NFL red zone / for the Olympics.
Okay.
I thought they had gold zone.
Do they?
For real?
Maybe.
They do. It's a couple of the Olympic channels. Good night.
Oh, good.
It's got like
hey,
it's
whoa.
split up into 4 screens and stuff, and they're hopping all over the place.
They don't need to get hurt.
They got a silent stroke just in.
You did.
It's on Peacock. Gold Zone.
I just wanted to say that.
Okay, there you go.
It's the name of the app.
It's an animal, just a bird.
Just a big old bird.
An impressive bird, by the way.
Have you ever heard the sound?
Yes, it's like a siren.
No, I don't mean that. I mean when it just walks.
Oh, yeah, that rattling sound?
Yeah.
You don't know it,
rattling sound.
It's because of the feathers.
No,
we know what it is.
I was telling Speedy. Speedy didn't know.
What's the noise it makes?
It's because of feathers.
What's the
Birds
noise?
have feathers.
It almost sounds like a
They've got, it's not just feathers. They've got like a little circular, hard piece of
What's the
something
noise
that bumps
it makes,
together.
Adler?
That is, like has beads on it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.